Can I have the permission to start the proceedings?
Yeah, you can please start.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mahima, please start.
Yes, sir. The secret of change is to focus all our energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new while sustaining the available resources. A very blissful morning and cordial felicitation to Honorable Chief Guest Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, UP, Guest of Honor Professor Dr. Sandeep Poddar, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Lincoln University College, Petaling, Jaya, Malaysia. Dr. J.S. Pandey, Chief Scientist, Science Secretary and Head CSIR. Professor Dr. Caroline Heasing, Professor Emeritus Industrial and Manufacturing System Engineering, Iowa State University, USA. Dr. Ulrich Burke, Assistant Professor, Konstanz University. Professor Dr. Dibyajyoti Bose, Head Department of Microbiology in Yobe State University, Nigeria. Revered Chancellor and Chairman Dr. Asim Chauhan, Honorable Vice Chancellor Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Anil Vashisht, all the deans, directors, HOIs, HODs, members of faculty, research scholars, and students. I, Tulsi Chauhan, extend to you a warm welcome to the inaugural ceremony of One-Day International E-Conference on Sustainability and Environment Perseverance in the Era of COVID-19. Organized by Department of Environmental Science, Amity School of Life Sciences, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, in collaboration with Pathway Academy. Sustainable development requires an integrated approach that takes into consideration environmental concerns along with economic development. The global persistence of coronavirus pandemic has challenged organizations and economic systems, generating both positive and negative impacts for environmental, social, and economic sustainability. It is therefore imperative for academicians, scholars, and scientists to explore the field further, and the conference provides an apt platform for the same. Before we begin with this much awaited intellectual exchange, I request everyone to invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati by joining hands. Saraswati Mahabhage Vidya Kamal Lochane Vidya Rupi Vishalakshi Vidyam Dehi Namostute.
Audio is not coming. Please share with audio. Please reshare your screen. Share with audio. Stop sharing first. Then click on share screen and there is a checkbox share sound left side in corner. And then share your screen.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसार परमा वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Amity University is a research-driven university, and this international e-conference is an attempt to brew new ideas and to provide new avenues for researchers. The guiding force behind our constant efforts is Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, and his pivotal role in research initiatives in the university. Now, I take the privilege of introducing you to our perennial beacon, the illuminating fountainhead of visionary ideas, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma. General V.K. Sharma joined the prestigious National Defence Academy and passed out as a permanent commissioned army officer from the Indian Military Academy on 31st March 1972. He was granted the President's Commission in the Corps of Signals of the Indian Army, served the Indian Army for almost 40 years and retired from the second highest rank of Lieutenant General, which is a 3-star and a flag rank of the Army. During his meritorious service, he held several command and staff appointments and participated in Operation Rakshak and Operation Vijay during Kargil War. He also served for almost 7 years in the Jammu and Kashmir Valley in Srinagar in the ranks of Captain, Colonel, and Brigadier. General Sharma has also been an excellent academician in addition to being a military leader. He has had the unique distinction of standing first in BE, ME, and MMS programs. He has also been an instructor at Institute of Armament Technology, Girinagar, Pune, which has now been redesignated as Defence Institute of Armament Technology. He has also been the commandant of Military College of Telecommunication Engineering, located at Mhau, MP, for a period of 3 years. During service in the Army, he has traveled to almost every nook and corner of the country and has also headed military delegations to France, Germany, and the USA. For his meritorious service to the nation, he was granted the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal by the Honorable President of India on 26 January 2011. He has also held the appointment of Colonel Commandant of the Corps of Signals for a period of almost 4 years. Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma is the founder Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Under his able leadership, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh has grown by leaps and bounds and has been adjudged the best private university in Madhya Pradesh by CMAI in May 2014 and thereafter for consecutive 3 years from 2017 to 2019. In the NIRF rankings announced in April 2020, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh is amongst the only 2 private universities of Madhya Pradesh to have been ranked, thus making it one of the best private universities of Madhya Pradesh as per NIRF. He has also been instrumental in introducing a host of best practices aimed at fostering academic excellence in the university. May I humbly request you, sir, for your opening remarks? Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Baima. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra, Professor Dr. Sandeep Porter, Dr. J.S. Pandey, Dr. Ulrich Burke, Dr. Debajyoti Bose, Dr. Ram Sharma, Dr. M.P. Kaushik, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kuldeep Dwivedi, the HOI of Environment Sciences and Life Sciences Department, and the convener of this program, Dr. Anil Bishish, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, all the panelists who are present here, and all the researchers and the students who are listening to me today. The topic for today's e-conference on environmental sustainability and perseverance is something which is of utmost importance, particularly in the prevailing situation of COVID-19, which has been ongoing for last about 2 years now. As far as sustainability is concerned, we all know that sustainability is the responsibility of the present generation to conserve natural resources and protect global ecosystems to support health and well-being for the present generation in such a way that the resources are not found wanting for the future generations when their time comes. That is precisely what it is. And Sustainability Development Goals, 17 of them have been set forth by the UN, and those are all well known to all of us. The main aim is there have been numerous conferences which have been held all over the world number of times. Sometimes the resolutions made by them are not being honored. Lot more is being talked about, little is being done on this front. That is my view. And this little which is being done can only be made more if all of us, all individuals, all students, all the people living in the world join hands together to make sure that we leave a world, an environment which the future generations, our own children, can use. Now, it is important to see what is that we can do as individuals and how we can contribute to this very important and pertinent cause, without which we will have difficulties for our well-being, difficulties towards our health, difficulties in our economic development, growth, all sectors of life. The first one I would like to say a few important things which I'm sure are implementable surely but slowly by everyone. I'm reminded of a story when there was a high tide in the ocean and lot many fish were being thrown away and some of them were dying on the beach. One gentleman was picking them up and throwing them back into the sea. Thousands of fish were coming, floating, dying on the beach, and this single individual picking up and throwing them back. Somebody who was observing him asked him, "Do you think your effort is going to make a difference? In any case, so many fish will die." And he kept doing his job. And when he threw one of the fish, he said, "To this one, it made a difference. To this fish, it made a difference." That is what it is. We all think that our own contributions will have not much difference, will not make a difference in the world, will not make a difference in the sustainability or in the environmental perseverance. But the word perseverance itself is of paramount importance. Perseverance means to do until the job is done, to keep doing again and again in spite of failures until and unless you achieve success. That is what perseverance means. And to that extent, let us see now, I would like to mention a few of the things which all of us can do. The first one is we should reduce the utilization of resources. The first one is energy. All of us use And those who can afford more, use more. Just because we can afford. That attitude needs to be changed. If you've got a car, you can drive around. Petrol is of not much value to you because you earn more. That does not mean that you should do what you are doing. You must drive less. Use of internet for various things, what is possible, what can be done without driving, what can be done without going out, should be done. Only when one has to move out, one should move out. Conserve petrol, conserve energy. The second important thing which we all can do is to conserve water. Water is life. And we all know that the fresh water comprises of only about 3% of the total water which is available on this planet. The water resources we should use only to the extent that we require. Technology can definitely help in this. And maximum water which is being utilized today is in flushing. I'm sure we can find ways and means, and the technology can be evolved sooner than later to ensure that the water that is being just going down the drain because of flushing, that must reduce. Sewage treatment plants, the organizations should cater for. When you're making a plan for a township or even for a university or any organization, we can always cater for the sewage treatment plants so that the treated water, till such time the technology comes from the sewage, can be treated and can be utilized, if not for anything else, at least for arboriculture and for gardening, etc. Third thing we can do is to use the renewable energy as far as possible. Today, solar energy, which is available, but it is not cost effective as yet. The technologists, the researchers should work on technologies to make solar energy cheap, to make it available for masses, so that the renewable energy can be used to prevent the bioenergy which we are today utilizing. The houses which we make, the buildings which we make, can be made in such a manner so that they make use of the natural light resources. We should also cater for waste management and ensure that we are not creating so many mountains or pits of all the waste that is produced in that manner. Also, we need to work on the pollution, the amount of pollution that is being caused by all of us by using the resources which are not recyclable or using the resources which cannot be reused. Throwing them away should be also reduced. The key word is to recycle, to reuse, and to reduce the amount of waste that we are producing. Technology also needs to be found. I think the most important aspect is to find out what we can do with the waste or the waste management, which the municipalities can do. And in that, the researchers and technologists must work towards that. Pollution today is not only in land, pollution in the air, pollution of water, and now even space is getting polluted because of large number of satellites which are floating around and large number of those satellites which have lived their life, but they are still there in space because circling according to the laws of Newton's laws of motion, and they are just there. Also, we need to reduce the food wastage. Some of us who can afford food do not mind wasting it. We just leave it that which is just thrown away. And in the world, we know that there are millions of people who are dying because of hunger, who need food. to sustain. The other systems like maintaining the health, especially of the children. The children require more energy, and especially the the mothers who are young and whose children are dependent on them. Their health is of paramount importance. So all these aspects which I just mentioned, I am sure they will be discussed today, and they will form a part of the proceedings, and all the researchers should do well to concentrate on the research which is of use to the society, which is of use to the scientific world, and which is of use for the nation. Such kind of technologies which can actually help in conserving the environment should be more studied and more focused on. So with this, I congratulate the organizers for having organized, especially the Department of Environmental Sciences and Life Sciences, all the team who have come together to get so many papers, and we have received about more than 100 papers in this conference, which will be discussed in various parallel sessions. And I'm sure the outcome of this e-conference will be of great use to all of us, to the mankind, to the university, to the world, and to the nation. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the very best. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. It is always a matter of great privilege and joy for us to listen to your motivating ideas. This intellectual platform has been dignified by the benign presence of our most revered chief guest, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, UP, and former Vice Chancellor, Jharkhand Technical University, Jharkhand. I take the privilege introducing him to the audience. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra possessed the degree of B.Tech, M.Tech in Chemical Engineering and awarded with PhD. Dr. Mishra holds more than 25 years of teaching experience and over 35 years of research experience before joining APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. He was Jharkhand. He has been a consultant at Sigma Consultant Limited, Mumbai, research scientist at Sangeeta Biotech, Kolkata, associate professor and professor of chemical engineering, IIT BHU, Varanasi. His research interests include separation process, industrial pollution and control, process development and design, fluidization and petrol refinery. Dr. Mishra has to his credit more than 200 publications. He has received the Best Paper Award in SPI 2003 for the presentation on the topics Target Organophilic Separation by Pervaporation and Treatment of Synthetically Prepared Chromium-Bearing Wastewater using Thermal Parametric Pumping. He is a life member and secretary, Malviya Center for Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, BHU, and member, Board of Governor, Child Emancipation Society, UK. Dr. Mishra has been recognized with several awards, honors, and membership of academic body. A few to mention are DST Lockheed nomination of Indo-US Science Forum for Technology Commercialization at IC2 Institute, University of Texas, Austin, for years 2010 and 2012. Second, National Prize of Ministry of Non-Conventional Energy for writing book in Hindi for the year 2005. I am supremely privileged and honored to have the pleasant task of welcoming you, sir. May I humbly invite you, sir, for your address? Please, sir.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction to me. Let me congratulate the organizer for choosing such a nice topic, that is sustainability and environmental perseverance in the era of COVID-19. I hope this particular international conference will certainly give a platform wherein all the relevant people who are doing research in the area of environmental pollution, its mitigation, are the things which can improve upon the current energy need will certainly be dwelt upon during the conference. The term perseverance has already been discussed by Honorable Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Guna, is most important term being added to this particular conference. Because we are talking sustainability from last 10 to 15 or 20 years, maybe more than that. I do remember that I have seen a picture, the road by Cormac McCarthy in the 80s when I was doing my bachelor. And that particular picture, Cormac has shown that due to the global warming scenario will become in such a way that nobody can even survive. And in that particular picture, it has been shown that the father and son duo was moving towards south and east in the hope that minimum development has been taken place in that direction. So minimum pollution might be there and they can survive. But ultimately, they lost their lives. So we are talking about environmental pollution, saving earth by degradation from last 30, 40 years, but situation is not improving. So we certainly ponder over what exactly is the problem, why it is happening so. So I hope this particular platform will certainly give, opportunities to young scientists, young researchers, young innovators to listen to seniors who have devoted their life towards doing R&D and innovation in the area of environment, pollution, sustainability, degradation, whatnot. So if I try to analyze what exactly the situation, current situation throughout the world, you take the scenario of India, what is happening? You see the water quality in the rivers, in the lakes, in the ponds. You see the soil quality. You see the air quality. And I'm sure each one of us is aware that all of these commodities, which are very important to our life, are not at all at their best, but they are at their worst, if I'm not wrong. Excessive solid pollution, solid waste generation has created a new term. We have started talking waste is wealth because we could not reduce the waste. So we thought that let us coin the new word wherein people start searching wealth out of the waste. Not many has been said. About 3 hours, 5 hours, and we are trying our best to do something, but still things are not being done. During the COVID-19, we struggled a lot about the oxygen, the basic commodity on which survival of human being is dependent. We cannot live without, good air quality. But what we are doing, are we moving right direction to improve upon the air quality? Are we not adding to its by creating lot many pollution through industries, through number of other activities? Even non-vegetarianism, which is spreading very rapidly throughout the world, is contributing towards the air pollution, contributing towards the global warming. So our lifestyle is the basic thing which can impact upon sustainability. In my own lifetime, I have seen that the earliest one, when I was a young child, in the villages, life was very sustainable. Nothing was waste. The waste of one species was somewhere or other being used by another species. But what happened? With the improvement upon lifestyle, with the rapid industrialization, with so-called development, we have created havoc on sustainability. We are talking about sustainability, but we are moving the wrong direction. I generally ask 3 questions when I go to any place and any new gathering. The first one is, do you know How many times a healthy human breathe in a day? Second question, do you understand that grain equivalent to 2 crore people is being consumed alone in Mumbai? And can you differentiate between well and borewell? Why I'm asking these three questions? Because all these three questions are very relevant to the sustainability. During COVID, we have seen how much we have struggled for oxygen, a cylinder of oxygen. So when the situation will arrive that there will be no fresh air to breathe, what will we do? Can we estimate how much money we have to invest in arranging cylinders for our family members? Why I'm talking about the grain equivalent being consumed in Mumbai? Because once I have seen a newspaper, a news article wherein it was said that there was a furor in the Maharashtra Assembly on the contract, on corruption on the contract for awarding killing of the rats. The farmer of the country is still producing so much grain, but we engineers, doctors, administrators are not able to properly store those grains, and that is being wasted. And similar is the sustainability versus non-sustainability discussion can best be explained by that comparison of well and borewell. Earlier, people were using water out of well. That was very sustainable because we were putting our hard work to extract the water, and that's why zero wastage or no wastage literally. With the rapid industrialization means any country will progress. The indicator is the consumption of energy per capita will keep on increasing. So what can be done? How we can create balance out of that? That has to be thought over, think over. If you have to increase the energy consumption per capita, so we have to go to that kind of energy which is renewable and non-polluting. In that case, we have to shift from conventional energy or fossil fuel to renewable energy. That is one area wherein a lot of research innovation is needed, because you have to optimize the cost per unit energy, and its easy availability is easy conversion. We are talking about biofuel, bioethanol, biobutanol, number of other energy sources. We can use a lot of many processes: fermentation, digestion, gasification, pyrolysis. There are n number of technologies which can fetch us renewable energy. Water pollution due to industrial effluent or sewage is another major area of concern. And you see what is happening. The thing which is being discharged into the water, affecting its quality, if that can be properly converted, that can create energy. So technologies, innovations, its clear-cut implication has to be investigated upon. Lot many can be discussed on. I'll not be talking on each and every term, but yes, perseverance is needed. Rasari yavat jadate silpar parat nishan. That we have heard from our childhood. We have to keep on working in the desired direction to improve upon the current scenario. So what we have to do? There are n number of ways to mitigate. There are n number of ways to improve upon. But what I suppose, there are three major things we can do. One, there should be major attitudinal shift of the population. We have to see to it how we can improve upon the current scenario by our habits, by minor innovations. The planting of trees should be priority for each and every child of today. Because if you are planting a tree, what you are doing? The tree helps in recharging the groundwater. It helps in improve upon the air quality. It gives you fruit. It gives you wood. It gives you shelter to number of species. So the planting of trees, that should be a kind of work which has to be done by each and every person. Minimizing the wastage of resources, preserving, improving upon, rejuvenating our ponds, lakes and rivers. Each one of us should certainly participate into that. Second thing, what kind of profession, what kind of research, what kind of innovation to be done by the younger generation. That is also very important. What kind of profession we should do, we should engage in, so that in addition to serving our family, to serving ourselves, we can serve the society, we can serve the nation, and we can serve the earth. We are talking a lot about startup, entrepreneurship, innovation. And number of young guys, young students who came across me, I promoted them to initiate such kind of work which can help in, rejuvenating the environment. 3, 4, 5 good companies which came out of the Malviya Center for Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship were dedicated to that kind of cause. Husk power system. The students started converting rice husk to the electricity. Bridge.tech services, conversion of rice husk ash into precipitated silica. There are a number of applications. What kind of companies we can incubate, what kind of startup we can initiate, or what kind of career we should adopt. So all the younger students, the younger generation has to think about this, how they should start their life, what kind of career they should adopt. And the third thing, which is most important in safeguarding the environment, is making the life mission. And that can be done by the persons who have done enough in their life, like us. They can make this their mission to improve upon the current situation of environmental pollution. And there are a number of applications people are trying their best to improve upon. I can name a few, like Muni Seva Ashram in Vadodara. You see, you'll find a 2,000 acre unit without external electricity connection. Whole of their energy need is being supplemented by either solar or bio. So good kind of research is being done there. Jimmy McGilgan Center for Sustainable Development, Manav Chetana Vikas Kendra. I can name number of such initiatives. Individual initiatives have shown the promising impact, like Sat Sichewal, who alone rejuvenated Kaliben River. So there are examples which should be followed by us or the younger generation who will be the leader of tomorrow. So I hope this particular conference will give a platform where all those technologies will be discussed which can minimize the impact on the environment, which can improve upon the sustainability, which can create the product which are biodegradable, which can give us some path for sustainable development. So I urge upon once again to younger generation, especially the student, to please see to it that the environment around them can be improved upon by maintaining, by preserving the natural resources. Otherwise, in the blind race of development, we are not only killing the environment, but ultimately will be killing ourselves. So let me once again congratulate the organizer, the MIT University Pune, University MP, for choosing such a nice topic, relevant topic, through which we can educate our student to think seriously about current trend of development and their impact on the environment, so they can be able to devise such a plan of development which cannot interfere or which can improve upon the current environmental scenario. Thank you. Thanks a lot for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening all of us. The occasion has been graced by the benign presence of Professor Dr. Sandeep Poddar, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Lincoln University College, Petaling Jaya, Malaysia. It is my profound pleasure to introduce him to the audience. Professor Dr. Sandeep Poddar is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He is also serving as the Executive Editor of Lincoln University College Publications and member of Board of Studies, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He did BSc Honours in Zoology from University of Calcutta, Kolkata, Diploma in Dietetics, and MSc in Zoology from Dayal Bhag Educational Institute, Agra, India. He also did Master of Business Administration from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He was awarded with PhD in Zoology from the University of Calcutta, Kolkata, India. Dr. Poddar has worked as a research fellow for various projects in the area of medical science. He served as a lecturer, associate professor, and senior research director and professor from 2010 to 2020 in Lincoln University College. Dr. Poddar also worked on special duty on administration and as the Director of Operations for more than 1 year in Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He has published more than 113 research papers and 8 articles in reputed national and international journals. He has been serving as a member of various editorial and advisory board committees. He has also edited many books of national and international repute. Dr. Poddar has been the active organizer of various international conferences and seminars as the organizing secretary, assistant secretary, and co-convener. He has 17 patents and 2 copyrights to his credit. He was awarded with the Best Research Advisor Award by Indian Academic Researcher Association 2019. We are honored to have you amongst us, sir. May I invite you for your address? Please, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Mohima, for giving a vivid description about me. I first thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma sir, and of course, another Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Pradeep Kumar Sharma sir, and other dignitaries who is present in this gathering. I would now like to share my screen to share my views. My screen is visible, I think.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So today we are here in the first day of the International Conference on Sustainability and Environmental Perseverance in the era of COVID-19 and organized by MIT University Gwalior. And it is my immense pleasure to be invited to and share my experience and thought with all of you. And I'm going to talk on sustainable environment, a march towards the new normal. As we know, the United Nations have set 17 sustainable development goals, starting from no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and ending in the partnership for the goals. Now, when we are talking about poverty and hunger, if you think there is poverty is there, we will suffer from hunger. And if there is hunger, we cannot get good health and well-being. And if our health is down, we cannot think about education. And all these goals are interlinked with each other. Like the goal number 14, life below water, is we are talking about, our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir is talking about the pollution of water, air, etc. So when we are talking about the life below water, about water pollution, then we must think the life on the earth. Because for the life on the earth, the life below water is affected. So goal number 14 and 15 is already interlinked with each other. And all these is also linked with the climate. So goal number 13. So accordingly, all these sustainable development goals are interlinked, and our conference, today's conference, has focused on these sustainability development goals and other aspects. And leading at the number 23, last you can see that the COVID-19, the new biological disaster. So we have to, starting from the first one, sustainability, sustainable development and planning, the scope of the conference, and ending into the COVID-19, the new biological disaster. And you know, all of us know that how this disaster happened and how our world economy have been depressed by this COVID-19. Not only economy, and all means the health facility, human life has been disrupted. So this as a disaster. So I am again telling that this conference have planned very nicely with all these goals, and I'm sure this within 2 days conference, as I told, more than 100 papers have been submitted. So we will have a experience, and we will work together to the partnership of the goals, that 17 number goal. We will work together to that. Now, I am just discussing about the sustainable development and the pollutions. You can see that what are the depletion for the natural resources is the first cause. As sir told, 3R means reduce, recycle, and reuse is one of the factor which we can overcome this. So one factor is overpopulation, another is poor farming practice. Then we have different types of pollution. We throw the garbages, and there is leaking of gas, etc. In few months back also, this news come up. Then this overconsumption of natural resources is another aspect. What we are doing, we have to plan before it. So sustainable development and planning is the most important thing. Now, when we are going to plan, we have to think about the sustainable agriculture, because without this agriculture, we cannot fight the zero hunger. So sustainable agriculture is most important to fight with zero hunger goal. Now, we have to introduce the technology in this agricultural field, and you can see that how the banana tree have been cultivated. This banana is ripe, means in the field, it has been carried out, and when it comes to the market, it should be ripe. And if it is ripe, but it cannot fall down, so it should not be overripe. So all this technological aspect, we have to think that when it is cut from the tree, it should be green. When it's come to our market, it should be ripe, otherwise no customer will buy, and it should not be overripe. If overripe, no customer will buy. So all these minute things, the biotechnologists have to think, and accordingly they have to put the preservative, they have to put the hormones, etc., to when it will pack, when it will to be marketed, everything. So this is the sustainable agriculture, and we have to think of the technologies. We have to, like this palm oil, we have manufacturing in Malaysia and exporting to different countries for the soap and etc. Then tea, we also produce here. Then you can think that salmon fish culture in sea, there is some technology we are using for controlling the, means checking the temperature, the water flow, etc. So these are the technologies we used to get the salmon fish culture. Not only this, what the crustacean they will take as a food, the color of the fish flesh will go with that crustacean color. So the fish color will depend, and we need that color for the market value of the fish. So different crustacea, different fish color, then the market value of the fish is different. Accordingly, we are using different technology in moisture monitoring, then pest monitoring with the camera, irrigation, automated irrigation system, all these IT based, information technology based system we are implementing in our agricultural systems. Now, also in cattle, we are fixing the digital tracker. You can see the tail of the cow, that like GPS. So when is the where the cow is there after evening, we can track that it is returned or not. In poultry, we are using the fumigation system, automated. In dairy, we are using automated milk extraction system. Now, all this is leading to food, and all of our food habit and is different in different country, different regions of the state, as per the availability and the nature of that type of place. So, suppose this is the food of South India, and then a food of Malaysia. This is nasi lemak, one of the most common food in Malaysia, and breakfast. So these are different, and all this is related with the sustainable agriculture. And you can see that the seafood have been cultivated hugely, the frogs cultivated hugely in different places, octopus cultivated in lab, means in industry basis. So that this is the sustainable agriculture. What is the need of that place? What is the customer need? If the customer needs octopus, we have to serve octopus. If the customer needs salmon fish, we have to serve salmon fish. If the customer wants chicken, we have to serve chicken. If customer wants turtle, we have to serve turtle. But turtle cannot culture so easily. So we have to extract from the environment. Then it is called endangered species. So that is another aspect of sustainability of the life on the earth. Now, we are using different types of feeding things for us, like one paper glass, one soil, one bamboo, one plastic. So these all are non-recyclable. There is thermocol glass also there. And also we are giving packed food now in thermocol boxes, thermocol plate, and plastic pouches for carrying the, the drinks. Now, all these plastic debris come out. So we have to do sustainable, proper planning of these debris. And like this plastic, some are using this plastic to form the road. They make the road with the plastic chips and etc. And not only this road, other many things have been done, like the house wall, etc. also can be prepared. So these are the different aspects of recycle and reuse of our waste products. Now, when we are talking about, this is the one aspect of sustainability, and another one is that after this, the sustainability and COVID-19. Now, when you are talking about this sustainability during this COVID-19, we have to survive. So, when we go into this, we see that there are different stigma working in people's mind. Like, first, they think that this disease is in cold region, it cannot affect a warm region. Then, why should I take vaccine? If I take vaccine, I may die. So, this stigma is not new. You can see this 1894, this picture, anti-vaccination picture was there. Now, same thing. When now also, I have seen many persons in India and some countries, they don't even take the first dose of vaccine yet. They think that yes, it may cause harm to me. I will not take. So there is a stigma that I will not take vaccine. I will not wear mask because if I wear mask, it may harm me. So these are the stigma working hard to control over this COVID-19 situation. But we are using temperature monitoring. we are using different apps to fight against the stigma. Like here in Malaysia, we are using My Saja Trap. Without this app, you cannot enter any shopping mall anywhere. So you have to compile. The people is compelled to take this app. And when you are using app, you should have been vaccinated. If it is not vaccinated, you should read in the application. So you cannot enter any shopping mall, any places, any hotel, any restaurant, anywhere. So like this, the app will display different types of situation of your status. There is software come to queue. In queuing software in bank or post office, you can take the before going, you can take the time appointment slot and then can go. No need to give queue in the bank, go and queue. Then we are going using different types of food delivery system and merchant delivery system by Grab application, etc. And of course, we are using robotic system, develop this thing, and also auto sanitizer, UV sanitizer has been developed robotic. Then robotic temperature checking system in airport of Singapore and etc. Of course, the app is there as I told, and of course different types of means reagents, PPE, gloves have been developed during this COVID-19 to sustain our human life. Now we have to sanitize. Now in Malaysia, you can see the restaurant, they are giving automated trolley. If we order something, they will bring automated trolley, will bring in the table to minimize the human contact. Maybe our business will be follow to that drone will come and deliver the foods to our doorstep later on. Now, when we are talking about this, I must tell that there is a grief cycle of Kubler-Ross. Many of us know that there is a cycle that we first deny that yes, it will not affect, it will be in cold region, it cannot come to hot region. Then when it affects us, we are frustrated and anger that why it come, why the Chinese people do like this or something like that we are talking. Then when we cannot do anything, we are depressed. Many people committed suicide because of jobless and etc. Then we bargain that how we can survive in this COVID-19 new normal situation. So we bargain ourselves, we are thinking that how we can do, then we accept, yes, we have to accept that we have to take vaccination, we have to make social distancing, keep social distancing each other, we have to wear mask, we have to wash our hand and etc. So this is the acceptance in Kubler-Ross grief cycle we can means interlink with this COVID-19. Then we must also know that when we are no longer able to change the situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. This is Professor Viktor Frankl told, and this is very true that we cannot change this COVID-19 situation, so we have to change ourselves, our attitude. We have to wear a mask and etc. Because you can remember that we are not using spoon and forks previously. We are not using shoes previously. Then suddenly we are using shoes. Why? Because it protects us from the parasites of the soil. It protects us from the washing hand and etc. Where there is no water, we have to use the spoon. It protects us from cholera and etc. Many diseases have been eradicated by using this spoon, by using these shoes, etc. So mask also we have to wear so that it can eradicate, means we can withstand with this COVID. So again, I'm telling, for this all, we are working together to this 17 Sustainable Development Goal. With this, I must thank the organizer, Chief Patron, Professor Dr. Ashim Chauhan sir, and of course, Dr. Kuldeep Dwivedi sir, who contacted me, and Dr. Ritabata Mallik, and of course, other organizing persons. Thank you again from Lincoln University College, Malaysia, for giving me this opportunity. Anything we can collaborate and contact with each other in future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your highly insightful address. Today, we are extremely obliged to Dr. Jaishankar Pandey, Chief Scientist, Science Secretary, and Head CSIR, for his benign presence. And it is my privilege to read his profile. Dr. Jaishankar Pandey is a former professor and chairman of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. He has been the chief scientist, science secretary, and head in the Climate Change and Skilling Division in the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, National Environment Engineering Research Institute. Dr. J.S. Pandey joined IIT Kharagpur in 1977 and did graduation, post-graduation, and completed PhD in 1987. Subsequently, he joined CSIR NEERI in 1987 as a scientist. His total professional experience at CSIR NEERI has been of 33 years. Dr. Pandey has traveled to different parts of the world, including the USA, Austria, South Africa, and Germany, and has to his credit about 100 publications, which include chapters in books, international and national journals, and conferences. He has carried out various projects sponsored by Department of Ocean Development (CSIR), Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Kalpasa Department Gujarat, US EPA, and Mumbai Port Trust. Dr. Pandey has been awarded several prestigious awards and honors. He is the first one to receive NEERI Foundation Day Award for being adjudged the best among scientists for 2 consecutive years, that is, 1988 and 89, and 1989 to 1990. He is the first one from NEERI to win Bhartendu Rajbhasha Sahitya Shiromani Samman 2007. It is the highest award given by Bharatiya Rajbhasha Vikas Sansthan, Dehradun. As the first Science Secretary of NEERI, the first coordinator of CSIR Climate Change Program, and first warden of NEERI's Research Scholar Home, he has guided and motivated many scientists, scholars, and students for their PhD and MTech degrees. I am supremely honored to have the pleasant task of welcoming you, sir. May I invite you, sir, for a keynote address? Please, sir.
Thank you, Mahima, very much for nicely introducing me. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Kuldeep Dwivedi for kindly inviting me for this conference. Honorable Lieutenant General Mr. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Abdul Kalam Technical University, Professor Mishra, my preceding speaker, Dr. Sandeep Poddar, and the speakers who are coming after me, Caroline Heising, Dr. Devajyoti Bose, and Dr. Asim Chauhan, all the participants in the conference, including student staff of Amity University. I feel honored to deliver this keynote address invited by you. I will immediately go to the share screen mode where you can see my slides. I hope you are all able to see the slides.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the title of my talk today is Human Engineering, Sustainability, and Green Management. Actually, all the preceding speakers before me enunciated that we have all the knowledge on the earth. We have many technological innovations and inventions done all over the globe. However, COVID-19 crisis has taught us how little we still know about natural engineering. Why that is so, how it can be remediated, and what kind of role education, right education, can play in this direction is the gist of my talk. So there are various issues raised in tackling COVID crisis also, the use of disinfectants, their use and misuse of masks and this and that. So there are a lot of issues which can be dwelt upon, but I am afraid this 25 minutes would not be sufficient for that. So I would quickly go over to the essential presentation part of my lecture. What I will dwell upon is on the issues which have been tackled, how they are going to be useful in societal context. How did we start initially, fumbled, and finally we settled on certain methodologies, data availability issues, analysis, interpretation, modeling, application of technology. We have so many technologies available all over the world. But if we are still struggling with the same problems with which we were struggling 30 years back or 40 years back, that means there is some mismatch somewhere. Either we are not using the right thing at the right place, or we do not have the right remediation for the right disease, or we do not have the right technology, or we have the technology, but it has a solution for micrograms, whereas we are generating the pollution in terms of million tons every minute. So we did some modifications in the earlier studies, and many of these contributions may be sounding new to you. Actually, still 30 years back also they were new, still they are new in Indian context especially. They are the contributions made in the area of ecosystem health risk assessment, human health risk assessment, climate change, ecological and carbon footprinting, ecological economics and ecosystem services, phytoremediation as one of I think Dr. Mishra talked about the role of plants and why we should go on planting trees here and there, and that's known as phytoremediation of the environment through plants. So phytoremediation and environmental water demands, the water balancing, which is actually in terms of climate change jargon, it is known as atmospheric and biospheric interactions. When I was coordinating the CSIR program for climate change, it used to be known as ICBP program, International Geosphere Biosphere Program. Now, environmental awareness, event management, training and skill development, which were my recent roles at National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, where I retired as chief scientist, and some talks, some issues related to generating environmental health cards. Some of my recent papers sound like this: looking at climate change and its socio-economic and ecological implications through biogeochemical cycle lens, and ADAM, accretion of data and modulation, and EVE, environmentally viable engineering estimates analysis. Actually, why this was needed is because we have world over, we have a very narrow view of climate change. We only define climate change in terms of temperature fluctuations, temperature rise, and things like that, humidity fluctuations. So temperature and humidity largely define the climate change, which is actually truly not the case. It is why we have temperature aberrations, why we have humidity aberrations, is because of the perturbations in biogeochemical cycles. They are hydrological cycle, carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle, and these are microcycles, and there are many microcycles like calcium cycles, magnesium cycles, etc., and which are interwoven with each other. We cannot really isolate one cycle with the other and deal with it. Then I published a paper known as Climitance, which is something like remittance and carbon tax mechanism, how that can be applied in Indian scenario. The key questions today are: climate resilience economics should ideally deal with the following key questions. How can different countries and states strengthen and protect their economic performance while dealing with climate change, mitigation, and adaptation? How can scientific and technological innovations in terms of climate change research be translated into direct economic and social relevance? What are the direct economic consequences of extreme weather events and rising sea levels? What kinds of socio-political and administrative reforms are needed so as to take care of air, water, and soil quality? Energy security amongst all the cross-sections belonging to different segments of socio-economic gradients. How do we build smart cities and smart villages? Actually, there is no point having smart cities if we do not have smart villages, because cities are so much dependent on villages for their resources, the input resources without which they cannot survive. It is almost like having a great face but not having the legs. So you know how we can really stand. So we are cutting the legs like Kalidas and trying to do facials to look better in terms of city management and smart cities. So how do we build smart cities and smart villages which are not only digitally smart, but also smart from sustainability point of view? At the moment, most of the time by smartness, we mean being digitally smart, being able to have an app and to apply an app. And God knows the way we are applying apps these days, maybe Earth also thinks that these human beings are of no use, and let me just turn over to some robots and apps for my own survival. How do we develop region-specific environmental management plans which appropriately and adequately take care of carbon emission potential of different regions by balancing them against their carbon sequestration and pollution mitigation? This is the scenario of climate change. You can see that almost everything is linked with climate change and finally human health. So whether it is biodiversity loss and ecosystem function, whether it is freshwater decline, just now only you saw the kind of dependence we have, not only Malaysia, all over the globe, the kind of dependence we have on the food items, and they depend on the biodiversity loss and ecosystem functioning, freshwater decline, desertification, land degradation, stratospheric ozone depletion. So there are various diverse pathways through which they all impact human health, like decline in several ecosystem services, water quantity and safety, pollution displacement, precipitation, ultraviolet exposure, agro-ecosystem productivity, about which Dr. Poddar has already talked about. So let me start with ecosystem health risk assessment. These are the papers on which, this will help the future PhD students of Amity University, and they can look into it, what kind of research they can do to pursue the kind of concepts which I am talking about. So we developed a model called Scavenging Dependent Air Basin Ecological Risk Assessment Model. Actually, any problems, including environmental pollution problem, we can deal with it only when we really understand, assess, quantify, and interpret in the terms in which the technological application can be implemented. So this was a model, Scavenging Dependent Air Basin Ecological Risk Assessment Model, in short, SABERA model, applied to acid rain impact around Delhi city. You can see that Delhi is still struggling with the kind of air pollution we are having. So then this paper was dependent on the two earlier papers, Aerosol Scavenging Model Application and Sensitivity Analysis in the Indian context, then Modeling and Quantification of Temporal Risk Gradients for Traffic Zones of Delhi city in India. A long time back, still Delhi is struggling. So these papers were published in 2002 and 2001. What is an ecosystem health report cards? All these studies, they necessitate that we would be able to do something for any reason only when we have that ecosystem health assessment done for that region. For all the districts, we should have something known as ecosystem health report cards, where we have the air pollution scenario, water pollution scenario, soil pollution scenario, biodiversity depletion scenario. Then only we can think of what kind of management plans we should have so that we remediate the kind of problems we are facing. Now, most of the time, we are obsessed with some terms called development, human development, sustainability, and all that. And you will realize that you must have realized by now, if you have really worked on the issue, that how little we really know about these concepts. You ask people to define sustainability, you will have n number of definitions available. In India, you will have 125 crores definition. Human Development Index, already important organizations, they have shown that not necessarily that when we rise in terms of economics, our quality of life improves. And they have plotted something called Human Development Index on the x-axis and ecological footprint. And most of the time it is found that as you have higher Human Development Index, you have higher ecological footprint also. So how to balance, how to have a trade-off between ecological footprint and Human Development Index is the real challenge before humanity today. And there are many countries for which the analysis has been done, and it has been shown that in many countries, when the GDP has risen, the life expectancy has plateaued. It has remained the same, and in some countries, it has come down also. So by increasing our GDP, we are probably not going to improve the quality of life for human beings. The sustainability, only those processes on the earth are sustainable. Sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening. The earth rotates, comes comes back to its original shapes. Only those processes on the earth are sustainable, which are cyclic in nature, which are going up and coming down. In 12th standard or 10th standard, we used to read something about in physics, we used to read simple harmonic motion. So only when our parameters are following a simple harmonic motion, we are going to sustain it. No resource on the earth can exponentially go on rising forever, because that defies two important laws. Already, I think Professor Sharma in the morning, he mentioned in his lecture about Newton's law. There are two important laws we should always keep at the back of our mind. Is law of conservation of energy. We can only convert one energy into another. And the other one is the Newton's third law of motion. Once you do any action anywhere on the earth, it will have a reaction. Pollution is a reaction. We must know of the overexploitation of the resources. So we cannot really go beyond these two laws. As remember, most of the energy which is available, whether it is nuclear energy, whether it is fossil fuel energy, even petrol, oil, how they are produced, to find out. The solar energy is only synthesized, then later falls. It falls in the ocean, it falls on the earth. That same litter takes billion years to convert into coal or oil and all. So it's just finally a solar energy only. And it takes so many years to convert into a form which we are using today. And one drop of oil may have taken billion years to form. And you can imagine how many million tons we are consuming in microsecond if we do the global analysis of the same fuel. So if our rate of consumption is not going to match with the rate of production of the same resource, how can we really imagine or dream of sustainability? You can yourself think about it. Then there are some concepts on ecosystems, resistance and resilience, how much it's like Young's modulus of elasticity for civil engineers. And if you go beyond that resistance and resilience of ecosystem, you will probably not be able to come back. It is a very simple analogy is, if you bend, like you do yogasana and all, you bend your legs and hands to some extent, you can bring it back. But if in any accident, if you fracture it, or if your hand gets broken, or if it gets cut and all, then this is an irreversible process and you cannot come back to it. So most of the ecosystem functioning have now become, the way we have degraded ecosystem, they have probably reached that cancerous level, and they cannot be really put back in the form of the earlier level, which for botanists, it is known as eco-restoration, eco-remediation. So eco-remediation and eco-restoration will become very difficult to do once our lifestyles and consumption patterns go beyond the resilience limit, the resistance limit of the ecosystem. This is one of the important organs of plants, the trees, which are supposed to be preserving the environment, which is the most important ingredient or the component which are responsible for environmental protection or environmental degradation. And stomata is one which regulates photosynthesis or pollution mitigation in the plants. And the way the stomata is gone degenerated, you can see these slides are from our own studies, which we did way back in 1994. We did two very famous exercises those days for National Capital Region and Doon Valley region. They were known as the carrying capacity assessment of National Capital Region and carrying capacity for Doon Valley ecosystem. And we found in many of the species, the stomata we have really generated so much of pollution, air pollution, that stomata has degenerated to this level. So these are some of the other exercises which may be of research interest to many of the scholars or the students who are sitting with some of the faculty members also can imbibe this concept. The first paper of my career when I got that Best Scientist Award was developing the village ecosystem model for sustainability. First, it was in 1989 we had done this exercise, and we collected n number of data from various sources, and we found how difficult it is to get the right kind of data for analyzing or doing this kind of an ecosystem-based analysis. Then we did some exercises called impact of pollution on the forests of Doon Valley, that is the carrying capacity of Doon Valley, biodiversity and impact of pollution on the forests of Doon Valley. Then we had some exercises on modeling and quantification of temporal risk gradients, scavenging dependent air-based ecological risk assessment model, then sensitivity analysis in the Indian context, speed dependent modeling. Then we did the human health risk assessment. So we published a paper in Atmospheric Environment. I think this was in 2005. And this is the scenario. We have emissions for air, water, soil, plants, and animals. Finally, the human beings are the receptor where it impacts, and then the health impacts. So these are some methodologies through which health impacts are quantified. So it was an integrated health risk assessment, exposure risk, and those assessment exercises. Then we did some for coal mines. We did some exercises of health risk assessment in those microenvironment zones. So CSIR NEERI started its climate change journey way back in 1990s, and I was the coordinator for the land use and cover change program initially under International Geosphere Biosphere program, and later on became the CSIR climate change program coordinator. And some of those innovative exercises which we did, which were not earlier tried, the development of a dynamic and predictive model for an ecological footprinting. Ecological footprinting was devised already there, but the model which was applied was static. We developed a dynamic model for ecological footprinting. This is the way I pay tribute to Dr. A.P. Mitra. He's our ex-Director General of CSIR, and he was the main man behind CSIR Climate Change Program and International Geosphere Biosphere Program. He was the National Committee Chairman of International Geosphere Biosphere Program, and on his behalf, I used to be coordinating, and this is one of my ex-director from NEERI, Dr. Devota. So the ecological footprint assessment, carbon footprint assessment is an integral part where whenever we want to apply a technology, we must know for what we are applying and how much it will mitigate. Just applying solar technology anywhere is not going to solve the problem unless until you know what the problem is, how much is the problem is, what kind of possible solutions are there, which solution is going to be the best solution, best and likely solution. So the assessment has to be done, and that assessment has to be done through assessing the ecological footprinting and the carbon footprinting of different processes, different technologies, different implementation plans, different segments of an industry. So these are the different segments of a paper industry: chipper, digester, evaporator. Which one produces maximum carbon and ecological footprint? It will be important to concentrate on that. When we have a heart-related issues or some problems with our blood pressure or whatever, when we go to the doctor and the doctor suspects that it may be related to our heart, he just conducts ECG. There is no point in counting hairs all over the body to make an health assessment of a human being. Similarly, while dealing with pollution mitigation and control, we must concentrate on the components which are most important, and that can be done by sensitivity analysis alone. So that really makes it necessary that before applying any technology, before applying any management plan, we must have the right assessment of the situation, diagnosis, and then we should do sensitivity analysis to find out which component of this particular industry or this technology or this region requires remediation first and to what extent. That these were the issues that were discussed. I think this is 1991 conference on global analysis, interpretation and modeling, which was in Garmisch-Partenkirchen in Germany, which I attended as a CSIR representative. And some of our papers are mentioned here. Unfortunately, there are so many people you will not be able to, even I am not able to recognize myself. So we did some contributions, notable contributions in climate change area. And this was one, climate change and health mitigation. This is nothing but during COVID, you must have seen the most important organization was CDC Atlanta, which was giving those guidelines and all related to management, and I was in CDC discussing with these international collaborators regarding climate change and health impact mitigation. So these are some issues. There are some other papers issues: climate change, ecological and carbon footprinting, methane emissions from wastewater, wetlands, mangroves, and hydroelectric dams, developing appropriate emission factors for region-specific situations, oil spills, oil prices, and carbon vulnerability and of Indian coasts. Then we had development of plant function types. For different plants function differently. Actually, in terms of green belt development, what we said, just plant any tree anywhere. We seldom do we really apply a scientific logic for planting a tree. And when you see the growth of plant and the way they behave in an ecosystem is different. When we were doing the biodiversity assessment in Doon Valley, we found that two plants, that Rohini and Sal, they were always found together. It was almost like a husband-wife living together. So plants also have a family kind of a concept. They have a society, they have symbiotic relationships, they have synergistic relationships. Unless until we understand these relations, we will not be able to really assess in which regions we should plant which trees, in how much amount, at what distance. All that has to be known. And that is very seldom applied. This knowledge is very seldom applied, especially in Indian conditions. I doubt even if it is applied even abroad. So then we developed some, so it was important, objective of International Geosphere Biosphere Program, that we develop plant functions type, we develop community functions type, and then we develop ecosystem function types for environmental management. So then we also developed emission factors for GHG and associated uncertainties. And remember, in all environmental assessments, in fact, in terms of every scientific discipline that is true, there are so many uncertainties involved. In uncertainties in monitoring, in uncertainties in modeling, uncertainties in quantification, uncertainties in implementation and application. So we have to take care of various uncertainties also, without which we will not be able to do anything in terms of environmental management plan. Then process-specific environmental auditing has to be done, because you see the industry, there is very important concept like law of conservation of energy. There is law of conservation of land. The land is limited. You cannot go on expanding it. And the same land has to be distributed between industry, agriculture, forestry, commerce, residential zone, etc. Now, if you really want to develop in one particular segment, suppose you wanted industrial development of any region or a country, then you have to, industrial land demand will rise. Industrial land demand will rise, that means commercial land demand will rise, because the producers have to be sold in the market, they have to commercialize. And once you have these two demands risen, then your residential sector demands also will rise, because you will need employment, manpower, and also you will need their residential accommodation. Now these three, industry, commerce, and residence, if these three regions go on increasing in terms of land occupancy, then very little would automatically be left for agriculture and forestry and aquaculture. So if less and less land is available for agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture, how you will have better productivity, agricultural productivity, how you will have better forest functioning. And forests are very important. Trees, I will show you some slides soon, that how important they are from environmental management point of view. So I think we are now almost, since I'm nearing the end of the time, I will very quickly go through that. So the essentially Adam and Eve includes the following steps. Then urbanization problem, some of the major problems in urban areas, then you are all familiar with that, the kind of problems we face. Then problems in rural area, problems in urbanization, then some in newspaper people, they take my interview, almost the similar concepts I have told them. So they have published balance between ecology and economy is must. And Albert Einstein defined education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind. you will be surprised that where the solution lies. Solution lies in the following three ministries. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which is a normal belief. But I also see that larger role the Ministry of Defense has to play. Why? Because most of the defense products are very carcinogenic in nature. Then most of the money also goes to the defense sector. Now, if all the countries sit down and decide in UN that instead of raising our defense budget, which we raise because of so much of insecurity we are having, although we are all developing, but we have so much of insecurity. Instead of increasing the defense budget from next year, we will go on decreasing the defense. But it will not happen. Why it will not happen? Because we have so much of insecurity. Although we have been educated, we are all developing. All over the globe, probably our education level, we are saying that we're just developing. I mean, we have better degrees, we take MTech, PhDs, this and that. So we have better degrees. We are developing in education. Developing in education, that means you should have less tendencies for fighting. But is it really happening? Most of the countries are going on increasing their defense budget. If you reduce by 5% also every year, every country, you see how much of pollution will reduce. And why it is not happening? Because probably we do not have the right, we are not giving the right education. So the ultimate solution lies in Ministry of Human Resource and Development. We must give the right education starting from the primary level so that people have that environmental awakening from the beginning. And if the children have been taught wrongly, then I think rest of the time very difficult to remediate, because once your tree has grown in a particular direction, you cannot regrow it from the seed again. So that's the kind of problem we are facing, and that is why there is a strong need for introducing a course on human engineering and sustainability and green management in important academic institutions. Unless until we have educational reforms, we will be able to do very little, because if the thinking is not right, our lifestyle would not be correct. And if lifestyle is not correct, we will go on having climate change problem, environmental pollution problem. That's why I have just given the gist of what kind of course and evaluation mechanism we can adopt. I will just read the titles for that. Human engineering course description, sustainability and green management. Then what can be the learning objectives? Where should be the focus of the study and pedagogy? Then importance of the course. It has got employment generation potential also. Then evaluation framework, group project, class preparedness and participation. So these are various issues. I will just glide through various slides, and I will tell you the importance of trees, which Professor Mishra has already enunciated. There are just some examples. It is important in many other aspects also. Removes carbon dioxide, reduces erosion, prevents flooding, adds oxygen to the nature. And you can see how much oxygen was important during our COVID crisis. And actually today, more than ozone layer depletion, it is the oxygen depletion in the region, which is important. And it provides fruits, that means economy, and provides medicine also, cools our houses. What more do you want? It almost substitutes for various water treatment plants, because it does soil remediation, it does air pollution remediation, it does water pollution remediation. So in one go, trees are complete environmental treatment plants. And you can see the way we are generating pollution in our country. And to remediate that, it not only requires technology, it requires the right assessment, right application, at the right place, at the right time. And if we cannot provide those solutions, then we are not going to achieve anywhere. Many of you people may not have thought over it. Ecosystem almost works like integrated circuits. This predator-prey relationships and all that's the way biogeochemical cycles are connected with each other. It was almost like integrated electronic circuit. And like you should not play with the integrated electronic circuit, we should not play with ecosystem also. So I think I will end the talk here, and maybe if you want some interactive sessions, we can have some questions and queries from you, then it would be more appropriate to answer them through the appropriate description of the slide which I show here. So once again, I will thank Amity University for having invited me here. And maybe sometime, some other time, I will spend more time with them. And I will finish my talk here because other speakers must be waiting in line, and it is better not to annoy them. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. These are some of the Einstein never had to do. I think we can skip that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your augmenting words. Today, we are honored to introduce Professor Dr. Caroline Heesing, Professor Emeritus, Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering, Iowa State University, USA, to the audience. Dr. Caroline Heesing received her BA in Applied Physics from the University of California at San Diego, MS in Nuclear Engineering, and PhD in Mechanical Engineering from Stanford University. She is a member of Tau Beta Pi, the Society of Women Engineers, the American Nuclear Society, the Professional Women in ANS Committee, and in 1987, she received the Young Scholar Award from the American Association of University Women. With profound humility, we feel honored that Dr. Heesing had given her consent to be the part of this conference. But unfortunately, due to her health issues and post-COVID situation, she got admitted to the hospital a day before yesterday. We pray for her speedy recovery, and we are obliged and overwhelmed that she has sent her video message to all of us and sent her good wishes. May I request the IT team to play her video message?
Hello, this is Dr. Caroline Heesing. I'm here in the U.S. and I'm wishing you all a very successful conference with my colleague Dr. Ron Sharma, who represents me in India. So hopefully you will have a wonderful conference. Thank you so much for your blessings and for my healing. Thank you. Namaskar. Pranam.
We are thankful for her kind words and pray for her speedy recovery and good health. We are all indeed delighted that this event has been graced by the presence of Dr. Ulrich Burke, Assistant Professor, Constance University. It is my supreme pleasure to introduce him to the audience. Dr. Ulrich Burke completed his Master's in Philosophy of Science, Sociology in 1974 and did PhD in Logic, Mathematics, Psychology in 1976 from University Erlangen-Nuremberg. He has been a business consultant from 1993. Since 1980, he has been coordinating research on HOMA therapy with several countries like Russia, Ukraine, Poland, and Yugoslavia, and with several universities like Palampur Agricultural University, Kanpur Agricultural University, IIT Kharagpur, Ferguson College Pune, Vivekanand University Bangalore, North Maharashtra University. He has given more than 150 talks, invited lectures, and keynote addresses in various universities. Some of his recent publications include Bringing HOMA Organic Farming into the Mainstream of Indian Agricultural System, Effect of Agnihotra Ash on Drug Resistance Escherichia coli in Water, Global COVID-19 and Agnihotra, Impact of HOMA Organic Farming in Mitigating Soil, Water and Other Environmental Crises, Agnihotra as an inexpensive method to treat HIV or AIDS. Dr. Burke is currently an assistant professor in Constance University, teaching logic and methodology of sciences to students of different faculties. May I humbly invite you, sir, for your address? Please, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mahima, for your introduction. One correction, I'm no longer at the university. That is long time back. Now I'm fully concentrating on doing research on Agnihotra and HOMA therapy. So first I want to thank the organizers, Professor Kuldeep Trivedi and also Professor Sapnil Rai, who connected me with Amity University in Kuala, for inviting me to this conference. And I want to share the screen. My talk will be on Agnihotra for sustainability and healing of the environment. The topic of this conference is sustainability and environmental perseverance in the era of COVID-19. And some other speakers also have mentioned that since several decades, sustainability has become a buzzword and it's an important topic for so many conferences. But still, we are far away from having sustainable lives, sustainable agriculture, sustainable modes of transportation, or sustainable ways of production all over the globe. Therefore, definitely a lot of perseverance is necessary to reach this goal of sustainability, and I hope this conference will help us a lot to go in this direction. Now, the era of COVID is in the title also, and this COVID still had and still has a strong impact on our sustainable development goals. Life in many areas has nearly come to a standstill. Nearly no traffic in the streets, less noise, better air to breathe, and the skies were free from all the planes which we normally see and hear. Nature could take a deep breath. What can we learn from that situation, and which lesson teaches COVID for mankind? Many people just want their normal life back after COVID. In one way, it's understandable because these restrictions in moving around, not meeting friends and so on were difficult. And also there was a lot of fear. But if we just would go back to the old normal, no real lesson would have been learned. Nature would not really benefit. It just had a few moments of less contamination. Instead, we should move in the direction of a new normal. One lesson many of us may have learned was going outside was no longer possible as it was before. They turned inside. They asked questions like, who am I? What for have I come to this planet? How can I best use this life for myself, for family and friends, for humanity and nature? Now, as corona restrictions are slowly being withdrawn, we should not stop asking these questions, but instead take the chance and think, how can we come to a more harmonious and cooperative relation to nature, to plants, to animals, to all people? We cannot really become happy if our success is at the expense of others or of the environment. In order to reach sustainability goals, we first have to stop polluting it more and then also heal our environment. In the talks we had heard before, there were a lot of measures mentioned what can be done to stop pollution and come to a better sustainable way of doing things in business, in agriculture, in industry. Now then, how to heal our environment? How can that be done? There are simple but very effective tools as given in the Vedas, the most ancient knowledge of all mankind. And the first and basic method of these tools is Agnihotra, a small fire in a copper pyramid performed exactly at the time of sunrise and sunset. Agnihotra purifies the environment. It heals atmosphere, water resources, soil. Also, it heals animals and humans, both on physical and mental level. And also it helps in this special situation of Corona. So, what is Agnihotra? Here you see some group of people performing Agnihotra together. It's a very simple, small fire. It is done in a copper pyramid of small copper pyramid of exact size and shape. The main ingredient what you burn is some dried cow dung. It's normally easy to get in India, but not so easy because it has to be pure and it should not be contaminated with any other dung. So then what we need is some ghee, some unsalted cow's butter, some rice, unbroken pieces only, simple mantras, and a timetable of exact sunrise, sunset. Why these timings, exact sunrise and sunset? There's an ancient knowledge which says at sunrise, the many fires, electricities, and others, and more subtle energies come all the way from the sun to the earth where the sun appears to rise. And this flood of energies carries a subtle music in it. And the quintessential sound of that music is the Agnihotra mantras, which we utter at that time. This explains why we have to be exact with the time, because this flood of energies culminates only in a very short time band. And second thing, why these mantras? Because these mantras are the quintessential sound of the flood of energies coming from the sun, and therefore we have some strong resonance effect. So the mantras, two simple mantras in the morning, even a child of 5 years can easily learn in a couple of minutes. At sunrise, it's Suryaya Swaha, Suryaya Idam Namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namama. And after Swaha, each time you add a little bit of rice to the fire. The rice should be coated with ghee. And in the evening, it's Agnaye Swaha, Agnaye Idam Namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namama. And that's all. So it takes just say 5-10 minutes in the morning, same in the evening, but important exact time. So it needs some discipline, but that just connects us to the nature, because this rhythm of sunrise, sunset is the basic rhythm which affects all life on this planet. So what happens is a channel is created through all the atmosphere, and life energy, prana energy, which lies above the atmosphere, comes down through this channel to the Agnihotra fire, and an aura energy field is created around all plants nearby. These plants get nutrition, they get disease resistant, and when the flame dies, this energy comes back, it's collected in the Agnihotra ash. This is why the Agnihotra ash has a lot of healing properties. Agnihotra works in different areas. In the environment, it purifies atmosphere, soil, and water resources. It's very good for plants and can be used in agriculture and horticulture. No, something's going wrong. It has great effects on human health, including psychotherapy and drug de-addiction. Now, just a few examples. Effects on the environment, the atmosphere. Pathogenic bacteria are reduced, and SOx, NOx, and particulate matter are reduced. Here you see that petri dishes were opened at the left side before Agnihotra, the right side before after Agnihotra. They were opened for, say, 10 minutes, and then sent for incubation. The same thing happened after Agnihotra. And you see, obviously, there's a lot more cultures on the left side before Agnihotra, then on the right side. There's a reduction of microbial load of approximately 90-95% by just performing Agnihotra in a room. And that effect lasts for several hours, and then, we would perform the next Agnihotra. We have a lot of studies, and they were published. Just this is one example. The study done in Palampur Agricultural University in Himachal Pradesh, Palampur. This study was done at North Maharashtra University in Jalgaon, Maharashtra, and we performed Agnihotra and measured air quality, SOx, NOx, and particulate matter before Agnihotra, then right after Agnihotra, during Agnihotra, right after Agnihotra, and then sometime after Agnihotra, 12 hours or so after Agnihotra. And you see, SOx, NOx, and particulate matter, they went up a little bit during after Agnihotra, right after Agnihotra, but then they came down. And 12 hours after Agnihotra, there was a reduction of 30 to 40%. Normally, then you would do the next Agnihotra and continue that. We have to extend that study and perform it for 1 week. Actually, I had the plan to do this study in Delhi in winter when you have the highest air pollution. Delhi is the most polluted city of the world in winter, especially. I wanted to do it there for 1 week, but because of the corona restrictions, I had to leave India in 2020 in March, so I could not continue that study. And now I had planned to go back, but still it's not so easy. But hopefully by end of this year, we can do that in Delhi for 1 week and see how the air pollution in a difficult situation, means daily air pollution in winter, how that comes down by performing Agnihotra regularly. Interesting is the connection between COVID and air pollution. Studies in several countries have shown that COVID-19 is more severe and deadly in regions with high air pollution. And the reason for that is the coronavirus is normally transmitted by particles of air pollution. Means if you have less air pollution, then also the coronavirus can't travel so easily, cannot be transmitted so easily, and you have less infections. Now, what is the effect of Agnihotra on water resources? There are several such experiments done. One is drinking water can be cleaned, then high salinity or high acidity from water well is brought back to normal. Like one example that was done in Australia, pH came down from 9.5. This water you can't drink, you can't even give to your plant. It came down to 7.2. And even whole rivers show an improved water quality in the vicinity of homoplaces. That study was done in Madhya Pradesh, in Maheshwar, which is close to Indore. And also subtle aspects, the energy level of water is improving. So let's just concentrate on one experiment that was the purification of water with Agnihotra ash. This was done in 10 replicate experiments, and non-potable water from a river, very polluted river in Pune, was treated with Agnihotra ash. What was done is Agnihotra ash was put in a glass cylinder, and this polluted water was poured through this Agnihotra ash, and what came out was a very much better water. All the parameters checked were improved a lot. In the end, we had drinking water quality by just pouring the water, the polluted water, through a column of Agnihotra ash. And here I mentioned the more subtle effects of Agnihotra and Agnihotra ash. What was done is water was, a drop of water was frozen, and then observed through a microscope, and you see there's no crystal structure at all at the left side. And then same water, some Agnihotra ash was added, and you see if you do the same procedure, then you see a very nice structure, crystalline structure of the water drop. These studies were done a lot by one Dr. Emoto from Japan, who developed that method, and he could immediately see the difference of the quality of drinking water, quality of Tokyo drinking water, and then quality of water from some natural source, some spring. Soil. Soil is very important, and the importance of soil, only recently people think about it more because soil health has been degraded so much. It's interesting, there was one Sanskrit text written more than 3,000 years ago, and that says, upon this handful of soil, our survival depends. Husband it, and it will grow our food, our fuel, and our shelter, and surround us with beauty. Abuse it, and the soil will collapse and die, taking humanity with it. And we are close to that point. According to data from the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, it is said that now already 1/3 of the world's soil has been degraded compared to 1960. And they continue and say, unless new approaches are adopted, the global amount of arable and productive land per person in 2050 will be only 1/4 of the level of 1960. And that definitely will not be enough to feed the population. So we are in for a big problem. So we have to concentrate on soil health. Soil needs to be rejuvenated first by homotherapy, starting at the level of microorganisms, viruses, bacteria, fungi, algae, and they all thrive in Agnihotra atmosphere by adding Agnihotra ash. And thus a healthy microflora and microfauna is created. Some examples. That was an experiment done more than 30 years ago in Denver, Colorado, US. What they did is they measured the quantity of water-soluble phosphorus in soil and then added Agnihotra ash and measured that again. And there was an increase of water-soluble phosphorus of 3 to 4 times. And then a similar experiment was done in Germany, also published. And then the question was, okay, how come? What is the underlying mechanism? And when one hypothesis was that there are bacteria, certain bacteria, which make non-soluble phosphorus water-soluble. And that hypothesis has been confirmed by an experiment done in Ratnagiri, and they added Agnihotra ash to soil, and they found an increase in nitrogen-fixing bacteria 100 times, and phosphorus-solubilizing bacteria even 1,000 times. Interesting enough, at the same time, fungal flora, harmful fungal flora was controlled. Now, some other experiments, this was done at the Central Institute of Subtropical Horticulture, ICAR Institute in Lucknow by Dr. Ram. And he did one thing. First, he checked pathogens and the effect of Agnihotra ash and control ash. Control ash, we do that just we prepare some ash burning the same substances, but not in the in some other copper vessel, not the this copper pyramid which we use for Agnihotra, and then but the same substances burned, but we don't do it at the time of sunrise, sunset, and we don't utter the mantras. So in Agnihotra ash, you see here these pathogenic microbes, they do not grow. With control ash, they grow. At the same time, beneficial microbes, they increase with Agnihotra ash. So there's an increase in these beneficial microbes. Another interesting test was done on sodic soil. We have, millions hectares of sodic soil in India alone. And that was done in Unnao, that is between Kanpur and Lucknow. And they had one land, the pH was 9.86. They made 3 plots. One was with agrochemicals, one was with organic with vermicompost, one was organic vermicompost plus Agnihotra ash. And after one season, you see the pH with agrochemicals was the same, 9.86. With organic with vermicompost, it came down by 0.8 points. But if you also added Agnihotra ash, it came down by more than 2 points. Just in one season, 3 months, they had grown wheat. So you see, the pH can be regulated. Now people think, okay, Agnihotra ash brings the pH down, but no. There was one research done in Poland, some Homa farm there. The pH when it was started was 4.4. That is really acidic. And government engineers, agricultural engineers came and said, no, forget about it. You can't grow anything here. But still, people tried. And with Agnihotra ash. And then, they grew everything, including tomatoes. Nobody in this area grows tomatoes, but all the vegetables, everything. And later on, they checked also the pH, and it was around 7. Now, there are worldwide more than 800 million of hectares of sodic or saline soil and 180 million hectares of acidic soil. So if these lands could be reclaimed and made productive again, that would help a lot to increase agricultural production and feed a growing number of people. So why not start a small project on either acidic or sodic soil or both? The investment for such a project is rather small, but the possible gain is huge, and the whole mankind would benefit of it. So we have seen beneficial effects of Agnihotra on the atmosphere and water resources and on soil. Now, as agriculture is much depending on our environment, it is not surprising that if you use these methods, Agnihotra and some other methods, which makes it homotherapy, in agriculture, you will have very good results. Normally, people always say, yes, organic farming would be nice, but there is a drop in yield, and farmers cannot afford this drop in yield because of economic reasons, especially the small and marginal farmers. So there was a project done at Dharwad University, Agricultural University in Karnataka, and they had made 4 research papers. Each was a MSc thesis, and they examined the effect of Homa farming on soybeans, cabbage, tomatoes, okra. And here you just see the yield, and there was always an increase in the yield compared to normal conventional farming. And also quality was better, there was less disease, and so on and so on. I can't go into details now, but it shows Homa farming is a very good alternative, and we go for it on large scale. Then our environment would really profit from that. And also people's health would profit because the food can act as poison if it has all these pesticides in it, but it can also act as medicine if it is a very healthy, nutritious food like we get from organic farming with Agnihotra. Now, a few remarks on Agnihotra and Corona and the human mind. I already mentioned it at the beginning a little bit. How could Agnihotra help? One, I said, it helps in reducing the probability of getting infected. Why? Because the air is purified. There's less air pollution, less particulate matter, and therefore the viruses cannot spread as easily. Second thing, it reduces pre-existing conditions, and thus it leads to a less severe cause of COVID-19. Because we have seen, nearly all of the patients who died from COVID-19, they had some pre-existing conditions like high blood pressure, some heart problems, diabetes, and so on. And all these conditions can be reduced or even healed by Agnihotra. And number three, Agnihotra helps and supports the body's immune system, which then helps to overcome the infection. And about the immune system, our mind is the most important part. Because if you are stressed, your immune system automatically is infected. Now, how does Agnihotra help in that way? We have to remember prana, the life energy, and mind are directly connected, like two sides of the same coin. So if you change prana, then the mind is affected. If you change the mind, flow of prana is affected. And now Agnihotra helps because prana and atmosphere are directly connected. And Agnihotra purifies the atmosphere, therefore flow of prana is harmonized, therefore the mind gets a positive impact. Here just a few examples to see the effect. That is Kirlian photography. That is a high energy photography, for example, of the thumb. These are thumbs. And this shows the energy field of your body. And left side, you see the energy field is much interrupted. There are big holes. And the same person, 3 minutes after Agnihotra, you see the energy field is nearly complete. Just after one Agnihotra. Of course, if you would continue, you would see the effect more. Here, a second person with depression, the energy holes are much, much, much bigger. But after Agnihotra, also much, much, much better, nearly closed. Then we had one interesting study with EEG done in Moscow some time ago. The brain waves were examined. And delta, theta, alpha, beta waves, they show the state of your brain. If you're relaxed, if you're stressed. For example, beta waves, most of the time, most people, you have a lot of beta waves. That means you're a little bit under stress, or at least it shows activity. So this is a graph showing the EEG before Agnihotra. And you see here, mostly it is beta waves, 70% it's beta waves, which show quite a high level of stress. Now, after Agnihotra, the strongest part is alpha waves, which show relaxation, and beta is down to 22 from 70. And also there are delta waves and theta waves, which show a meditation, state of meditation. which is not there when before Agnihotra. So that shows the effect on our mind, which is very important for human health. And summarizing, I want to say that we have to change our lifestyle in order to come to a sustainable future of mankind. That is which everybody can do. We don't have to wait till politicians do something. We don't have to wait till some big technical solutions are being applied. These things are all good, but what can we do ourselves, each of us? That is very important. And with performing this simple Agnihotra, we can ourselves come and help to this sustainable life. And we don't have to wait for others to do that. Now, as this is a scientific conference, of course, the idea is that there will be more research on this subject. Already quite a bit has been done, and if you're interested, I can send you some research papers on that. But there's still a scope for much, much more research. Some experiments can be easily done, can be done by any student. The effect of Agnihotra on water quality, on soil, and so on plants, in germination of seeds, many, many such things, which are very simple, which don't cost anything, but which show how this method helps. And as the situation is really grim, if we would just continue what we are doing now, everybody knows we have to make changes. So this is one way which everybody easily can apply in integrate to their own lives, and it would help in the long run ourselves, our family, our community, the country, and in the long run the whole planet. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your highly insightful and learned address. Today, we are honored to have amongst us Professor Dr. Debajyoti Bose. He is the head of the Department of Microbiology, Yobe State University, Nigeria. It is my privilege to read his profile to the audience. Professor Bose has more than 18 years of teaching and research experience in the areas of fermentation technology, medical and applied microbiology, microbial technology, and astrobiology, with 52 national and international publications in books, journals, and proceedings, and 1 patent. Professor Bose is a reviewer of several national and international journals and member of several national and international renowned professional associations, including ASM and EANA. He supervised more than 68 PG and UG students in research projects with more than 10 years of administrative experiences in renowned private and government universities in Nigeria and abroad. May I invite you, sir, for your address? Please, sir.
Okay. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to the respected dignitaries and the organizers and the chief patron and Honorable Vice Chancellor and everybody. I am Professor Debajyoti Bose, Head Department of Microbiology, Yobe State University, is here to present in fact, it is a kind of keynote, and it will be presented on scenario of global bioeconomy in COVID-19 pandemic era in the present conference, that is ICACPC 2022, which is organized by the Department of Environmental Science, Amity School of Life Sciences. let us begin with the presentation. So you can see the COVID-19 pandemic, it has impacted not only Nigerian or Indian economy, but global economy as well in terms of sustainable development and has revealed the importance of bioeconomy. So the pandemic crisis may be the driving force for the global integration related to bioeconomy, especially to the implementation of the sustainable development goals, development of national and regional bioeconomy strategies, enhancement of the importance of circular
That slide
economy.
not moving. Slide not moving.
Slide is not moving. Wait, let me see.
Now I think okay. You can. Yes, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Just a minute. Okay. So I think the slide is moving now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So as we were discussing that it needs assurance of food security as well as sustainable food production and protection of biodiversity. So bioeconomy basically based biotech and pharmaceutical sectors. It played a vital role in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. However, they cannot be entirely decoupled from the rest of the global economy. Coming to the bioeconomy, what is bioeconomy basically? Bioeconomy is the production, utilization, and conservation of biological resources, including related knowledge, science, technology, and innovation to provide information, products, process, and services across all economic sectors, aiming towards a sustainable economy. You can see basically what is happening. From bioeconomy, we are getting so many feed, food, chemical, bioenergies, and you can see secondary products and waste. They have been utilized. Renewable waste feed stock production is there, and it is also having a very good impact on agriculture also. So coming to the circular bioeconomy, circular bioeconomy, it is basically different from the linear economy, which usually done in case of extracting of fossil fuel or fossil based resources. There is a consumption and disposal, so there is no recycling process. Whereas in circular bioeconomy, you can go for production, use, and recycling of the bioresources. So recycling is very important nowadays, and through which lot of renewable energy and renewable sources can be obtained. So why we need more bioeconomy? The global population is projected to reach 9 billion in 2050, which will necessitate a 50% increase in both food and energy production, according to the United Nations. So the challenge is to meet basic needs while limiting negative impacts on the environment. So the bioeconomy encompasses energy, heat, construction, bioplastics, foods, and textiles, and potentially holds the key to many of the challenges we face now and in the future. Why we need to be careful? Because not all bioeconomy activities are sustainable. And we are talking here about the sustainability. And they can have both positive and negative effects on the planet's climates and biodiversity. Most marine resources are already fully utilized. Many are overutilized. So many forests are being exploited faster than they can recover. Agricultural land is degrading in many parts of the world. we the human species, we must admit that we have a terrible track record when it comes to the management of natural resources. Why we need shared principles? We need to know where we are going, and how fast to move. A shared understanding of sustainability is essential for ensuring that all of the stakeholders, they should push in the same direction. The adaptation in 2015 of both the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals, the world's to-do list for 2030, also means that countries, people, and companies need to do more than even before. So, coming to the principles behind the sustainable bioeconomy or bioeconomy. So, sustainable resource management is number one, that is responsible use of our shared resources. Then we can go for food security and health, which is sufficient and nutritious food for all can be produced. Then resilient and diverse ecosystem, which is a livable planet, like support action to cut air pollution and reduce carbon monoxide emissions throughout the value chain and refine renewable alternatives to fossil based products and processes, and enhance biodiversity both on land and below water, and resort and basically you can restore and sustain soil fertility, protect water quality by lowering usage and use proper purification process for recycling. Then it comes the inclusive economy and social prosperity, which sustainable society can be generated. Create decent new jobs and retain existing ones, especially in rural and coastal areas. Develop and share financial viable and sustainable business models. Provide rural and urban areas with environmental, social, and economic opportunities, and encourage new partnerships at local, regional, national, and global levels. And the final one is sustainable consumption, that is changing consumer behavior, which is very important nowadays, especially also. Provide infrastructure that facilitates the reuse, recycling, and upcycling of bio-based products. Encourage green procurement in both the public and private sectors. Commit to educate and awareness of sustainable practice from kindergarten to universities. This third point is very, very, very much important. Now, if we go for SDS or Sustainable Development Goals through bioeconomy, we can see that microbial communities, they play a vital role in primary productivity via nutrient cycling and disease regulation, thereby impacting human, animal, and plant health, and hence farm productivity and food security. So here, biotechnology or microbial biotechnology plays very vital role. Microbes and microbial biotechnology are now increasingly employed in disease prevention and therapy, what we have seen already, and to sustainably increase farm profitability, productivity, and nutrient quality. Similar microbes have critical role in regulating climate via their contribution to both production and consumption of greenhouse gases emissions, and they create environment to support the growth of other organisms on land and water. So regarding this, I want to add some notes that microbes basically they it has been found, and researchers are going on, that the climate change is also due to some action of some microbes. Even when I was there, I was presenting a paper. I was invited in Chicago for astrobiology conference, which were organized by NASA and Lunar Planetary Science Institute. So it was there. I saw that a lot of research was going on how to fertile the soil of Mars. So a lot of experiments are going on, and in fact, I gave a concept in that speech that if possible, why can't we try to implant microorganisms? Because there are so many restrictions. Because you are taking microorganism from some area or some planet, and you are implanting, how good they will survive. Because for that, earlier to that, we have to experiment in laboratory. We have to take the soil of Mars. We have to try to grow them on those soil. So a lot many experience has to be done. So let us come back to our topic. So a number of microbial biotechnologies are used or in development pipelines for removal of greenhouse gases, and for purification of wastewater for consumption. Microbes are a source of an exceptional range of chemicals and chemical catalysts, bioactive substances, biomaterials, and of important form of bioenergy, including hydrocarbons and electricity. So they are key agent of pollutant removal and recycling. So microbes have been a source of industrial productivity throughout human history and currently are they are the main driving force of the bioeconomy and industry, which are worth several trillion dollars, thereby contributing directly to the sustainable development goals. So these are some processes how the microbes are increasing or they are going for the sustainable development goals, how they are trying to develop this process. So you can see microbial driven ecosystem services. So many food, fiber, fuels, nutrient, genetic pools, so on. And finally, it is delivering from food security and environmental sustainability and so on. And finally, sustainable development goal is achieved. So this is a bioeconomy today and bioeconomy tomorrow. So what happens today? We are dealing with food and feed, materials, energy resources, and materials like energy resources like soft foods. Whereas tomorrow bioeconomy, we can go for food and feed resources, energy resources through microalgae. Now we are doing through corn. Now later on we can go for microalgae. Even the third generation biofuel, those are produced from microalgae and also from some macroalgae and also cyanobacteria. So then legumes, we can go for leguminous plants, food and feed, energy resources. Then we can go for hardwood and stalks, material, energy resources, and biogenic waste like materials and energy resources. What are the major problems behind this bioeconomy? It is unstable supply of raw materials, which needed for biological or biotechnological production of new products, energy with the help of microorganisms. For example, first generation biofuel, that is bioethanol, which is a substitute of gas. Even in many countries, they are using a mixture of bioethanol and along with petroleum. So is made up of cereal crops, corns, wheat, etc. What is the problem? Increase in production of such biofuel uses up mainly arable land, eatable crops, increased price of food, and creates a dilemma between what to select, whether you want to select food or fuel. Then next, coming to the second generation biofuel, fuel is made up of cellulose, basically, dried waste product of agricultural forestry, wood processing industry, household waste, etc. and can help in food or fuel dilemma. But what is the problem? Dried plant cells develop this lignin that is caused to define from microorganism. So lignin cost, how you are using the chemicals, how you are degrading it, all those are very expensive. Then no cost effective infrastructure for harvesting, transporting and storing of biomass. It is very complicated. What is the present crisis and the probable solution? So the sudden outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has led to a demand for combined effort of various parties of biotechnology industries. You see what happened in this COVID-19 pandemic era, 30 to 50% decrease was there in productivity rate of research-based biotech industries worldwide. Because why it resulted? Due to a lot of investment in medical sector and especially due to this pandemic crisis. This trend may not be long drawn and the biotech research toward development of bioeconomy could increase in next few years. As for example, Europe plans to allocate billions of euros for the European bioeconomy sector. A similar trend has been observed worldwide. In fact, the technology progress made during the pandemic is creating opportunities for bioeconomy based agricultural and energy resources as the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic on the understanding of the genomics of viruses, breaking viruses transmission and diagnostics which can apply for livestock and plant virus epidemics. So this COVID-19 pandemic, it highlights the need for the development of bioeconomy and biotechnology, as well as the necessity of social acceptance of new breeding techniques. Because in many parts of the world, new breeding techniques are not accepted means not accepted. Everywhere it is not accepted. Somewhere there will be ethical issues, and somewhere some other issues will be there, and it becomes a problem. So you need to educate the people very good. Regulatory changes must be made to ensure the prosperity of bioeconomy-based biotech companies. So the present crisis, it allows the politicians and stakeholders to see the opportunities for the development of the bioeconomy sector through biotechnological research. But however, consumer acceptance is needed, which is very important. That's why education is needed. Let us consider the growth of Indian bioeconomy, how it happened. So in the face of this biggest health calamity faced by humanity in a century, India's bioeconomy has grew over 12% to reach $70.2 billion in 2020. And presently, the government of India, through Department of Biotechnology under National Biotechnology Development Strategy 2021-2025, has taken an initiative to take India globally competitive in biotechnology research, innovation, translation, entrepreneurship, and industrial growth, and be a USD 150 billion bioeconomy by 2025, which is a huge amount of development. Coming to the conclusion, there are a lot of challenges of bioeconomy. But still, even though there are challenges, we can, if bioeconomy is developed and if proper resources are obtained, then efficient production of food can be done. Then the climatic changes can be properly monitored. Protection of natural resources can be done. Competitiveness of economy, yes, always it is there. Reduce the use of fossil fuel. We can use the renewable or sustainable systems. So finally, I would like to thank the Chief Patron, Dr. Asim Chauhan, Convener, Professor Dr. Kuldeep Dwivedi, Chairperson, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, sir, and my brother, who is Dr. Ritabrata Malik, who is always communicating with me. So thank you to all of you for this nice conference and organizing this nice event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought provoking words. Now, it is a matter of immense pleasure for me to announce that this international conference received a large number of papers for the presentation. Around 100 abstracts have been compiled into an anthology of abstracts. May we have the kind permission of all the dignitaries to present the book of abstracts before you?
Please go ahead.
Thank you all the dignitaries for doing us the honors. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of this conference. The day has been a pure delight for us. Here, we have a few important announcements. We shall be having 4 technical sessions and would be immediately starting with our technical session. Technical session 1 would be continuing on the same platform. So I request the participants of technical session 1 to stay connected. Technical sessions 2, 3 and 4 would take place on MS Teams platform. All the participants are requested to join their respective technical sessions. Now, we shall be meeting again at 1600 hours or 4 p.m. in the evening for the valedictory ceremony. Thank you for joining us. Please stay connected.
Thanks to all the dignitaries for being part of this inaugural session. And in this platform now, we will be taking up the first technical session. And once again, I thank all the dignitaries for being here for the inaugural function. Thank you all.
Professor Kuldeep,
Yeah, madam. Yes, please.
should I just start off?
Yeah, just we will
good
have
afternoon.
a small introduction of yours, and then you can start.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
It
Thank
will hardly
you.
take a minute, madam.
Sure, sure.
Suji.
Okay, so very good afternoon to all. This is Dr. Swapnil Rai, is taking care of this technical session 1. And just within 5 minutes, we are going to start the technical session. Just let me share the links with all the participants of the technical session 1. Okay, so within 5 minutes, and I request, it's my humble request to all the our invited speakers, give us 5 minutes only to start the session. So for this technical session 1, we are having a total 11 oral presentations, and I am just calling a name of those all who are going to present paper in this session. Number 1, Misha Roy. The title for the OP1 is Evaluation of the Water Quality Status of Hooghly River in West Bengal. I hope Misha Roy is in the team. OP2, Evaluation of the anthropogenic enrichment of pollutants load amidst the COVID restrictions.
In the list, I think Dr. Roy, there is insect pest incidents as the number 2 by Gyan Prakash Maurya and Rajneesh Kumar. In the what was sent to me, the first one is Misha Roy, second is Gyan Prakash Maurya.
Ma'am, it is updated.
Okay.
Gyan Prakash Maurya is at 3 now.
And who's on 2 then?
This is again with the paper with the Misha Roy. I think Farzana, Shamim or Rahul, someone from them, they are going to present. Rahul Majumdar will present.
So are you going to be with me in this session? Because I don't have the update. So
No,
I have the wrong list.
Ma'am, I am with you in this session and I'll call the names before starting of the presentation. That's why I'm just taking the attendance of those people for this session.
Okay.
The next is OP3 is Gyan Prakash Maurya and Rajneesh Kumar. OP3, insect pest incidents during climate conditions of COVID-19 in India. OP4, Anis Cosmos peel as an eco-friendly anti-cancer agent by Sashi Soni and Anna Gupta. OP5, oral presentation 5, Tunisia grantum peel, a valuable source of control hypertension, Ursa Noor and Anna Gupta. Then OP6, advertising alluring dark behavior of consumer and degrading the environment, negating importance of sustainability, Saurabh Gupta. OP7, issues in Indian tourism industry, a journey from pre-COVID-19 era to post-COVID-19 era and sustainable growth by Sandhya Sharma. OP8, climate and tourism, Indian perspective by Pramod Tiwari. OP9, quantification of microplastics in the fishes of the Haridwar region by Neha Barola, Jaspal Singh Chauhan. OP10, endophytes and PGRPS in the artemisinin research, status and potential by Adinath Sundar. OP11, estimation of carbon stock potential and nutrient dynamics as regulating ecosystem services with the reference to urban forestry of Gwalior by Jasra Anjum and Avinash Tiwari. So these all are the 11 oral presentations which are scheduled to be happen in this technical session 1. And one by one, when I'll call for the presentation, I'll make you a presenter at that time. IT Noida, Maqsood ji. Yes, sir. I'll call the name. When I'll call the name, please make them presenter. Give them the right. Yes, sir. Okay. So first, we are going to with the plenary lectures, and I just call Siddharth Dikshit. Please start the session.
Yeah, over to Siddharth. Now you
Yes, sir.
can start the proceedings of the plenary session 1. Where
Thank you, sir. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else would save it instead of ours. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, we have all joined online for the technical sessions of one-day international conference of sustainability and environmental preservance in the era of COVID-19. This one-day international conference aims to help and ensure all the natural environment is sustainable. It also enables the growth of degree of scientific literacy to realize what has succeeded and what has failed in addressing the environmental problems. This technical session on sustainable development, technology, and natural resource management is chaired by Professor Dr. Shanti Sundaram, who will also be giving a plenary lecture on the same along with Dr. Ram Sharma and Professor Dr. Ganpati. It's my honor to read their profiles. Dr. Shanti Sundaram is a gold medalist from Bombay University and a recipient of Lady Tata Memorial Science Fellowship for MSc dissertation. British Council Producer Fellowship, University of Warwick, Coventry, UK. UGC Academic Staff Fellowship, University of Warwick, Coventry, UK as well. She is a reviewer of Science Journal, Alga Research, Clinica Acta Chemica, African Journal of Medicinal Research, Biochemistry and Physiology, Journal of Biochemistry and Physiology. She has memberships in scientific societies such as International Union and Material Research Society of United States of America, American Biophysical Society USA, American Society of Microbiology, Indian Science Congress Life Member, and many more to come. She has administrative responsibilities of being member of the high-profile Anti-Ragging Committee with Honorable Vice Chancellor, ADM City, SSP Bureau Chief, Rashtriya Sahara University of Allahabad. Not only that, but Vice Chancellor nominee as member of Examinations Committee as the professor of the university. She is also member secretary of Institutional Biosafety Committee, University of Allahabad, and also a member of Anti-Ragging Committee, University of Allahabad. In the audience with the words of wisdom, please.
Professor Rai, can I start?
Yeah, ma'am. Please
Okay. Thank you
Welcome,
so much, Siddharth Dikshit, for that introduction. It was not needed really. There are luminaries who have already given excellent talks in the inaugural session, but it's a great pleasure and honor to be associated with Amity University Gwalior. I'm already associated with Amity University in Noida, having gone there for several PhD vivas and exam, and it's a great pleasure. I would like to thank Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior, and the organizer of this conference, Professor Kuldeep Dwivedi, whom I met last month during the refresher course which I conducted, and he was very kind enough to accept my invitation. So it's indeed a pleasure that the horizons of meeting more scientists and more professors in our field is increasing with time. And having done my PhD from Bhopal, Barkatullah University, and my supervisor was none other than Kash Singh Basen, who is now residing in Gwalior. So it's a great pleasure for me to be associated with the city of Gwalior again after a long gap. Thank you, Professor Kuldeep Dwivedi, for this honor and this invitation. I'll just share my slides with you. Is it visible?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible now.
Yeah. Okay.
Just minimize this one.
Just bear with me for a second, please.
No issue.
Now
Yes,
is it
ma'am.
visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Clearly visible.
So the buzzword these days is coronavirus, COVID-19. Wherever you turn, wherever you talk, this is the buzzword. And a buzzword with a fear hidden behind these words, because nobody feels happy to talk about COVID-19. And there is a lot of hidden worries behind it. I will start by saying that the UN Environmental Chief, Ms. Anderson, had said that our continued erosion of the wild space has brought us uncomfortably close to plants and animals that harbor the diseases that automatically jump to humans. She said that don't take care of nature, we can't take care of ourselves. This is what coronavirus infection has taught us. So, this infection is sending us a message that we need to recognize the interrelationship between animals, including pets, livestock, and wildlife. A lot has been said already, so I'll be skipping most of these slides because this is what the cause of corona, what are the precautions, what are the symptoms that has to be taken, has been discussed in these two slides. Of course, as students and as teachers of biology, biotechnology, we all know that any kind of foreign invasion, your immune system gets activated. We have two kinds of immune system: the innate immune system, which is residing within us already right from birth, and you have the adaptive immune system, which gets induced as a result of the infection. The interaction of the coronavirus with the immune system leads to production of pro-inflammatory cytokines, suppresses the type 1 interferon production, and the virus starts multiplying in the immune cells. I'm not going to go into depth of how the immune system is working during a coronavirus infection. I'll just briefly mention in this photograph, you can see that when the virus is entering, it is binding to the angiotensin converting enzyme receptor and hijacks the host cell machinery. In case of the fact that the infected person is not able to combat this particular initial infection, then the virus goes down the windpipe and attacks the lungs. The cells in the alveoli of the lung is very rich in the angiotensin converting enzyme receptors, and this plays a very important role in the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide to and from the bloodstream. In order to fight the SARS-CoV-2, the immune system stimulates white blood cells releasing inflammatory molecules called the chemokines. These chemokines bring in more immune cells to attack and kill the viruses, and this leads to accumulation of fluid and dead cells, and this decreases the gas exchange. The requirement we saw of oxygen cylinders is because there is a rapid drop in the oxygen level, and if the condition worsens, causes acute respiratory distress syndrome, the oxygen content has to be supplied from outside using an oxygen cylinder, and the patients who are extremely serious are put on a ventilator. If not, as you have seen, the cases have been very fatal. What is the effect effective psychoneuroimmunology. A quote given by Chris Carr said, "If you don't think your anxiety, depression, sadness, or stress impact your physical health, then you better think again. All these emotions trigger chemical reactions in your body, which leads to inflammation and a weakened immune system." So he says, learn how to cope. There are always going to be dark days. So during the corona time, you have a lot of stress that is developed, and a lot is now being concentrated on the psychological impact of this pandemic on the general public population, because it is one area which is highly neglected, especially in India, that is the psychology of the patients who have undergone the coronavirus infection. So, what is the fear? This has caused an uncertainty among the public and also the global counterparts. There is a very high impact of this pandemic on the younger population and the older population, especially those who have got physical comorbidity. So, mental health is an increased, in this pandemic, people have got increased stress, loneliness, anxiety, and depression, and this is most prevalent among college students. They have to be taught how to cope with this problem. So, coping can be adaptive in nature or it can be maladaptive. That is, it could be in the negative way, people are trying to cope with the stress. Overall wellness also is very important, especially again, this is true for adults, teenagers who are in the 10th, 12th, or entering into college for their mental well being. What are the distresses that they undergo during COVID? Increased anxiety, uncertainty, feeling of loneliness and sadness, feeling helpless and frustrated, changing in the eating and sleeping habits, changes in substance use, information update burnout, exacerbation of existing mental health concerns. Besides teenagers and adults, you have the health workers who are the frontline workers dealing directly on a one to one basis with the COVID patients, especially nurses and doctors. They themselves do not have adequate protection from this contamination. They are subjected to a very high risk of infection. They have working burnout because they are working for hours together without any sleep, fear, anxiety, and depression. So, what are the reactions that are taking place in our body during stress? Our autonomic nervous system gets activated. The bloodstream is pumped with hormones such as cortisol and epinephrine or adrenaline, which causes increase in your heart rate, your breathing quickens, and your blood increases. High levels of cortisol halts the non-urgent functions of the body. The digestive system is suppressed, your reproductive or sexual functions are suppressed, and there is no space for your growth or regenerative processes. The high cortisol also alters the immune function because the immune cells are bathed in the molecules which are essentially telling them, don't fight with this disease anymore. The prolonged action of cortisol also has negative ripple effects on the body. Anxiety levels become so high that you are not able to manage your own anxiety. You have trouble in sleeping. You are prone to infection by very simple diseases such as common cold. There can be weight gain, alteration in eating and exercise habits. 70% of your immune system, which is in your gut, is getting affected. The gut microbes play a very important role in our immune function because they are interacting both with innate and adaptive immune systems that helps in maintenance and disruption of gut immune peace. There is a very artificial separation when we say that the immune system is communicating using signal molecules such as cytokines. The cells of the nervous system sends out signals called neurotransmitters, and this signal is getting distinctly affected during stress because the signal structure and configuration gets altered. Besides your own stress, the society is conferring very freely upon you a stigma. What is a stigma? A stigma label if you are a COVID-19 positive patient and you have recovered from it. So when some unknown people are worried, it leads to a lot of fears. Fears are generated due to rumors or fake news that is spread through television, mobile, and Google. All the latest network technologies in the form of your Facebook, they have spread so much of fake rumors that people have got so fearful and stressful of what can be the role of their presence in the society after they recover from COVID-19. So what is coping? How are you going to cope? Coping are ways in which you're going to respond or manage uncomfortable emotions that has unforeseenly entered your life during this pandemic. The adaptation or coping be positive. As you see on the left side, someone is doing exercise by the sea. This is called adaptive coping. On the other hand, maladaptive coping is someone who's sitting by the roadside and drinking beer because he's not able to overcome the stress with a positive attitude. The consequences of not effectively coping with your stress leads to a lot of concerns. That is, there could be a prolonged distress, short-term gain, but long-term there will be pain and worsening of your stress symptoms. The biopsychosocial framework considers the biological, psychological, and social factors and the interactions among these factors to your health and the experiences which a human being is undergoing. This figure here is clearly showing you the mental health of a person as biological, social, and environmental and psychological interaction among one another, which gives you a healthy mental health. The individual's nature of coping depends on every individual. As they say, one size does not fit everyone. We can't hand out a manual saying that this is how you have to cope up with your stress because each individual is different. You have to take care of your physical health, maintain the social connections, don't isolate yourself. Keep maintaining social connections so that you have a happy and positive mental status. Take a break, go on a holiday if it's possible. Keep up a routine, even if it's a pandemic, it's a lockdown, and you're sitting at home. Maintain a routine, spend some time outside, and help others. If you have a positive and you're able to overcome the stress, try to help others who are not in the similar strong position to do so. As Abdul Kalam said, pains, that is positive attitude under negative situations. Nature itself is the best physician. That's what Hippocrates said, and it's so true because we are lucky in India to have a ministry called the Ministry of Ayush. Ministry of Ayush has played a very pivotal role during this pandemic and lockdown in helping the people, the general people, to combat this pandemic. And how? India has a green belt and it is rich in so many medicinal trees and medicinal plants, secondary metabolites, so many spices that help to enhance your immunity. The Ministry of Ayush during the COVID-19 crisis came up with 4 effective measures, that is, measures for enhancing the immunity, simple Ayurvedic procedures to be followed, Ayurvedic immunity enhancing tips, and actions to be taken during dry cough and sore throat. If you see in these 4 bullets, which the Ministry of Ayush was focusing upon, what you and I eat on a day-to-day basis is what we have been ignoring over years, is actually helping you to boost your immunity, such as eating spices like haldi, jeera, dhania, and garlic, having warm water to drink every day, nasal application of certain oils or the pure ghee which you prepare at home, oil pulling therapy which is practiced in yoga, having Chavanprash. You all know that Bachchan is advertising for this for decades now. Having herbal tea or decoction which is rich in tulsi, cinnamon, black pepper, ginger, and raisins, and having haldi doodh. Haldi doodh has been practiced by our forefathers, that whenever you come back, you're hurt, you're injured, or you're not feeling well, you have been subjected to some kind of a shock, your mother comes and offers you a warm glass of haldi doodh, which is also referred to as golden milk. When you have a dry cough or a sore throat, steam inhalation has been normally followed. You keep a lavang in your mouth. That are common practices in our Indian household. Ayush basically is standing for Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Sova Rigpa, and Homeopathy. So these are the 7 alternative forms of medicines which has been recommended by Ayush. So why are we going for these alternative medicines? Allopathy, which gives you relief immediately but has a lot of side effects, and also all the allopathic drugs are not affordable by the rural area people, whereas these forms of alternative medicines is recommending medicines which is available in your kitchen, so they don't have to go anywhere looking for it. Every aspect of this Ayurvedic, this alternative medicine is dealing with nature and the different energies within your body, and whatever medicinal secondary metabolites are available in your own home. Ayurveda, which is one of the oldest holistic method of healing, has suggested Shamshamanivati, which is an Ayurvedic formulation rich in Tinospora cordifolia, Giloy, as it is called by a common man. And latest, there has been a lot of reports and doubts which has been expressed, but again, these doubts have been cleared by the Ministry of Ayush that Tinospora cordifolia could cause toxicity to the liver. But that has been proved wrong. And yes, Tinospora cordifolia is a very good anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medicinal herb. Ayush 64 tablet, which is containing the bark of a tree, Alstonia scleraris, Pycorrhiza curaya, the rhizomes of Swertia chiraita are used in this Ayush 64 drug. Then you have the Ayush Quat, which is a formulation having different herbs such as Tulsi, Ocimum sanctum, Cinnamomum verum, Gingiber officinalis, and Piper nigrum. Agastya hariktaki is another herb, popular Ayurvedic drug, whose rasayana is known as Avaleha kalpana. This has 15 herbal ingredients, and these ingredients all have antiviral, anti-asthmatic, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory properties. Anuthyla is made up of 20 ingredients having similar properties and used mainly in cough, asthma, fever, and malaria. The Unani form of alternative medicine thinks of your body as made up of 4 basic elements: air, water, and fire. And they have different temperaments. These elements have different temperaments. such as hot, cold, wet, and dry. Unani, like Ayurveda, is based on the presence of elements in the human body and how these elements can be balanced in order to give good health. And if there is an imbalance in these elements, it leads to illnesses. So the Unani approach has suggested various drugs such as Triac-e-Araba, Khamira-e-Banafsa, Rogan-e-Babuna, Ark-e-Ajib, and several other drugs. These drugs have been prepared from herbal, animal, and mineral origin. The next form of alternative medicine is Siddha. Siddha practitioners again believe in basic elements, which is earth, water, fire, air, and sky. And they say that these elements are found in the food, and the preparations of Siddha again is using herbal, animal, or inorganic chemical compounds such as sulfur and mercury for the therapy to treat diseases. The Siddha medicine, the drugs are classified into 5 properties based on taste, character, potency, class, and action. Based on which class it is defining, you have internal medicine or external medicine. The Ayush Sanjeevani app helps you to locate what kind of drug you are going to be looking for in Siddha. There are various drugs such as Neelavembu Kudinir, Ahattodai Manapagu, and Kabasura. In case of, besides Ayurvedic, Unani, and Siddha, there are various formulations of the homeopathy, such as Arsenicum album, Bryonia alba, and Rus toxicodendrum. Sudarshana Churna 4 tablets has also been very successfully used to enhance the immunity of individuals who are in the initial stages of symptoms showing COVID-19. A very other interesting practice of alternative medicine is Sova Rigpa. Sova Rigpa is one of the 7 practices of the Ayush systems, and this has been derived from the Bhoti language. Bhoti language is the language which is spoken in Northeast Ladakh and Leh areas of the country, and it has originated from the Buddha. The Sova Rigpa traditional medicine is based on the principle of diagnosis, incorporating techniques such as pulse analysis, urine analysis, checking out the behavior and dietary modification of a patient, and the medicines are prepared from herbs and minerals. It is commonly referred to as Amchi system, practiced in Tibet, Mongolia, Bhutan, other parts of China, Nepal, and the Himalayan regions. Yoga and naturopathy are very, very useful in alleviating the symptoms of COVID-19. The Neti Kriya helps to cure cold, which is very commonly practiced in yoga. And patients who have been quarantined and isolated due to a severe COVID-19 infection, if they practiced yoga during the quarantine, they have recovered much faster than those who did not. Naturopathy, as the word suggests, is things dealing with the nature. The following 3 points play a very important role in naturopathy: lifestyle consideration, nutritional considerations, and botanical considerations. In lifestyle considerations, good sleep is directly related to good immunity. If you sleep less or you have a disturbed sleeping pattern, your natural killer cells population is decreased, decreasing your immunity. Sleep also activates a protein called integrin that is activating your T cells. So obviously, if you don't sleep well, T cells will not be activated. A lot of sunshine gives you high immunity. and vitamin D3 is high. High cytokines, antimicrobial peptides, and surface defensins are produced in high quantity during adequate sunshine exposure of your body. As you all know, vitamin D3 is a deficiency which I think 80 to 90% of our population is suffering these days. And we are taking vitamin D3 as an external source of vitamin. Earthing or grounding, that is a direct contact with the earth, gives high immunity because there is high gamma concentrations. If you have noticed that people living in the rural areas during this pandemic of 2021 and 21-22, there was more cases coming out of the urban areas than the rural areas. Rural areas, the farmers who are directly working at the soil level were not that much affected as the urban population. What is the nutritional considerations in case of naturopathy? Have less sugar because more sugar causes immunosuppression. It leads to low neutrophilic phagocytosis and less gut dysbiosis. High probiotics and fibers, high T cell immunity, and less gut dysbiosis happens if you're taking the right kind of nutrition. Colored fruits, vegetables, high flavonoid concentration, mushrooms with antiviral properties, melatonin, which is found in many fruits and vegetables, helps to increase the immunity. Vitamins A and vitamin C increases natural killer cell population. Quercetin resveratrol reduces inflammation in your lung airways. The botanical considerations in naturopathy is grow trees, shrubs, which has a lot of antioxidant, antiviral properties all around your house. Do a lot of gardening, grow a lot of grapefruit, elderberries, carrots, tomatoes, strawberries, which have rich antioxidant property. The colors are very bright and gives you a lot of happiness. So botanical consideration, be a good gardener, grow a lot of trees and herbs that are going to make you feel happy and also give a lot of oxygen into your house. Spices. India means spices. India means garam masala. Wherever in the world you go, people talk of the Indian garam masala. All the Indian households have different types of spices. The spices could be dried roots, stems, seeds of different plants that are normally found in our country. The difference between the word spice and herb is that spice is made mainly from dried seeds or bark, whereas the herb is prepared from the fleshy part of a medicinal plant. The importance of spices in food is it is used as a flavoring agent to enhance the flavor of food. It has a lot of antioxidant property. It can be used as a preservative. The pungent spices makes you sweat. It has strong antimicrobial property, and not the least, it is used as a colorant. As you know, haldi is commonly used in our curries as a colorant. The secondary metabolites found in spices are mainly polyphenols. And we all know that polyphenol enhances the immune response of our body because it selectively prevents IgE production without harming the B cells. IgE production, the antibody is produced when there is an infection or when there is a kind of a allergy. The polyphenols also calms down the body and improves the quality of your sleep. It relaxes the blood vessels, the muscles, elevating the nutrient circulation in the body, removes waste rapidly from the body, thereby giving you a stronger mind, body, and spirit. The foods which are rich in polyphenols are referred to as superfoods. So here is a list of spices, the secondary metabolite that they have, and the action. Black pepper, cumin, cardamom, Fennel, cloves, cinnamon, mustard seeds, these are used very commonly by us on a day-to-day basis. Saffron, aloe vera, tulsi, Greek, these are so common. Brahmi is used as a mental tonic. So especially people suffering from psychological disorders should be having Brahmi. Garlic, ginger, turmeric, green tea. All these are immune boosting, polyphenolic containing spices, and also many of them increases the neurotransmission and regulates your emotions. So it is so important that during this hard times of the pandemic, COVID-19, the difficult times can be overcome without spreading wrong rumors about the disease, about the way it is being spread, about the after effects, post COVID symptoms through television, social media, newspapers, family, friends, and other sources. Fear is something we should all avoid. Let our friends also avoid being fearful. Lockdown has affected us psychologically to a vast extent, but we should step out of the house taking all the precautions required and lead a healthy life. If anyone is sick in the house, they should be provided with good medical help, keeping yourself safe and secure. As Abdul Kalam said, if you can't change your future, but you can change your habits, surely your habits will change your future. So, with this, I end my talk for today. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your nice lecture. Siddharth?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, I would like the opportunity to introduce Dr. Ram Sharma. Dr. Ram Sharma is an accomplished poet and writer both in English and Hindi in the field of literature. He has added many feathers to his cap. As a student, he has been exceptionally brilliant. Students from his class, from first to MPhil, he did his doctorate on postmodernist trends in Indian novels in English, a study of Anita Desai, Arun Joshi, Amitav Ghosh, and Vikram Seth. He is a renowned poet, critic, reviewer, and translator. His poetry is indeed of very high order, which is read throughout the world. He has 85 research papers published in esteemed journals of India and many more to come. He has such as his Poets International, Biz Bars, Rock Pebbles, Contemporary Vibes, etc. Besides his work, he has appeared in such web journals like News India, Bology.com, Literary India, Near Poet, Academia India, Indian English Literature, etc. He has few of his journals in the internet form, that is poemhunters.com, voicesnet.com, Coffee Connection, Autumn Leaves, the Poetry Sketchbook, etc. He has to his credit 8 poetry volumes of Muse, 2002, Serene Moments, 2008, A String of Words, 2009, Poets of Word Peace, Volumes 1 and 2, 2002, and Om Sainath Saina, 2015 with co-author. He has also contributed editing on 32 anthologies books in English literature. He has attended more than 50 national and international seminars and presented his papers there. At present, he is working as associate professor and head of the department in English in JVPG, College Barod, Bhagpati, UP. He is editor-in-chief of 2 international journals, Ruminations and Glimpses. May I please request him to enlighten the audience with words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, first I would like to thank a Vice Chancellor of Amity University and a source of light, a Lieutenant General V.K. Sarmaji. And I also like to thank Professor Kuldeep Dwivedi ji, who is organizing this type of conference on sustainable management from last 10 years. And I am well familiar with Gwalior because I used to come with Professor Caroline Heising. And this is really very sad stage for us that not only Corona affected Professor Caroline Heising, she has got heart attack. So it's really a testing time for us. I would like to start my presentation with a research article written by US biologist Thomas Lovejoy, and he is professor of environment science at George Mason University. And what he has written, he has said that nature, excessive intrusion into nature led to this pandemic. हमने जो है इस अपनी प्रकृति का इतना दोहन और इतना शोषण कर लिया है कि हम इसके लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? हम सभी जिम्मेदार हैं. I was just checking one day air quality index in India of the major cities. So then I found very interesting fact that all the major cities in India, they are having air quality index ranging from 250 to 350. And sometimes at the time of Diwali, it goes to 600. It should be around 50. Then I checked the major cities of China. China has controlled this air quality index. All the major cities in China, it is around 35 to 50. Then I checked air quality index in United States. Then you will be surprised to know that all the major cities in United States, they are having air quality index from 20 to 35. Is my if we are living in this air quality index, which is ranging from 250 to 350, and this is going to affect directly our lungs, our respiratory system, our kidneys, and it will create blockage. Then what is this corona? This is the corona. And what we can do, we can present so many datas, we can present a lecture, scientific lecture, but without plantation, without saving nature, without going in the shelter of nature, we cannot do anything. There was one more article written by John Spangenberg. He is also environmentalist, and he has said in his article that if we carry on living by the same lifestyle, we cannot go very longer. This is the same reason there was one sir at the plenary session, and he was talking about Homa or Agnihotra. We are talking all about social distancing, masks, sanitizers, but we are not carrying our traditional things. If you study, you will find that neem. Is there any better sanitizer than neem or alum or fitkari? I don't think so. We are not having faith or belief on those things, and we are running towards the chemical sanitizers. The components we don't know. After 1 year, you will find one more research that such and such sanitizer affected your skin and it has created the skin cancer. So these things are really a kind of a mind-blowing, and what is this Kali Yuga is? Kali Yuga means the sleeping stage. We don't know anything. Everything is coming from the advertisements or coming from the West, that you take this, you take that, you take this vaccine, then you take the booster dose, and then my simple question is, we have been the leader or the light of the planet. How much we are taking help from our Ayurveda, from yoga, and just like the previous man from Allahabad University, she forced and said that there is also Ayush, Ministry of Ayush is there. So it's depend upon us. I would like to quote one stanza from this book written by Swami Rama. This book was written 50 years back, and if I read this paragraph, you will find that 50 years back he has written the same condition we are going through. Our modern civilization claims to be very productive, creative, and resourceful, but 100 years ago we did not have much of the diseases that exist today. Every day more diseases are being created, for although we are alive, the majority of us experience only the art of existing. Very few of us have really cultivated that technique which is called the art of living. The reason for this is that life today has become very artificial. Man never stops to consider that he may have gone too far by ignoring his natural resources. and by depending on artificial means. And what happens if we go away from nature? Our natural resistance also goes away. We are using this RO water in our houses, and what it is creating the scarcity of calcium in our bodies. So if we say who is responsible for all that, is us, the human beings. Living by artificial means gradually decreases natural resistances, and this obsession makes modern men suffer more and more. Man's whole life seems to be kept busy in trying to get rid of self-created suffering. Is there nothing higher for human beings to obtain than freedom from these elements? My question is that अगर आप अपने घर के आसपास सर्वे करेंगे तो आपके घर के आसपास मंदिर नहीं मिलेंगे, आपके घर के आसपास मिलेंगे मेडिकल स्टोर्स और मल्टी स्पेशलिटी नर्सिंग होम्स। तो मेरा यही सवाल है कि हम ये किस तरह की प्रोग्रेस है कि हम अपने ही जाल में फंसते जा रहे हैं। हम जाग नहीं पा रहे हैं। आज भी हम एक वैक्सीन ले देते हैं और ऐसे करके हम फेसबुक पे वो डालते हैं, उसके बाद 15 दिन बाद हम लिखते हैं कि आई हैव बिकम कोरोना पॉजिटिव। क्या खेल है ये, क्या जाल है? इस जाल से हमें ही निकलना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज ये जाल इतना बढ़ रहा है। I talked about air quality index. If we are continuously living in this air quality index that is more than 25 to 35, we cannot do more. हमारे लिए ज्यादा करने के लिए कुछ नहीं है। तेरवाजे सर, हमारे लिए यही स्थिति होगी कि हम I was in University of Stanford University in 2016, and then I saw there was a conference on ecological villages. तो मेरी भी जिज्ञासा हुई कि चल के जाके देखेंगे इकोलॉजिकल विलेजेस स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने क्या डेवलप किया है। तो आपको जानकर हंसी आएगी कि वो जो उन्होंने घर बनाए थे वो मिट्टी के घर थे, छप्पर पड़ा हुआ था। वही चीजों को जिनको उन्होंने हमें थर्ड रेट कंट्री और थर्ड वर्ल्ड सिटीजन कह के हमें डिस्कार्ड किया था, आज वही चीजें हमारे ऊपर थोपी जा रही हैं। आज मैं तो बहुत ही वो शर्मनाक दिन भारतवर्ष का होगा कि एक विदेशी आके यहाँ होम या योग के ऊपर हमें लेक्चर देगा या भगवत गीता के ऊपर देगा, क्योंकि हम तब तक अपना सारा ज्ञान भूल चुके होंगे। और वेस्ट की तरफ आज भी हम देख रहे हैं, आज भी फिर भी हमें वेस्ट की तरफ ही देखना पड़ेगा, अपना सारा ज्ञान सारी चीजें भूलकर। और हम तब भी 100 वर्ष पीछे होंगे, अमेरिका से आज भी 100 वर्ष पीछे हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग जाग रहे हैं। There is a cultural shift going on. The West is rising up, is making aware of the spirituality, the strength of spirituality. The Senate of United States is starting with the Gayatri Mantra. वो गायत्री मंत्र से वो स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं उसे, और still we are thinking that we have to follow the cultural shift of all the seats we are adopting of the West. सारी जिनकी seats हैं वो ले रहे हैं, and we are calling ourselves we have become modern. My next question is why we are not taking their punctuality, why we are not taking their sincerity, why we are not taking their faithfulness. ये सब चीजें हम क्यों नहीं ले रहे हैं? सिर्फ we are wearing the clothes made in United States and then we are calling that we have become modern. All these questions I am raising to our youth, which is sitting behind of me, is really a time to wake up. No vaccine will help us, no doctors will help us, no nursing homes is going to help us. It's the key, it's our awareness that will help us, it's our zeal will help us, the nature will help us. I would like to read few of my poems. One is written in Hindi and its title is Corona और कुरुक्षेत्र. ये पढ़ना चाहूंगा मैं। कोरोना के समय में ही मैंने लिखी थी। रोज रोज देख रहा हूं बढ़ता हुआ मौत का साया, और सोच रहा हूं आज आदमी ने इतनी तरक्की कर है क्या पाया। आग लगी है चारों ओर है कोरोना का शोर। यह है एक आग का घेरा जिसने हमें है आज आकर घेरा। आज आदमी रहा है भाग, देखकर आदमी को मौत का साया पल पल है बढ़ रहा। पर्यावरण को इतना हमने इतना ध्वंस शोषण कर लिया है कि लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है, लगातार पेड़ कट रहे हैं, लगातार प्रदूषण बढ़ रहा है, और हम बैठे सोच रहे हैं कि हमें वैक्सीन बचा लेगी या ओड और इवन का सिस्टम हम लागू कर दें तो शायद उससे हम बच जाएंगे। रास्ते दरवाजे सब हैं बंद, बेचारे सूरज चांद सितारे ही हैं बुलंद। है मेरे दोस्तों कस लो अपनी कमर, बांध लो अपने सरों से कफन, नहीं मिटने देना है अपने आप को, लड़ना है मरते दम तक कोरोना से। घर में मत सोते रहो, जगते रहो और जगाते रहो, अलग ये साहस की जगाते रहो। दीपक प्रेम और मानवता का जलाते रहो, घर से ही प्रकृति प्रेम का कर दो तुम शंखनाद, करेंगे हम प्रकृति को फिर से आबाद। अर्जुन तू आज फिर खड़ा है कुरुक्षेत्र में, भागना नहीं है तुझे इस रण क्षेत्र से, तुझे है लड़ना इस कोरोना से और जीतना है। मीन्स वी हैव टू return to nature, we have to save nature, save earth, save ourselves. I would like to read one poem from this poetry collection of mine, Lamp of Love, and the title is World Will Change with Your Love. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are clearly audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. World will change with your love. The dark night will disappear within a glittering dawn. The world will change with your love. Open all your eyes with positivity. The ferocious storm will change into a cool breeze. The flowers of healing will open and blossom. The vines of love will ever grow strong. Consciousness of prayer shines upon the darkness of night. The dark night will disappear within a glittering dawn. The world will change with your love. The thing is that in the corona period, the people who went to the hospitals, they died more, and there is not a single case who died at home. So this is the panic created by COVID-19. And there is, I would like to tell you one very simple short story कि दो व्यक्ति रात के समय सोए हुए थे, तभी एक व्यक्ति को लगता है कि उसके पैर में किसी ने काटा है। वो उठ के देखता है कि एक चूहा जा रहा है, जबकि उसे काटा था एक सांप ने। तो सांप को नहीं देख पाया, उठ के बैठ के देखा उसने, तो उसे एक चूहा जाता हुआ दिखाई दिया और वो वापस लेट कर सो गया। तभी दूसरा व्यक्ति जो सोया हुआ है उसे लगा कि उसे किसी चीज ने काटा है। उसे काटा तो था चूहे ने, जैसे ही उठ के बैठ के देखा उसने, एक जिगजैग करता हुआ सांप उसे दिखाई दिया और वो सांप काटने के सदमे से मर गया। आपको पता है कि स्नेक बाइट से डेथ 90% हार्ट अटैक से होती हैं। तो इतना भी हमारे अपने जज्बे को, अपने साहस को इतना कमजोर हमें नहीं करना है कि कोविड-19 की तीसरी लहर आ गई, चौथी आ गई, पांचवी आ गई, इतने वहां मर रहे हैं, इतने वहां जी रहे हैं। इन सब चीजों को ना देखकर हम ये प्रयास करें कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं पॉजिटिव। अभी आपको पता हुआ कि अमेरिका के हर यूनिवर्सिटी में कोविड रिसर्च सेंटर्स स्थापित कर दिए गए हैं और उनका मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि कैसे इस कोविड से बचा जाए, कैसे मानव प्रजाति को बचाया जाए। तो हमारा सभी लोगों का ये प्रयास होना चाहिए कि ये जो कोविड यही है, एक एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स जो 250 से 350 चल रहा है हमारे शहर में, मेरे शहर में, आपके शहर में, इससे हमें कैसे निकलना है। मैंने तो यहाँ पे मेरठ में प्रयास किया है कि मेरे जो लाइक माइंडेड फ्रेंड्स हैं, अगर उनके पास जगह नहीं है तो 25-30 गमले खरीद लें और जो भी थोड़ी बहुत सब्जियां हैं वो उगा लें और 25 से 30 मिनट गार्डनिंग को वो दें, तो थोड़ी बहुत फ्रेश एयर मिलेगी और ताजी सब्जियां भी मिलेंगी। मैं कैरोलिन के साथ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स और कनाडा में भी पर्यावरण की बहुत सारी संस्थाओं से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, जिसमें ग्रीन प्लैनेट एक है, क्लाइमेट रियलिटी प्रोजेक्ट है, यूएस के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रहे एल गोर, उनके साथ भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। और मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग भी हमारे साथ आएं और कार्य करें और प्रयास करें कि ये जो कोविड ही चल रहा है, इससे बाहर हम निकल पाएं और अपने आप को जगा पाएं कि ये चीजें जो हैं उतनी मुश्किल नहीं है जितना हम सोच रहे हैं। मैं जरूर कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा जो हैं, जरूर मैं उससे चाहूंगा कुछ आप देखें। तो प्रयास कर रहा हूं मैं शेयर करने का कुछ। इसी के साथ मैं थैंक यू देना चाहूंगा सभी लोगों का कि उन्होंने समय दिया। सभी लोग जानते ही हैं कितना दिक्कत का समय है ये, तो प्रयास कर रहे हैं हम सब लोग। और सर का भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि वो जिस तरह से मुझे लग रहा है मौजूद होंगे सर, हमारे साथी सुन रहे होंगे, सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स मौजूद हैं, तो प्रयास है हम लोगों का कि हम कुछ अच्छा कर पाए। कुछ जो है ये मैं होम करता हूँ, ये मेरा प्रयास रहता है घर पे कि हम जब भी समय मिले हम इस तरह का प्रयास हमें करना चाहिए थोड़ा थोड़ा। और गायत्री मंत्र और इसका भी हम प्रयोग करें। और हमारे ग्रंथों में तो लिखा ही गया है अंतरिक्ष शांति, पृथ्वी देव शांति, शांति, सभी तरफ शांति की हमने परिकल्पना की है। और हमारे जितने भी त्योहार हैं, मकर संक्रांति, बसंत पंचमी, महाशिवरात्रि, होली, नवरात्र, पूर्णिमा, ओणम, दीपावली, छठ पूजा, शरद पूर्णिमा, इन सब में है प्रकृति का हम पूजन और प्रकृति को ही सर्व मान्य हमने माना है। भगवान जो शब्द है वो पैसे भूमि, गैसे गगन, वहां से वायु, नैसे नीर, वही प्रकृति का ही स्वरूप है। तो ये सब चीजों के साथ आखिर में मैं अपनी जो है वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा। ओम दो शांति रक्षे शांति, पृथ्वी शांति, अंतरिक्ष शांति, वनस्पति शांति। लेट देयर बी पीस एवरीवेयर एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार, प्रणाम, and let's try our best to combat this COVID-19 situation and environmental pollution. In the end, I would like to thank Lieutenant General Dr. V.K. Sharma ji, Professor Dwivedi ji, Professor Rai ji, and all the participants and galaxy of scholars. Thank you very much. We will keep our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I request Professor Dr. Swapnil Rai sir to please take over.
Thank you, Siddharth. With the permission of chair, ma'am, now we are entering into the technical session, and we are having a presentations. So, if you permit, then we'll start the presentation. Professor Sundaram, ma'am, can we start?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. So, if you permit, ma'am, then we'll start the session.
Please do start. Please do start.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right.
I would request Ram sir, please unshare your screen. Okay.
Who's the first speaker?
Ma'am, the first paper will be presented by Rahul Majumdar. The topic of his presentation is evaluation of water quality status of Hooghly River in West Bengal. Now I am making Rahul as a presenter. Wait a minute. Rahul Majumdar, be ready. Now you are the panelist, Rahul. Please start your presentation.
And how much time are you giving each presenter, because we lack time otherwise, right?
Ma'am, for the PPT you will give 7 minutes, and then for the discussion 2 to 3 minutes. So overall 10 minutes.
Am I
right?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Okay, I am presenting my PPT.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Is it seen or?
No, it's not visible yet.
Okay, sir.
Professor Rai,
if
we can ask the speakers to share their slides with you on your email, it may be easy for you to keep sharing the screen, because we are going to waste time with each candidate on this.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, Rahul, you just send me your PPT. Immediately I'll share, and then you just present. And I request to all the presenters in this technical session, please share your PPT with me.
So can I start next, one next or two next?
Yeah. You just share your PPT on my mail ID. Please note down my email ID. I'm writing in the chat box also. That is srai@go.mit.edu. Please see the chat box and send your PPT on my email ID.
Dr. Rai, I think
Yeah.
he wants to speak on the number
After-
2
yeah,
or 3. So we can
yeah.
go to number 2 if you
Oh,
wish.
okay. So next presenter is Farzana Shamim. And she is going to present on evaluation of anthropogenic enrichment of pollutant loads amidst the COVID restrictions, a case study in the Babu Ghat, West Bengal. So I'm making her a presenter, Farzana. Farzana, you are now panelist. Please share your screen. Farzana, are you here?
Farzana, please accept. Yes.
Yeah. Please share your screen.
Sir, I'm audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Farzana.
Okay, sir.
Please share your PPT and start.
Okay.
You'll have 7 minutes, Farzana. Within a 7 minute, you have to finish your presentation.
Okay, sir. Is it visible or not, sir?
It says sharing.
Okay, sir.
I think, yeah, it is visible.
Okay.
Ma'am, it is visible to you?
Sir, Professor Dwivedi ji?
Sir, is it visible or not?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
You
Good
start.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Farzana Shamim, research scholar for Vidyasagar University, Department of Center for Environmental Studies. Before I start my presentation, I wish and I hope all of us doing very well during this tough COVID situation, because all we know, both environment and human are affected by coronavirus, right? So today's the international conference is focused on sustainability and environmental preservance in the era of COVID-19. So, all we know, today my topic is the evolution on the anthropogenic monopolical road of Amazon's COVID restriction. It's actually a case study from a Babu Ghat, West Bengal. So, let's move to my very first slide. It is a small overview of my entire PPT, and it consists like an introduction, origin of Ganga and flow, study area, aim and objective, methodology, source of pollution, result and discussion, as well as conclusion and recommendation. So I'd like to look at our very next slide, that is introduction part.
I want to just tell you, Farzana, please, skip introduction, skip your material methods,
Okay,
concentrate on your work and the outcome of your work, because I won't give you a minute more than 7.
Okay, ma'am, not an issue. I'll show you my direct study area part, where I conduct my study and how I conduct my study and when I conduct my study. Then I'm directly go in my result and conclusion. Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah, please go through first.
This is actually India map, where I can highlight the part of West Bengal, and this is a small part of the Babu Ghat Stretch. And later I show you the study area part, where I highlighted my study area, right? So my methodology is like the study was conducted during the year of 2021 in March 16 on Hooghly River. It located in a Babu Ghat. Actually, Babu Ghat is a famous immersion ghat in our West Bengal, and we all know West Bengal is famous for Durga Puja. And it's a basically longitude and latitude. Like Babu Ghat is a unique junction point of Kolkata, where everyone can find a various mode of transportation like ferry ghat, trains and buses for towards various direction. Like we can find a bus there like Odisha, Asansol, Bihar as well as Ranchi. Babu Ghat Immersion Ghat is a popular for ideal immersion ghat.
Yahan 7 aayega na?
The average temperature of this area always 21 to 34 degrees centigrade in a March, and monsoon season is and I was check the low tide. So this is a basically picture from a Babu Ghat, where a religious activity was done, and this all are religious activity. And this is a transportation junction point beside of Babu Ghat. And this is a current situation of Babu Ghat ferry ghat, that is very much polluted. Like aim and objective of my study is investigate the physical, chemical, and microbial load of this pollutant in Hooghly River, to observe the relationship between a physical, chemical, and heavy metal, to study the impact of pollution, to identify the particular sectoral load of pollution, in order to understand the correlation between different physical, chemical parameter, biological parameter, heavy metal, and to understand the what is the water quality index, what is the pollution index, what is the eutrophication index, as well as heavy metal index, to identify the segment of order to provide the better management to combat the crisis of Ganga River pollution in West Bengal, India. Actually, this is a suggested way to improve the water quality of Hooghly to acceptable standard by pollution load from reaching the level. My next slide is about the source of pollution. So, as I said that I'm directly jumped on the result part. So, may I skip this part, sir, or not?
Yes, please skip it. That's good, because your results will have more impact on your talk.
Okay. For this water quality parameter or analysis, to understand the comprehensive quality of river Ganga, I parallelly check water quality index, heavy metal index, pollution index, and eutrophication index, and those all are important tool to classify the water quality. So, let's move to my next slide. This is the entire result from my case study. Basically, this result consists the heavy metal load, biological load, microbial load, chemical and physical load, where we can see the pH level is crossed the permissible limit of WHO and BIS also. But I can highlight that is green part, that DO is below the prescribed limit. Somehow the coliform and E. coli bacteria is crossed the prescribed limit. Sometimes all the parameter, physical, chemical and biological parameter are prescribed limit, cross the prescribed limit. But the heavy metals, because I done this case study or investigation during this COVID restriction, so heavy metal load is less. So actually, this is the box from my water quality index, eutrophication index, heavy metal and pollution index. Here you can see what I get. The water quality index is 415.82, and that's means it's above 100, and it's unsuitable for drinking and fish culture, and it came in a E grade. You can see here eutrophication index. Eutrophication index also above 1. That means water is a eutrophic. But one part of my study is mainly highlighted, that is heavy metal index value is lower than 100. That means water is not contaminated, because my work, I conduct this study during COVID restriction, like so many religious activity or man-made activity or more non-point source were from dumping area directly dumped into water, that is prohibited. And this is pollution index. You can see the pollution index is found to be 1.3, and that indicate the water is polluted. This is actually the correlation coefficient matrix, where I can correlate the entire result, and that is all are negative. So here I can show you something, that some parameter like electric conductivity and more of parameter cross the prescribed limit, but DO level is level of water sample is 2 mg per liter, then a lower than WHO standard and BIS standard. The water temperature of this area where I conduct my study, that was 23 degrees centigrade, and all time of this area is 21 to 34 degrees centigrade. The water quality index shows that water is polluted and unfitted for drinking. In other side, eutrophication index is found to be 4.63, and heavy metal index found to be 8.25. That means it's not contaminated with heavy metal. I'm really focusing on a heavy metal because I found the result is not contaminated with heavy metal. And this is, I don't know how to express that is good or bad, but heavy metal index is less during COVID restriction. But pollution index value is found to be 1.3. That's mean the water is not good for contaminated. So in the present study, physical, chemical, and microbiological water quality parameter and many sub-parameters are checked and prescribed with BIS and WHO standards. Correlation and different water quality parameters seem favored to the coliform bacteria of study area. So, lastly but not least, it indicates water body is not good enough for domestic use drinking. It used after, I think, treated or irrigation purpose after proper treatment. So, I personally, I want to speak that I want to work in this world after 1 or 2 years. Like I want to check the heavy metal loads, it's same or not. So my presentation is basically focused on a heavy metals during restriction, COVID restriction, and a recommendation is need to identify the proper source of pollution, increase public awareness, follow the norms. Actually, I am associate with Namami Gange, National Mission for Clean Ganga. As a Ganga Prahari, I do lots of awareness in Ganga sites. So I want to personally award the people for their own.
Okay, thank you, Farzana. Your time's up. Thank you for the talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Farzana, can you switch on your camera?
Sorry, sir. Actually, sir, I'm not in a home. That's
Okay.
why I'm.
No issue, no issue. Ma'am,
Yes.
session with you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
No, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Chairman, ma'am.
Huh?
Please, if any question is there, ma'am, from your side.
No, that's okay. It was pretty clear. No problem.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome. Now you can unshare your screen.
Yeah. Shanti madam,
Yeah,
Professor Shanti madam.
I'm on the line. I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, yes, you are audible, madam.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Due to some pre-engagements that one of the invited speakers, Professor Ganpati Venkat Subramaniam had, he could not join at the right time, but now he has joined. So
So you want to have his talk before we continue? Okay,
yeah,
fine.
that's
Okay, sure.
so, yeah, your permission.
No problem. No problem, sir.
Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With this opportunity, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. S. Ganpati Venkata Subramaniam. He has a PhD in Environmental Management and Law. Title of his thesis is Emergence of Environmental Jurisprudence through Judicial Activism in India. Highly commended. He also has MSc and MPhil in Environmental Sciences, MBA, MPhil in Management, MA in Public Administration, MLS, MEd, MA in also Personal Management and Industrial Relations, PG in Diplomatical and Public Relations, PG in Diploma in Higher Relations, and many more. His major professional experiences include being 30 years of teaching experience to the following programs: ME, that's Environmental Engineering, MTech, Environmental Management, both full-time and part-time, post-graduation Diploma, Environmental Engineering, Masters of Science in Environmental Sciences, Bachelor of Engineering, and many more. So he handled a few of many subjects such as environmental policy and legislations, environmental jurisprudence, principle of sustainable development, and such more. His research work includes guiding 35 students for Masters of Engineering project work, guiding 20 students for MSc, 35 students for MBA, and 5 students for MPhil project work. His thrust areas of research include environmental impact assessment, solid waste management, wastewater treatment, environmental laws. With this opportunity, I would like to ask Sir to please enlighten the audience with this word of wisdom.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon to see you, sir. And sorry for that. I have just gone for a meeting. I could not be able to come in time. So the time allotted is how much minute time is allotted, sir?
Sir, 20 minutes.
Okay. I will take only the 15 minutes because by 3 I have to go. Now it is a 2:15 and 2:55. I will stop it by 3:10 and I will compensate it in the speed. Okay. So very good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this international conference, the Amity University administration, and Professor Dr. Dwivedi Ji, who has extended this invitation, and he is the executive man who has extended this invitation to me to be one of the speaker in the international conference. So thank you so much, sir. Then the topic which is being given to me, that how far this sustainable development is being sustained because of the activity of the judiciary in India. So I can say that for the purpose of a good environmental management, we require that education is essential, then engineering is essential, enforcement is essential. Then of course, now in the last 10 years, there is a fourth area which is very much emerging, namely this economic regime, which is emerging. So education, I need not tell you, by way of organizing this type of the conferences, and in fact, that is introducing one subject of environmental science and engineering in the academic curriculum of the undergraduate students. And
sorry to interrupt, sir. You can open your camera.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not opening. That's why.
Okay.
So then, the entire thing will go. Your microphone is unmuted. Okay. Now you are able to see me?
Yes, sir. Definitely, I can see you now. Now it is more satisfying.
You are able to
seeing you on the screen, right?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You are visible now. You can continue.
You are able to see me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
I think there is some network issue. In between, you are.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir.
Sir, you are able to see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, sir, that video and audio together, it is not going. When I switch on that video, the audio is stopping.
No
When
issue,
I
sir. No
switch
issue.
on the audio, the video is stopping. But anyhow, without wasting the time, I am not so charmed, sir, to be seen in that video. But anyhow, after my talk also, I will try to come in that video. But anyhow, because without wasting of my time. So now in that case, that education I told you. Then coming to the engineering, I need not tell you that unless otherwise that engineering principles, along with the scientific principles together with the engineering design and developing a technology is very important. Now the third one, that the enforcement regime. Prior going to that one, the fourth area emerging is the economic regime. And this is really a debatable topic whether we have to ingrain this economic regime along with the enforcement regime, because in a country like a developing country like ours, is it essential or is it necessary? If it is the case, means whether it is the social justice or the economic justice. So this is a very big question. It is a debate. Now this order of the day, that is slowly we are also moving towards the capitalistic form of this one. So there is no other alternative that we have to accept this economic regime integrating along with the enforcement regime. Okay, now coming back to that enforcement regime, that is we are having a good amount of that economic enforcement regime. Now we have got a constitution where that constitution articles are also there. Take for example that article 48A, 48A and 51AG and article 47. Apart from that, even the court has interpreted that article 21, right to life includes a right to clean and healthy environment also. So we are having the constitutional provisions are very much available. Then of course the legal provisions, both the environmental laws and the environmental laws are also there. The environmental laws like the Water Act, the Air Act, the Environmental Protection Act. Then you come across that NGT, National Green Tribunal Act, Public Liability Insurance Act and all that. Apart from that, there are various other legislations. We have got adequate provisions for the purpose of protecting that environment. But without mentioning that word environment, we are having it. And in fact, that is... Hello. Sir, sir, I will leave it, sir, because the chairman is calling me, sir. Sorry to disturb you, sir.
Okay. Sir? Ganpati, sir, are you leaving? Sir, Ganpati sir. I think something happened. Some issues is there. Somebody is called. Okay, so now we are continuing our session, and I think Rahul Majumdar is ready now. Majumdar, Mr. Majumdar.
Yes, sir. I send my PPT.
Yeah. I got
to your mail.
your PPT. Now I'm going to share the PPT. You just start your presentation. Wait a minute.
Okay, sir.
41. Okay. So give me a minute. Ma'am, I'm just sharing the screen, and Rahul Majumdar is going to present. Yeah. Is it visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I start?
Yeah, you start.
My name is Rahul Majumdar. I'm field research scholar with Vidyasagar University. My topic name is evaluation of the water quality status of Hooghly River in West Bengal. And the pollution in river water is the accumulation of biodegradable and non-biodegradable organic components are mainly responsible for the river pollution. And the major sources of the pollution is the domestic wastewater and or untreated water get discharged into the directly water, and the agriculture activities in the river basins are very prominent, and fertilizer pesticide consumptions are quite significant. And the religious factors are also a major source of river water pollution because most of the religious activities are done on the bank of the river, and the industrial waste and urban waste are also the major source. Next slide, sir.
Okay.
My aims and objects of this study is to evaluate and analyze the present water quality status of Hooghly River in West Bengal, and to understand the segregate various sources of pollutants, and to reveal the source of heavy metals and its effect on the water body. Next slide, sir. And our study area is Hooghly River, and the Hooghly River is the most important river of West Bengal. It flows maximum districts of West Bengal, and it flows 260 km to reach the Bay of Bengal. But nowadays, this river is now faced very much pollution, and maximum West Bengal, most of the population is dependent on that river. Next, sir. And our methodology is a systematic literature review, and we followed it. And it is very some segmented. We separate the pollution status. They're like domestic sources. Here some studies I can thoroughly studied that Roy and Shamim, they revealed that household waste and municipal waste increase the BOD level and fecal
I would request Rahul, you just share, like I'm going to your result. You just discuss the results, है
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now,
these are sources. This is your. What is this? These are sources.
This is some. This is the some tables there which some types of industries which happen on the bank of the Hooghly River, like electroplating, metal thermal power plant, pulp and paper industries, petrochemical industries, and that discharge directly or indirectly some treated or untreated water. They contamination was cadmium, like some heavy metals, cadmium, chromium, phenols, and mineral oils, which and the result is like status, and these are heavy metals which are directly affect the water body and get polluted the water, and they increase the diseases which we face day by day very much problem. And like for the cadmium, the sources are electroplating, welding, that all are happening on the besides of the Hooghly River, and the diseases are kidney and liver damage, various types of diseases we can say like diarrhea and liver kidney damage for the zinc, which are directly into mixed with the water by idle immersion. Idle immersion is the most nowadays most great problem to the people of that people of the Hooghly West Bengal population and also Indian population. So next, sir. Next, sir.
Okay.
And the
Rahul, just you tell me. Wait a minute. Have you done any analysis, or are you just discussing the review? Like after reviewing the things, you are discussing this thing, this paper.
Yes, sir.
I have not found any result like this. Anything.
And the result is status is
okay.
The status is mainly.
You have just surveyed the papers and you have
the
collected
work.
the rate.
Yes, sir. The work which are happened on that
okay.
Hooghly River.
So you are on this slide, na? Lead, mercury, copper, nickel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And that's all are from the reviews.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it?
Ma'am, you are. I think you are not audible, ma'am.
You're not.
Rahul, are you?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think ma'am is not audible. Something. Ma'am wants to say something.
I can't hear sound.
Yes, yes. You conclude. This is your conclusion, na?
Next, sir. Next slide, sir.
Yeah.
The main conclusion of this that we have to treat this by establishing a bridge between the scientific community or government protocols and local peoples. We have lots of study have done for that on the river Hooghly, but there is no solution to overcome from it. So we should they need to implement and integrate water resource management plan for properly protecting our rivers and aquatic life therein.
Okay.
And
so,
after that, my references and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rahul. Can you tell me the water quality index? Have you heard the water quality index?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Water quality index. We are studying water quality index like we check some parameters for that checking the water quality, and then we resulted that like DO, BOD, COD, where some use of physico-chemical parameters or biological parameters to check the water quality index.
Okay. Okay, Rahul. Thank you. Thank you so much for your this thing, ma'am. I request Shanti ma'am to, if any question is there. Ma'am, you are not audible. You are. सर मैम म्यूट नहीं हो पा रही है, ज्वाइन नहीं हो पा रही है
सर. इसमें है सर, पैनलिस्ट हैं.
हाँ, शी इज इन द लिस्ट. आई थिंक सम नेटवर्क इशू इज देयर.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am, you are now audible.
Nishra.
Can't hear, sir.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
So tell. Any
Ma'am, not audible.
of you have.
Sir, I think internet problems.
Some internet issues there, I think, with ma'am. Okay, so we are moving for the next, and we are having Sasi Shoni. Sasi Shoni for the OP4, oral presentation 4. So I have the PPT of Sasi Shoni, and now I am promoting Sasi Shoni to SHI. So, Ms. Sasi Soni, you are not in the PAN attendee list. Yeah, you are in this. Wait a minute. She is in the panel, I think. Yeah. Sasi Soni, please. Are you in the panel? Sasi Soni. Am I audible to you?
Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sashi Soni. I am research scholar at the University of Allahabad under the supervision of Dr. Ina Gupta. And today I am going to present a review on the topic ananas commerce's peel as an eco-friendly anti-cancer agent.
Okay.
Sir, my slides are not.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Coming to the introduction part. Hmm. Sir, next slide, please. Use utilization of fruit peels have been mentioned in the ethnomedicinal field due to its high content of fruit fiber, certain vitamins and minerals. Then recycling of fruit waste is a valuable step to reduce pollution of environment from their deterioration. Where its secondary metabolites present in different fruit peels shows various health benefits, and around billion pounds of peels are thrown into the landfills on taking an account that 500 grams per day of fruit is consumed by each individual, from which 40% waste is generated. The next slide. Now, ananas commercial is commonly known as pineapple, which belongs to the family Bromeliaceae. Fruit pulp industry uses only 22.5 to 35% edible portion of the pineapple, and remaining part is discarded as waste, in which it is included as peel, stem, core, and crown. Basically, pineapple peel exhibits hard and irregular shape but having good nutritional properties that it could be used in various food preparations like in candy, juices, teas, and many other food products. And large portion of this waste accounts to peel only, that is 34.7%, which is profound in polyphenolic compounds, that is sucrose, glucose, fructose, cellulose, fiber, bromelain, bioactive compound, iron, potassium, calcium, vitamin A, B, vitamin C, A, and B complex. It is insufficient amount of insoluble fiber, so of great interest in utilizing it as a source of fiber and antioxidants instead of wasting it. The next slide.
Ms. Tony, you please discuss
Yes.
your methodology, importance of your work, and the results.
Sir, sir, it's review only.
So you are presenting review only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you are reading, na? So
Sir, I will finish. Sir, I will finish within the time.
Okay. Okay. Start.
So,
Let's start.
antioxidants mob the free radicals, that is the free radical scavenging activity they exhibit, generated during aerobic respiration, level of which leads to many chronic diseases, including cancer, inflammation, atherosclerosis, and obesity. Pineapple peel exhibits good antioxidative activity because it contains good amount of major phenolic compounds like gallic acid, ferulic, catechin, epicatechin, and many others. Cancer is one of the major fatal diseases in current scenario. Proliferation and uncontrolled cells growth are the major characteristics of cancer, which is family of diseases unique to multicellular animals. Cancer is the leading cause of death in current scenario. Yes, sir. Next slide. Major bioactive compounds present in ananas commerce's peel is phenols, terpenoids, saponin, flavonoids, lignin, carotenoids, ascorbic acid, coumarins, epicatechin, catechin, gallic acid, miracetin, ferulic, salicylic acid, tranexamic acid, tannic acid, and many others, which is responsible for its amazing therapeutic applications of pineapple peel. Next slide, sir. These are bioactive compounds and which are present in the ananas commerce's peel, their chemical structure and chemical formula. So next slide. Here are some review, that is Rasha et al. Worked on 2000, in 2015 studied in the in vitro anti-cancer activity of fermented and unfermented pineapple peel in these food products against 4 different human cancer cell lines, namely HL60 or normal, HFB4, HEPG2 that is liver cancer, A549 that is lung cancer, MCF7 breast cancer, and HCT116 colon cancer cell lines. And they analyzed that cancer preventing effect against HCT116 and A549 and MCF7 cell lines, that is colon, lung cancer, and breast cancer cell lines, but close to the values of doxorubicin drug, whereas no effect against HL60 and HG2 cells was observed. In next, so next, in the next study, in 2013, the inhibitory effect of pineapple peel against ST29 and A549 cancer cell lines suggested its strongest effect against both the cell lines ST29 and A549. Then Shah in 2016 developed yogurt supplemented with pineapple peel powder and studied its anti-proliferative against ST29 colon cancer cell lines, and result analyzed that pineapple peel supplemented yogurt exerted higher anti-proliferative effect in comparison to the non-supplemented yogurt. These studies highlighted the anti-cancer potential of ananas commusus peel due to its amazing antioxidative and prebiotic potential as a result of profound phytochemicals and insoluble fiber contents. The next slide. In conclusion, the major waste generated from pineapple fruit peel is which is used to be discarded, causing environmental pollution. Harnessing of this waste is utmost important for environmental point of view and also because of utilizing its mesmerizing pharmacological potential. Its higher polyphenolic and insoluble fiber content is responsible for anti-proliferative effect. Application of pineapple peel as pharmaceutical and nutraceutical compound could be studied for future prospectus. It is a phytoremedy towards colon cancer and many other chronic diseases. Here are the differences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Ma'am, any question or query from the
Shashi, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now you tell me, how are you going to make the fruit vendors who are selling this ananas, pineapple, not throw away the peel and give it to the scientists for working?
Ma'am, I didn't get your question. Please repeat.
Okay, can you tell me where did you collect the peels from?
Ma'am, I have collected peels from local market or juice shops.
So how many did you always collect it from the same shop, because it's important to maintain the same breed of pineapple, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get it every time? How many times did you repeat this?
Ma'am, I have collected only 10, ma'am, around 10 times.
From the
Ma'am,
same
because
shop?
we have collected in bulk. Yes,
because pineapple would be seasonal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which season did you collect it in bulk?
Ma'am, March to April.
And where did you preserve it? So you made a whole lot of extract and kept it of the peel.
Ma'am, I have then dried it in hot air oven and make the powder, then extract prepared and collected in the refrigerator, then preserved.
Okay. So you're doing your PhD right now, or what are you doing?
Ma'am, PhD.
So you're finishing your PhD?
Ma'am, now it is just starting, not finishing.
I think, ma'am, she is from Allahabad, right? Shashi, you are
Ma'am,
in Allahabad?
Ma'am, I am the scholar of Dr. Ina Gupta, Ina ma'am.
Okay, fine. All right, okay. So, because you're the scholar of Anna Gupta means home science department, right?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
are you going to use it as an additive in any food product?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I will develop food products like symbiotic products, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you. Next
Thank you,
candidate,
ma'am.
Professor Rai.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Soni. Yeah, ma'am, I have to do one setting, change her role. Okay, she's in the now. Next is ma'am Ursa Noor. Ursa Noor is going to deliver a talk on Punicea grantum peel, a valuable source of control of hypertension. The same Ursa Noor and the Anna Gupta, ma'am. So Ursa, URS. Ursa. So, have you converted Maksud ji?
Yes, sir. I done.
Panel?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to share her PPT. Ursa? Unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah.
So, can I start?
Please start. Please start.
Okay. My topic is Punica granatum peel as a sustainable source for the prevention of hypertension. I am Rusa Noor, research scholar from Allahabad University under the supervision of Dr. Ina Gupta. So, next slide. Introduction. High blood pressure are the major consequence of other risk factors like
Rosa, please skip introduction. We all know about high blood pressure. Please go to your objectives.
Ma'am, it's a review. Ma'am, it's only a review.
But remember, you got only 7 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So please, one slide back. Yes. So next slide.
Okay.
Several antihypertensive drug has been introduced. Still, hypertension remains the major medical problem. That's the reason focus has been on product from natural sources to treat the high blood pressure. Pomegranate is one of the famous edible fruit deliberated as ornamental fruit from Mediterranean people, which provide broad application traditional medicines since ancient times. Pomegranate is considered as a berry but belonging to its own botanical family Punicaceae, containing single genus Punica, and botanically it is known as Punica granatum. Many bioactive compounds like tannin, alkaloids, flavonoids, etc. are present in the Punica granatum, which provide many health benefits. Next slide, sir. Pomegranate, as we all know, the taste of Punica granatum varies from sweet to sour depending on their ripeness. Anatomy of the fruit: the size of the fruit is the size of our fist, with a round shape and thick red dish skin. Number of seeds present in the fruit, which vary from 200 to 1400 in each fruit. It is cultivated in the northern hemisphere from September to February and in the southern hemisphere from March to May. It provides 83 calorie per 100 gram of pomegranate. So next slide. Parts of the pomegranate. Peel. The peel of the pomegranate contains. So next slide. Back slide.
Back slide. Okay.
So एक और.
Okay.
You better hurry up. Hurry up.
There are 3 layers of the peel: albedo, the inner spongy layer; rind, the outer layer; and the membrane, which divide the chambers of the fruit; and seeds, which contains arils. Next slide, sir. These are the bioactive compounds present in the peel. Next, seed. So next slide. Yeah. Seeds or arils. And next slide, juice. I was previous studies on juice. Previous studies on juice and seed of pomegranate indicated that bioactive compound present in the juice and the seeds have the ability to reduce the risk of hypertension. And after reviewing, I was found that the almost same bioactive compounds was present in the peel also. Next slide, sir. Antihypertensive activity of pomegranate. Pomegranate is loaded with vitamin C composition, polyphenols, antioxidant that encourage blood flow and open arteries. Hence, hypertension will be decreased automatically. Angiotensin second is a chemical produced by the body and circulates in the blood, which causes the narrowing of the vessels that ultimately increase the blood pressure. Angiotensin second is formed by angiotensin 1 by the enzyme called as angiotensin converting enzyme, and the bioactive compound present in the pomegranate peel inhibit the angiotensin converting enzyme up to 36%, which in turn decreases the systolic blood pressure by 5%. Next slide, sir. Several no back slide, sir. Several polyphenols like polycollagen increase the synthesis of endothelial nitric oxide that provide relaxation sensation in the endothelium through the stimulation of endothelial nitric oxide synthesis that acts as vasodilator, which ultimately reduces the
No,
blood
listen to me. You're reading the slide. Please stop reading the slide and talk offhand. Don't read the slide. They are also able to read your slides, right? Explain what you want to say.
I think Ursa, ma'am, may I intervene?
Yes, please.
Ursa, you just
Yes, sir.
tell. We all know this thing, and we can read your slide. Just you
Yes,
tell me,
sir.
are you working in this on this topic? Like, are you going
Yes,
to
sir.
are you going to start the study?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yeah. So
so
what?
my
What is
work is basically on the fruit peel.
fruit peels? So
Yes,
you
sir.
are
Yes.
studying the fruit peels. What you are going to? What you are studying the fruit peels? What
Sir,
is that?
sir, mainly pomegranate peel. My work is on pomegranate peel, in which I prepare a product which helps to reduce the blood pressure of the patients of hypertension.
So, like this type of work has not ever has been done by anybody.
No, sir. The work जूस पे काम हुआ है लेकिन एज सच पील पे काम नहीं हुआ है.
Okay, but I have read many papers, research papers on the peels. Then many scientists are studying on
Sir,
this.
there
I
is
think
no.
I may be wrong, but ma'am may correct me. That
You're right, but
Okay.
I feel the student has just started her, for the fact that she's presenting a review
Yeah.
paper rather than an experimental paper.
Yeah.
So yes, you better look at what sir is saying is an important thing. See how many people have worked on this area. It has to be your PhD work has got to be unique and novel. You
Yeah.
can't
Yes,
repeat
ma'am.
what someone else has done. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, Ursa, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Next we are having Sandhya Sharma, the OP7. The overall presentation 7 issues in Indian tourism industry, a journey from pre-COVID-19 era to post-COVID-19 era and sustainable growth. So, Maksud ji, please make her presenter and the panelist. Sandhya Sharma. I am having her PPT. Yeah. Sandhya, yeah. Okay, I am sharing. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Sandhya,
right now.
please start.
It is visible.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sandhya Sharma. I have done my MCOM from Chaudhary Charan Singh University and recently qualified NET, UGC NET 2022. The title of my paper is Issues of Indian Tourism Industry, a journey from pre-COVID-19 era to post-COVID-19 era and sustainable growth. It's a literature review of the work which has been done on tourism industry, highlighting the challenges faced by the Indian tourism industry during this COVID-19 phase. In this paper, the discussion of strategies adopted by foreign nations has been done to achieve the normalcy. The paper will conclude by suggesting a model of possible solutions for sustainable growth in Indian tourism sector with the goal of returning it to its previous state of order. Sir, can you please change?
I would suggest Sandhya, don't read and
Yes.
just you focus on that thing. Don't read the point wise. You just tell the gaps what you have identified, and then what we can do in reference to the Indian conditions. Specifically, what the foreign countries have adopted, and what we can do in that thing. So don't read line by line. It's my suggestion. Okay, Sandhya.
Okay, sir.
Please hurry up. Okay, Sandhya, you have only 5 minutes left now.
Sir, actually, my paper is based on review. So, on the entire paper, I have represented the journey of Indian
No
tourism
issue, no issue.
sector and then their challenges.
Okay.
But as per your suggestion, then I would like to shift my idea to
Don't
conclusion
read it.
phase.
Just don't read it. Okay. Line by line, don't read. Just you tell the main that things you have identified. You
tell us the points where the industry has suffered and how you plan to overcome. Full stop. Don't go into introduction.
Okay.
Start fast. You're very slow. You're reacting very slow. Please hurry up.
Ma'am, I'm having some audio issues. I'm not able to listen.
It's okay. Just we can listen to you. You please talk.
You talk.
Okay. Before pandemic, before pandemic, tourism sector was most dynamic and growing sector of India, contributing 6.9% to India's GDP, providing 39.80 million jobs in 2019. As per the assumptions of World Travel and Trade Council, Indian tourism with 6.9% growth rate was expected to contribute $460 billion by 2028 to the economy. But with pandemic arrival, this sector got collapsed and this sector faced unemployment, mostly unemployment challenges. Sir, can you please change the page?
Yeah.
Tourism is an English word.
Don't read. Don't read.
Ma'am, I have.
If you say tourism is an English word, we all know that. You don't have to tell us.
It has been Ma'am, I have done the literature work. So how can I?
You tell me something. You're an MCOM student and you're going to tell a learned audience what tourism means and telling us it's an English word. We are not going to accept it. Please tell us about the issues that have been raised in the industry due to COVID-19 and what are the suggestions you have to give.
Sir, can you please move my pages to impact on COVID-19 and tourism sector?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, with international barriers, long quarantine tenures, and strict visa policies, tourism arrival declined. To 6.3 million in 2020, with 6,958 million foreign exchange earning, which India's GDP in 2019, as per the hello.
Yes, Sandhya, continue. No issue.
Okay.
You are audible. Continue.
Okay. So 6.3 million 2020 with 6,500 US million dollar foreign exchange earning, which was 76.8% of 2019 negative report. Foreign exchange earning after arrival of first wave due to inappropriate COVID behavior, 4.2 million jobs of unorganized sector related to this sector lost in second wave, and because many cultural events and festival celebrations got cancelled. In India is the land of several cultures, and in this pilgrimage tourism covers 60% of all other kind of tourism. After the arrival of pandemic, this sector has faced the challenge of no crowding to overcrowding, with on and off phases of community spread. Small businesses like flower sellers, candle sellers, pottery, diya sellers, etc. used to flourish, providing jobs to workers on daily basis have vanished, increasing the unemployment level. If we look at the impact on education sector, it has evolved with new dynamics of environment, with the development of virtual platforms like Zoom, Google Meets, etc., and the perspective of students toward international education visitation has changed. although the impact on tourism and hospitality education has impacted negatively. Sir, can you please change the slide? How other nations are acting to boost the tourism industry. Nations adopted several strategies, but most important among them was providing vaccination. The European nations adopted the framework where tourists and visitors who have been vaccinated are only allowed to travel and enter any entertainment and recreation phase. These nations also give efforts to supportive local tourism by putting international restrictions.
7 minutes are up. Okay, please hurry up, Sandhya. Sandhya, can you hear me? Hello.
Sandhya?
Hello. Sir, can you conclude?
Please, Sandhya, please discuss initiative adopted by Indian government.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
To support the recovery of Indian tourism industry, Government of India took several initiatives like Dekho Apna Desh, Atithi Devo Bhava, Bharat Parv and Paratan, Sathi initiative, and they have also eased in medical visa policies, which has welcomed several foreign tourists to take the program has been started by central government with coordination of state governments to provide training for adopting the new normal environment, to work awareness about the social distancing, appropriate way to apply mask and sanitization, improve importance of vaccination, etc. And also provided them certificates. Sir, can you? Okay, the transition of Indian tourism industry from pre-COVID-19 to post-COVID-19 era has shown a negative impact, as we all can see, in multi-directional forms. COVID-19 will not, but the thing is, COVID-19 will not remain the same forever. Discovery of vaccine has changed the scenario. The discovery of the impact of pandemic is severe. The remedial actions in Indian tourism industry with the parameter of new normal society can be divided into 3 phases: individual level, local level, and on national level. At the individual level, the government should provide an opportunity to the people with appropriate COVID behavior to visit tourism places. Awareness programs in this aspect will be highly beneficial and will provide support to the smooth functioning of the industry. Merely following COVID appropriate behavior is not enough for the protection of people and society. Therefore, the government should provide special facilities like COVID vaccination centers, COVID hospitals, RT-PCR testing centers, and rapid antigen testing kits to the people during visitation of tourist sites. Providing special facilities means considering those hotspots which are now attracting huge number of visitors. These steps will not only facilitate in protecting tourist areas covering into containment zones, but also provide strength and confidence for both the people who are visiting and who are employed throughout the country.
I think you should stop right now because you have exceeded your time. Yeah.
Okay, Sandhya, time is over now, and your presentation is very good. I think, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. It was different to hear a non-biology kind of a presentation, and this the work you are doing, the review you have done is what is happening with present time with the who had aspirations of wanting to travel abroad for further studies, and they are stuck in India, or they have paid. You said that travel should be eased. The travel has been eased, but the fares of the airlines are so high. It is 5 times what it used to cost earlier. If a single flight to Canada was costing 60,000, today it's costing nearly 2 lakhs of rupees. So it's a big load on the parents' pocket as well. Yeah, I think it will take time to ease out, and you continue your good review on this. Okay. Thank you, Sandhya.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So next we are having Mr. Saurabh Gupta, OP 6, oral presentation 6, advertising alluring dark behavior of consumer and degrading the environment. Saurabh Gupta. Mr. Saurabh Gupta. Yeah, you are in the panel now.
Sir Saurabh Gupta, I am promoting, but
No, I have promoted.
promoted, sir.
Yeah. Saurabh Gupta, unmute yourself.
No, sir, he is not accepted.
I don't know. Okay, next we are going to Jasra, ma'am. I'm calling the person whose slides or PPT
I think so. Yeah, that's
So,
logical.
Yeah, OP 11, Jasra Anjum. Oral presentation 11, Jasra Anjum. Maksud ji, Jasra Anjum, please promote her.
Yes, he is accepted.
Who?
Anjum, sir.
Anjum, okay. So now I'm sharing the PPT of Jasra.
Sir Saurabh Gupta also accepted, sir.
Okay, no issue. Just start the Jasra Anjum first, then Saurabh Gupta.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Jasra Anjum. Yeah, this is your PPT.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible and start with 7 minutes only. Just hurry up.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Jasra Anjum, research scholar in the School of Studies in Botany, Jivaji University, Gwalior, under the supervision of Professor Avinash Tiwari. I am here to present my work entitled as Estimation of Carbon Stock Potential as Regulating Ecosystem Services with reference to urban forestry of Gwalior.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Sir, skip the introduction.
Okay.
Sir, skip this.
Skip, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, one slide back. Sir, up.
Okay.
Yes. As we know, yes, sir. As we know, carbon sequestration is the phenomenon of storage of atmospheric carbon dioxide into the sink, which is a suitable way to mitigate the accumulation of greenhouse gases. Importance of natural vegetation in carbon sequestration has already been accepted and well documented, but initiatives have not been made to address the potential of tree carbon sequestration of urban scenario. So my topic is related to the urban scenario of Gwalior. The objectives of my work are estimation and comparison of biomass and carbon sequestration potential of standing vegetation in Phoolbagh Park, also called as Mahatma Gandhi Park, and Vivekanand Needham Park of Gwalior. The second objective is assessment of soil organic carbon and nutrients like available nitrogen, available phosphorus, and the available potassium. So next slide. Materials and methods. Two parks, namely Phoolbagh Park and was designated as sites first, and Vivekanand Needham Park was designated as site second. Permanent quadrates of 20 meter into 20 meter were established at each site. All the quadrates were marked with paint. Nutrient dynamics and soil organic carbon was estimated from the study area, which was taken from the soil samples collected from the depth of 0 to 10 centimeter, 11 to 20, and 21 to 30 centimeter. And then all the samples were taken to the laboratory for the further process and analysis. Next slide, sir. This is my study area. In the first figure, we can locate the highlighted area is the Madhya Pradesh map, and in the Madhya Pradesh map, I have highlighted the Gwalior region, and in the Gwalior region, I have highlighted the two signs, the circular site and the asterisk sites are my two study sites. This is the study points of the site one where I have laid down the quadrates, and these are the study points of site second, that is Vivekanand Needham Park, and these were the quadrates which were laid down at the respective site. This was the methodology adopted for all my research work. So next. Coming to the results, biomass and carbon was estimated for both the sites. And in our results, we found that site 1 dominated the site 2nd in both biomass as well as the carbon. Avogadro biomass for site 1 was 240.81 ton per hectare and its respective carbon was 120.40. Below ground biomass for site 1 was 36.10 ton per hectare and its respective carbon was 18.05. Total biomass for site 1 was 276.87 ton per hectare and its respective carbon was 138.43. In the second, these are the physico-chemical parameters of my work. And coming to the pH, we found that with the site first dominated the site 2nd and the site and in all the depths, we found that there was the positive correlation between the depth and the pH, and the highest results were found at the site 1st at the 30 centimeter of the depth and lowest at site 2nd at 10 centimeter of depth. In the electrical conductivity, we found the negative correlation between the depth of the soil and the electrical conductivity. Highest results were found at site 2nd at 10 centimeter of depth and lowest at site 1st at 30 centimeter of depth. Soil moisture. Also, in the soil moisture, we also found that there was a negative correlation between soil moisture content and the depth of the soil. Highest results were found at the 10 centimeter of depth at site 1st and lowest at 30 centimeter of depth at site 1st. Soil organic matter, again site 2nd dominated the site 1st with highest results at 10 centimeter of depth at site 2nd and the 30 centimeter of depth at site 1st. The next slide. This is the nutrient dynamics, and in all the nutrients we found that site 2nd dominated the site 1st, and the highest results for soil organic carbon was found at site 2nd at the 10 centimeter of depth and lowest at 30 centimeter of depth at site 1st. Similar results were found for nitrogen, phosphorus and available potassium. Discussion. We found that site 1st dominated the site 2nd in biomass as well as in carbon. Maybe the possible reason may be the high diameter class of trees which reflects
I think we should come to the conclusion.
Okay, sir. Yes. The study concludes that urban forests play an important role in reducing atmospheric carbon dioxide and thus directly helps in mitigating the greenhouse gases. Second, we can say that different green paths like urban parks play an important role in sustainability of urban environment. Urban green paths provide litter inputs to the soil, which after decomposition improves the fertility of soil. Urban forests also reduces the effect of green heat islands. So next.
Okay. Yeah.
Ecosystem restoration can help in post-COVID recovery. In the post-COVID context, with an estimated 10 million Indians have lost their job from the second wave. So investing in ecosystem restoration becomes even more essential in addressing the rising unemployment rates and dipping household incomes, and nearly 50% of India's population is directly dependent on agriculture and forests. The United Nations Environment Program has found that for every dollar there is invested into restoration, at least $9 of economic benefits can be expected in return. So next. So next slide.
Okay. Yes.
What can we do? Integrate decisions. So what can we do to for these ecosystem restoration so that we can sustain this environment? We can integrate decision making between the different departments and sectors as well as national institutions so that policies are focused on protection of urban system. We can restore the degraded urban ecosystems. We can promote the technologies to increase the energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We can also provide public education on why and how to reduce consumption of threatened ecosystem services.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, any question from your side? Meanwhile, I'll request Adi Nath be ready for the presentation. Maksudji, please make him presenter. Adinath, I have not got the PPT. Please, you have to share that PPT. Adinath. Adinath.
Sir, I saw Adinath, but he left, I think.
Okay. So meanwhile, you just promote Neha Badola. OP9. Quantification of microplastics in the fishes of the Haridwar region.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. Sir, can I?
Who?
Sir, Saurabh Gupta, OP6.
Yeah, Saurabh, you present. You start presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank
You
you,
have
sir.
7 minutes only. Just present.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Sir, is the slides visible?
I think it is in the process. Yeah, it is visible. Now make the full mode and then present, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. And Saurabh, please stick to the time, na? Now
Sure,
we are
sir.
moving
Sure,
towards
sir.
the
Sure, sir.
valedictory session.
Sir, I'll just make the aspect of it.
Yeah.
A very good morning to all of you.
We are in the afternoon, Saurabh.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. For me, I'm meeting you for the very first time. Sorry for that. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Saurabh Gupta from BBD University, and my topic for today is advertising alluring the dark behavior of consumer and degrading the environment, negating the importance of sustainability. What I actually want to focus upon that these days consumers are not in a particular position to actually focus upon the aspect of what do we actually need. These days, the kind of ad which is being going on in particular is that the author has particularly focused on the dimension, bringing out the damage, what actually damage has been created by the consumer. We all consumer have a typical habit of buying the things which we don't want. We have a particular attribute of impulsion and compulsive behavior. Advertising has done pretty well. Advertising is something which has added to the beauty of marketing phenomena, but at the same time negating the conceptual aspects of ecology in particular. So talking about my paper, I will be first focusing on the aspect of as to what are the dimension of what damage it has done, and then I will be focusing on the further aspects. Talking about the introduction part of my paper, it will be first focused. I just used this particular term crocodile leather belt, and which was being promoted by the brands like BlackBerry and Hermes. These are the prominent brands, and these brands are in a process of creating such a mindset into the people that all of us have a habit of buying these products only. These days consumer are much more inclined towards buying only those goods which are of branded nature, but at the same time negating the aspects of ecology. For having this particular belt, you have to spend quite a full of money, and what people are doing is that people are negating the aspect of ecology, and there is a continuous decrement in the aspect of these crocodiles these days. Similarly, the paper of author has also tried to bring out the reason as to why the consumer are much particular about these things only. The typical behavior of impulsion and compulsion. Say, for example, though we don't need an iPhone, but we still we'll still need it, and we all know that that particular iPhone is going to.
Saurabh, I'm just stopping you here. Tell me what is your educational background?
Ma'am, MBA from Marketing and Finance.
Okay, fine. Come to the objective of your talk today directly, and what is the kind of solutions you have in mind?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Because we don't have time at all. Okay.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry for that. So the thing is that the objective of mine will first focus on the negative impact of advertising, then the degree of darkness, then understand the darkness, what it leads to. Then I will just bring out the condition or the gateways aspect of it. I will just be very short and precise. What people are doing these days is that creating a kind of a particular atmospheric aspect wherein the people are much more concerned about the way you are promoting things. Because see, what brand has done, brand has particularly focused on the angles of bringing the people in together, and for alluring them, they are targeting their mindset. and they're playing with the people with the people's innocent mind. But at the same time, people are not understanding this basic aspect, and just for the need of hour, just to buy a particular product as a need of hour, they just buy it. And talking about, if you say this type of cigarette ads, we all know that tobacco is going to create a very combustible aspect of your environment and nature. Similarly, I just want to cite this particular example of iPhone, because iPhone, we all are in an urge of buying this particular phenomena. But do we actually know that 71% of carbon emission is being generated by this manufacturing only? So why to have these kind of phones when we can do with the other type of basic smartphones only? Why to have this type of phone? Is it really necessary to buy these things? At the same time, we are also we are cutting trees. We are making those durian furnitures out of by cutting the trees, and thus and disturbing the ecology in particular. And we must be very much particular that India has only 28 trees per person. Like other countries, India has only 28 trees, and we are not doing anything for this particular aspect. At the same time, whether it is a foe or it is a friend, I have just cited on the aspect that it is basically a foe more than a friend. Similarly, what degree of darkness has actually done is that misrepresentation has been created quite often, and in the similar kind of a magical atmosphere is being created by those attraction aspects of advertisement. At the same time, we are killing animals, we are degrading the society, we are least bothered about the conservation of these kind of foxes and all. At the same and this was the further being youth of today is very much particular about buying these kind of crockeries, material and all, but these things are particularly focusing on the corrupt behavior of youth in particular. Talking about the further phenomena of what youth is doing these days is that we are becoming green, and we all want to have those kind of organic manures. But do we all know that in order to produce organic manure, we are burning trees? Yes, we are burning trees, and we are decaying trees. And in particular, what actually has happened is that these days we burn quite a fume, and the fume which is actually is going to emit into the atmosphere will cause a carbon effect. At the same time, the dark behavior has led to the miserable attitude into the mind of the people. Just bringing to the sustainability aspect of it, what are the gateways? We can reduce, refuse, and recycle the product. We can volunteer for making more and more. We can plant more and more trees. We can conserve water. We must conserve water, because water is a really essential aspect of it. We must bike more and drive less. This is the only option which is very much fruitful. Using bikes, I mean to say, using those cycles can be a very, very good option of it. At the same time, we have to preserve our ecology. So in the end, I would just like to mention that these kind of ad, like this ad of world first, the Ganesha, just by planting this Ganesha, you will have the sapling into it. This will be a kind of a very good behavior for an advertising phenomena. So why not we are going to have an ad like this who can actually bring the mindset and make people lesser darker? This was all about my presentation.
Very nice, sir. And I would request, ma'am, if any question is there.
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
And it was a very good presentation.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Okay, you share your screen. I want to announce one thing, and I would request Honorable Provisi sir. Sir, please give us 10 minutes more, because we are having another presentation for this session. So we'll start the validity after 10 minutes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we are having Neha Badola with us, and I'm sharing her PPT.
Why Adinath has not shared?
Adinath, ma'am, after this.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. So Neha, please start and finish it within 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neha Badola. I am from HNB Garhwal University and is research scholar in the Department of Himalayan Aquatic Biodiversity. The topic of my presentation is microplastics in the fishes of the Haridwar region.
Yeah.
Firstly, starting.
Please do introduction. No introduction. Go to objectives and the results. Direct.
Okay. The objective of my study was to detect presence of MPs in different species of gangetic fishes at Haridwar, Uttarakhand region. Next slide. These are the some species of fishes I have studied, like Schizothorax richardsoni, Schizothorax plagidomus, Labio calbasu, Metaembylus ermatus, and Torpotera. These are the species I have studied, and various parameters of these fishes were taken before further investigation. Fish gut was taken out from these fishes, and then, so next slide. The procedure we followed for this purpose: first we take out the fish gut and we digest this fish gut. With for the digestion, various kind of chemicals can be used through from alkalic to acidic, and we used here hydrogen peroxide, 30% hydrogen peroxide. It is a weak acid. It took rocks 1 week for the digestion, and after digestion, when we this digestion is basically done to remove organic material, so we can get these tiny microplastic particles, and after we get a clear solution here, as we can see here, in that then we use density separation. For the density separation, we use sodium chloride solution. Density separation is used because sometimes after digestion some inorganic undigested material remain there, and that's why we use density separation to remove to get only microplastic particles, since microplastic particles mainly found in upper layer of the sample where they float. So after increasing the density of these samples, we filter this upper layer of the samples with the
जवाब
help
लिखो
of
साइड में and क्या
with the help of
parameters.
filtration, and then they are examined in under the microscope. These are the images of particles we get in our microscopic examination. Here we can clearly see colorful threads can be seen in the samples. Here it red fragments and film fragment, and in the figure F we can see green fragment with a yellow dot. So various such kind of fragments, films, threads, and beads were found in our samples. Here is the results. As in overall study among all 5 species, we get maximum number of threads which contribute to 63%. We can see at left side 63% contribution of was fibers and threads. Then we get fragments, and pellets, beads were the other things found in the samples. As concluded, as we know, these microplastics are harmful for aquatic organisms, especially fishes, because we consume fishes as food items, and these microplastics can also carry various organic and inorganic pollutants along with pathogens, and can greatly impact us and other organisms. These further recommend that more studies is recommended in this field, because here is there is a lot to know that how these microplastic impacting us and various other organisms, because in recent studies even microplastic is detected in human placenta.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Neha ji. Ma'am, are you having any question?
No, I think we can move on. And Neha,
Okay,
your
next.
topic was very relevant to the present time. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Good topic. Next
Okay,
is
thank you.
Adinath. You please start presenting. Thank you, Neha.
Thank you, sir.
कहाँ गई? Adinath, please share. Maksud ji, please make Pramod Tiwari.
Sir, है sir, panelist.
No, he is here. Make Pramod Tiwari also presenter, the last presenter, OP8.
Okay, sir.
He's sending a message. Pramod, be ready after Adinath. Adinath? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please share. Adinath, you are not audible. Adinath, please rejoin again. I think your internet issue is there.
Very good afternoon, sir.
If Pramod Tiwari is ready, maybe we should start with Pramod Tiwari.
Yeah, Pramod Tiwari, you please start. And
I am
Adinath,
ready,
please
sir. With your
be ready.
permission.
Yeah, start. Pramod Tiwari ji, start.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Actually, I have not shared any PPT to you. I would like to present without PPT if you allow me.
Sir, you have 5 minutes.
Has come with his PPT. So shall we start then with Adinath because his PPT is on the screen? Okay.
Okay, Adinath, you please start.
Dr. Pramod Tiwari, please wait. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Adinath, put your presentation on this
PPT mode.
We can't hear.
He's not audible.
Yeah, he's not audible.
I am audible, sir.
Yeah, you are audible now.
Very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon. Hopefully I am audible. My presentation title is Endophytes and PGER, Plant Growth Promoting in Artemisinin in Research. It could be a status and potential. Next, please. Next, please.
Adinath, you please keep talking. Have you shared your slides with the Amity people or you're showing?
Sir, ma'am, he's himself sharing.
Oh God, I think he's having internet. Adinath, we cannot hear you and we are having a shortage of time.
Here the source of anti-malarial drug, artemisinin.
Yeah, you move on. We can't see your slides. Yeah, move further. Come to your objective and results, please, Adinath. Come to your objectives and results. We don't want to see all this. Yes, come to your objectives and results. We can't hear your voice at all.
He's not audible. I think some internet issue is there.
Yes.
Technical glitch is there.
And Professor Rai, if Pramod Tiwari has no slides to share, do you think we should look into it? What will we judge him on?
Yes. If he's not having PPT, then we cannot judge him.
Yeah.
But let him present. If he is ready, then we can allow him to speak out.
Yeah. Okay.
We can listen for 5 minutes.
Okay.
What he wants to share, Tiwari ji.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Adinath ji, you unshare your screen. You are not audible clearly. I think some internet issue is there. Ask him to unmute. Wait a minute. No, nothing is happening with him.
Very good afternoon. I am audible, sir.
Now you are audible.
Yes, very good afternoon. So, Endophytes, I am working. This is a anti-malarial drug, artemisinin production, and the role of endophytes. This is a very fine tuning, and we could optimize by the statistical tools, that is the RSM, response surface methodology, and the number of the reported microorganisms are over there. So, community behavior of the microbes having changed the productivity
his presentation is very good, but due to internet we can able to listen.
Yes, that is the issue actually. He has done some good work.
Adinaji, please unshare your screen. And now we are just want to listen to Pramod Tiwari, and then after we'll start the valedictory. Pramod ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Should I?
Yes.
Actually, sir, I have not prepared PPT yet. So, can you allow me to present without PPT?
Yes, you can present, but Tiwari ji, we cannot judge you, and we cannot be a part of that competition. So you can speak for 5 minutes, because
Okay.
yeah.
I will not take much more time.
No
Let
issue.
me conclude in minutes. What is my finding on that particular research paper which I have submitted to you?
Okay.
So actually, my paper related to climate and terrorism in Indian perspective. What is the impact of climate change on terrorism so far as Indian terrorism is concerned? And actually, this particular theme I have taken from the Cartographic School of Criminology. This is Cartographic School of Criminology, means this study is a criminological study actually, wherein the impact of cartographic criminology were discussed in France and Belgium, and they have said that yes, means climate change affect criminality, particularly body and property offences. So here with this analogy, I have tried to analyze here Indian perspective, what is the impact of climate change in terrorism. So I have studied few area, and I have taken the interview from various stakeholders of criminal justice administration, and I have found that yes, climate change affect Indian terrorism particularly because of scarcity of resources, because of human condition, because of other human situation. So that is why climate change very widely affect Indian terrorism throughout the country from south to north. So that is what the finding in my paper. Actually, I have sent the full paper to you, and abstract also I have sent, but due to scarcity of time at my place, I could not prepare the PPT. So thank you for patience listening, sir. If you have any question in this point, you can.
Ma'am, anything?
Here, when we
so it's fine.
When we see the infection, the bacteria, so there are two kinds of bacteria being entry in this.
So we are closing this. Moving to valedictory,
we are moving towards the valedictory.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your support.
And should I stay on this same?
You can stay, ma'am. No issue. We'll be more happy. Okay. So I request Professor Kuldeep Dwivedi, convener of the conference, to start the validity session. And with the
sorry for the delay of around 10 to 12 minutes because of the number of presentations we have. Already 3 sessions are still going on parallel to this session, and the ratio of the papers that we received and the number of people who came forward to present their research work was on a very healthy ratio. We received around more than 100 papers, and we had till now already 40 papers have been presented. So it is 60 absentia and 40 presence. And by any standard, because I have been attending, and many of you are well aware that in the conferences people send their abstracts and paper, but they hardly turn up to give their presentations. And so it has been a very good part of this conference that people have volunteered themselves, and they have taken the pain to come and present the paper. And that has something to do with the online mode. So anyway, now with the permission from the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor M.P. Kaushik, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Sir, so we start with the validity session of this one-day international conference on sustainability and environmental perseverance in the era of COVID-19. And I ask Mahima to start the proceedings, please.
Environmental preservation is our passion. Environmental rebuilding is our dedication. A very warm good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the valedictory ceremony of this one-day international e-conference on sustainability and environment perseverance in the era of COVID-19, organized by Department of Environmental Science, Amity School of Life Science, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, in collaboration with Pathway Academy. I, Mahima Khalkho, extend very warm greetings and cordial felicitations to Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Sujata Sharma, Department of Biophysics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, Professor Dr. Eugenia Eva Walzami Jones, School of Geography, Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Birmingham, Edgbaston, Birmingham, UK, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Vashisht, all the deans, directors, HOIs, HODs, members of faculty, research scholars, and students. Today, we are fortunate that this day has brought together the international community of researchers, scholars, and scientists to exchange knowledge on all aspects of sustainability and environment perseverance in the era of COVID-19. The interactive insights exchange by stellar speakers and participants will significantly facilitate the cross-fertilization of ideas across disciplines to understand the impact of COVID-19 outbreak and explore innovative solutions to overcome the pandemic and foster resilience.
On this occasion, we are all indeed delighted and honored by the benign presence of Professor Dr. Sujata Sharma, Department of Biophysics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. It's my honor to introduce her to the audience. Dr. Sujata Sharma is a protein structural biologist, biophysicist, writer, and a professor at the Department of Biophysics of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. She is known for her studies in the field of protein structure, drug design, and antimicrobial drug resistance. She has been awarded the prestigious National Bioscience Award for Career Development and National Young Women Bioscientist Award by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. She is the recipient of Kalpana Chawla Excellence Award and the Women Scientist Award of Biotech Research Society of India for her contribution in the science. She has also received the 2021 TWAS Regional Partner Award in the subject area Public Understanding and Popularization of Science. She is the author of 3 science fiction autobiographical books, Warriors in White, The Secret of the Red Crystal, and A Dragonfly's Purpose. Deeply passionate about fostering a scientific temperament in the society, she has her own YouTube channel called Science Popularization by Professor Sujata Sharma. She is the founder president of the society BioFootprints, which is not-for-profit society consisting of medical and scientific professionals who are committed to promote and popularize medical and science among the laypersons using easy-to-reach platforms. May I invite you, ma'am, to enrich us with your address? Please, ma'am.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I wish to extend my gratitude and thanks to your wonderful university, Dr. Dwivedi, all the honorable guests and the students who are with us today. It is a great honor for me to be here. And without wasting any more time, I will get started with my presentation. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the topic is the impact of climate change on the earth, a tale of 2 pandemics, the last 50 years. So, So basically my field of work is biophysics. Now, many times people ask me what exactly is biophysics. Well, it is an interdisciplinary science that explains the laws and principles of physics which govern various biological processes. And we use mathematical analysis, computer modeling, and of course, we do a lot of molecular biology and we do extracrystallography. So these are the four major branches of biophysics: astrobiophysics, molecular, medical, and environmental biophysics. And as my slides will go by, I will try to explain how we combine all these branches together to solve one biological problem. So basically in AIMS, what we do is medical biophysics, which basically we are looking at science of physical phenomena occurring in biological systems, in humans, in normal states as well as disease states. So we are using a combination of proteomics, in which we actually see which are the biomarkers, that is certain proteins which are upregulated during diseases. And we try to solve the structures of those proteins. After solving the structures, we are able to look at the active site and design various compounds which could be the future drugs of tomorrow. And of course, environmental biophysics, that is not exactly directly what we are working on, but it is very closely related to whatever is happening right now in the world when it comes to disease. So environmental biophysicists research the diverse microbial communities that inhabit the planet. And as we are all aware nowadays, COVID-19 has been such a hot topic since the past 2 years. So I will just focus on two pandemics in the last 50 years. Now, these are some of the pandemics that have come and gone on this earth. There are many, but of course, I've pointed out a few, out of which two of them, which came in the last 50 years, that is AIDS and COVID-19, they are still going on. They have not gone away anywhere. So if you compare these two diseases, first one is AIDS, which was detected in June 1981. The virus which caused AIDS was human immunodeficiency virus. And so far, it has caused 36.3 million deaths. In case of COVID-19, of course, it's a different virus. Like in AIDS, we had a lentivirus. Over here, we have a coronavirus. It was detected in December 2019. The virus name was SARS-CoV-2, and there were 5.7 million deaths till now. So why I'm comparing these two pandemics is because they are both similar in origin. For example, in case of AIDS, this is a zoonotic disease. That is, it has basically, this virus has jumped from the chimpanzee to humans. It was back in 1920s when this happened. However, we only came to know by 1981. So before 1981, we do not know how many people might have been infected, and by 1981, it had spread to almost 5 continents. And it was first detected in Democratic Republic of Congo. Similarly, SARS-CoV-2, if you see the origin of these coronaviruses, they begin from bats, so these are also zoonotic in nature. And there were two other diseases which were caused by SARS-CoV and MERS-CoV. So these two are closely related to SARS-CoV-2. But if you notice that in case of SARS-CoV and MERS-CoV, there were very few cases, like just 8,000 plus cases in case of SARS-CoV and 2,000 plus cases in case of MERS-CoV. As compared to SARS-CoV-2, there are almost 400 million cases by now. And again, if you see the countries, there were very few. And in case of SARS-CoV-2, it's almost 220 countries. Even the deaths are so many. So that is the reason why when COVID-19 had come, nobody had really treated it very, very seriously, because it's related. Viruses had already come and they had not caused any lasting damage. So now I'll go to zoonosis. Basically, zoonosis is when an infectious disease that jumps from a non-human animal to humans, and the pathogens could be bacterial, viral, or parasitic, and the spread could be either through direct contact or through food, water, or environment. Though we do not actually think about it, but when you come down to look at the data, then about 60% of all human diseases and 75% of all infectious diseases are zoonotic in nature. So that is a very serious problem. And unlike the common myth that they mostly come from either Africa or China, if you notice, they are spreading from all over the world. So this zoonosis is not just a problem of one or two areas. It is a global phenomenon. As you can see, there's so many zoonotic diseases already. So now I'll now again go back to environmental biophysics. So what is the reason that our zoonotic diseases are coming and they are going on spreading so much? That is because of environmental factors. First of all, habitat fragmentation and deforestation. Because when that happens, then animals move towards human dwellings. And whenever there is an excessive interaction, unrealistic or unnatural interaction of humans and animals, then zoonotic diseases increase. Intensive livestock farming, because there's poor sanitation, unsafe disposal of animal waste, and farming of wild animals. Unplanned urbanization, which is also similar to habitat fragmentation. Pollution, because whenever there's a release of toxic compounds in the environment, it leads to warmer environment, it leads to more mutations, horizontal gene transfer. Exhaustive agricultural practices like pesticides, which lead to poor health and immunocompromised population. Climate change, of course, again, rise in temperature and floods, which lead to increase in pathogens. And bush meat trading, in which animals are hunted down and for the purpose of trading and eating, that increases the contact between humans and animals. So that is how the environment is related to your diseases. So that is how environmental biophysics is related to medical biophysics. And if you compare the two viruses, the first one is HIV and SARS-CoV-2. If you notice that HIV has 2 more steps as compared to SARS-CoV-2. So, and of course, the transmission. If you see SARS-CoV-2 only gets transmitted through nose, eyes, and mouth. So it is far more simpler virus than HIV. However, and also deaths. If you see, there are only 1 to 4 deaths in case of SARS-CoV-2 without treatment, but in case of HIV, there are more than 95% deaths without treatment. But even then, we fear SARS-CoV-2 more because the transmission is such that it's in the air and nobody can really escape. Unlike HIV, in which you can take care and you can avoid it, of course. So whenever there is a disease, you can either prevent it using vaccines or you can cure it using drugs. And I'm going to show you how medical biophysics has taken care of these 2 diseases using these 2 technologies. So the question is, why don't we have a vaccine for HIV yet? Even though we have a vaccine for COVID-19 just within 1 year. But even after 40 years have passed, we don't have a vaccine for HIV. That is because, like I had said before, that HIV genome is a much more complicated virus. So it integrates into the host cell genome, which COVID-19 does not do. So as a result, what happens that when HIV is integrating inside your host cell, then there is no immunogenicity. The body does not recognize it as a foreign body. So HIV is not particularly immunogenic, but humans mount a strong response to coronavirus. That is why we have very good vaccines for COVID-19. Also, HIV mutates very rapidly, while coronaviruses, they have a significantly lower mutation rate than HIV. Even though they both are RNA viruses, it means that they mutate much faster than the DNA viruses, but even then HIV mutates much, much faster. So using medical biophysics, we have been able to actually control these 2 pandemics. HIV through drugs, because as I said, vaccines are very difficult for HIV, and COVID-19 through vaccine. Because if you can prevent a disease, then you don't need to worry so much about curing it. But of course, that does not mean that we should not search for drugs. We should still search for drugs for COVID-19. So that the patients who get COVID-19, they are able to get cured very fast. So in case of HIV, there is highly active antiretroviral therapy, which is known as HHART. And these are the different type of molecules. And in case of COVID-19, we have inactivated vaccine, subunit, vector, and mRNA vaccines for the first time. So just I'll quickly move to how drug discovery in the pre-antibiotic era, that is the olden times, used to be done. It was a trial and error approach of naturally derived substances. But using biophysics, we have actually created a revolution in drug discovery. Now we use protein structure-based drug design. So we elucidate the 3-dimensional structure using X-ray crystallography, or in some cases NMR, and then we study the map of the protein which is implicated in the disease, and looking at the active site, we design compounds. So this, again, just to show that this entire red structure is your protein. The green channel is your substrate binding channel. The blue is active site residues. So I won't go into detail, but just by looking at the active site, you can design several compounds which would go and bind and inhibit the protein that is causing all the damage. So this is a slide which shows that using drugs of HIV, we have managed to increase the longevity of the HIV patients. For example, the average longevity of anybody who does not have HIV is 79 years, and a person who has HIV and he starts taking the drugs for HIV, his longevity is almost 71 years, which is comparable to a normal person. But if he does not take those drugs, then it is only 32 years. So this is an example of a drug target, which is HIV protease. It catalyzes a very, very crucial step, that is proteolytical cleavage of the polypeptide precursors into a mature enzyme. So without this particular protease, your HIV cannot spread anymore. So this was a very useful drug target, and this particular drug target was crystallized. It was done by Tom Blundell's group. And the active, basically, they are dimers. That is two molecules which are bound together. And there's an active cleft which is actually produced because of these two monomers coming together. And there's a deep cleft. So now this is to show you that this particular molecule was designed looking at the various active site residues over here, which I have not shown, but it completely fits the active site and it binds to this molecule and inhibits it. This is also just a surface diagram to show you how the molecule fills the empty active site. So in case of HIV, this was a very, very good example of drug discovery from bench side to bedside. And these are some of the drugs, if taken by HIV patients, all their lives, they are able to keep living as normal people. However, when you come to the second pandemic, COVID-19 has limited drug options as of now. It's only been 2 years, and most likely we will get drugs in the future. However, we have vaccines. But if you notice that antibiotics, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, plasma therapy, remdesivir, all of these drugs were touted as the drugs for COVID-19 last year. Even in the second wave, there was a shortage of these drugs because everybody felt, even the medical people felt that these drugs could cure COVID-19. But later on, it was realized, and it was not recommended by WHO or ICMR, that these do not help. So what do we have for COVID-19? Only oxygenation or steroids, that is dexamethasone. And we know what happens if we give too many steroids. Then there are other opportunistic pathogens which cause mucormycosis and other more dangerous diseases. So that is why we have to depend on vaccines right now. Now, this is quickly to show you again how medical biophysics has taken the vaccine technology from the very rudimentary to something called mRNA vaccines, which is a totally novel strategy. Now, vaccines are basically biological preparation that provide active immunity to a particular disease. And the idea of vaccination is to develop herd immunity in the population. So in case of COVID-19, we need to have at least 70% people in the world vaccinated. And herd immunity basically means that majority of the population is immune to a certain disease. So that will offer indirect protection to individuals who are not immune. So just want to show you, just like I had shown you in case of drugs, in case of vaccines, how the first vaccine was discovered. It was done by Edward Jenner, who was a father, also known as father of immunology. He realized that there's a lot of smallpox which was spreading, but milkmaids who were dealing with cows were not getting the smallpox. So he realized that they were probably immune because of cowpox, because they were dealing with cow. So he got a milkmaid, Sarah Nels, who got cowpox from a cow named Blossom. And he took the pus from her blisters and injected it to James Phillips, who was an 8-year-old child. And then he realized that this was the way the vaccine was discovered, because the child did not get infected once this was done. So the name vaccines and vaccination are derived from variola vaccinae, smallpox of the cow. After that, a lot of vaccines came about, as you can see in various years. But they were all done by using these technologies, killed, subunit, and viral vector. But this is a great victory for the medical fraternity that for the first time, in case of COVID-19, for the first time, we've got an mRNA vaccine. Now, this is also a very, very revolutionary technology. Now, this is just a few examples of inactivated vaccines. As you know, Covaxin, CoronaVac, Covivac, I've written the efficacy, doses, duration, and age. Covaxin is the only one amongst them which can be given to children above 15 years. And then we have viral vector vaccines, in which vaccines use a viral vector to deliver genetic material coding for a desired antigen. We use adenovirus in this case. And then your Covishield, which comes in Oxford, AstraZeneca, Sputnik, Convidecia, they're all viral vector vaccines. Then we have subunit vaccines. These are all in other countries, not yet in India, in which the vaccine contains purified parts of the spike proteins, which are present in the coronavirus. And finally, we have mRNA vaccines. Do you know that in case of these vaccines, it just took 2 days to design these vaccines. It was that fast. So Pfizer and Moderna, Pfizer is the only vaccine which can be given to children above 5 years. Moderna for children above 12 years. So what was mRNA? There was almost something like 30 years of research that went into it. mRNA, as we all know, is messenger RNA. It's a single-stranded molecule of RNA. And it is read by the ribosome when protein synthesis is going on. And it instructs a cell which proteins to make. So if you say it's a lot of complicated technology, but simplistically put, it just, if you can create synthetic mRNA, which contains a spike protein sequence, then what you can do is that you can put that mRNA inside your vaccine formulation, and that goes inside your body, and it will instruct our cell to manufacture spike proteins. Those spike proteins will act as an antigen, and we will develop antibodies. The spike proteins trigger our immune cells to assemble antibodies. So the advantages of mRNA vaccines over traditional vaccines are safety, because they are non-infectious. So wherever you will have a production facility, there would be biosafety. There would not be any worries about an outbreak. The clearing can be modulated as per your requirements. The efficacy can, of course, since it's all synthetic, it's being made in the lab, you can again play around with it. And of course, carrier molecules to allow rapid uptake and expression. And finally, production. You can upscale your production as you like. It can be done very fast. That is why Moderna designed the vaccine in 2 days. So this is to show that the total population of the world is 775 crores. Fully vaccinated people already are 488 crores. As we talk, we are still seeing more and more vaccination, and almost 63% of the world population is vaccinated. So that means we are getting very close to our goal of 70%, that is herd immunity. So now the question is, fine, we have taken care of the diseases, but what is the impact of COVID-19 on environment? Of course, generation of biomedical waste, reduction of waste recycling process. Initially, when there were lockdowns, there was a lot of joy because everybody felt that the environment is improving because people are staying inside. But that can't go on for too long. Eventually, people have to come out, have to go to work. And the implications of COVID-19 on the environment are going to be extremely serious because of what I have put on the slide, increase of use of plastic, because everybody is ordering in their increasing home delivery, so single-use plastic bags are being used again. Waste cycling centers have suspended their activities because of lockdowns. Then increase of medical waste, syringes, masks, all kinds of medical waste is being thrown about, body bags, and of course loss of economy and employment that will lead to illegal deforestation, fishing, wildlife hunting, and of course, as we have seen in case of tourist spots, the tourism has decreased. So those people are poaching, and they are basically, they are cutting down trees, and that is leading to further climate change, which is going to be very harmful in the future. Environmental workers are at land and marine conservation zones were required to stay at home. That again has caused harm. And of course, there's a very big medical harm, that is antibiotic resistance, because people are just consuming antibiotics without actually, even the doctors are prescribing antibiotics, and which can be easily avoided, but because people are consuming them and they are unable to even reach across to hospitals due to lockdown. So what is going to happen in the future is that so much of hard work which had gone in trying to help in climate change or trying to help in antibiotic resistance that has really suffered. And it's really a good time to introspect that we have to move towards One Health approach. One Health, of course, it means that the health of people is closely connected to the health of animals and our shared environment. It's not that any of us is existing on this planet in isolation. The environmental health is and the animal health is connected to human health. All three are interconnected, and we have to think in a very broad-based terms and not completely in isolation. So it is very important for environmentalists and medical professionals and laymen to get together to think about the planet together. Finally, I'll end my address with the slide of Marie Curie, who is, of course, an idol of almost all scientists, who said nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. So after all the grim fears that I have expressed especially through my last two slides, it's only to be understood. And after understanding, we have to take proactive measures for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving your valuable insights in the area of sustainability and environment perseverance. Ma'am, your address has paved way to understand various aspects of sustainability in a holistic perspective. Thank you once again. We are also honored to have amongst us Professor Dr. Eugenia Eva Walzami-Jones, School of Geography, Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Birmingham, Edgbaston, Birmingham, UK. It's my proud privilege to introduce her to the audience. Dr. Eugenia Eva Walzami-Jones is a professor of environmental nanoscience at the University of Birmingham. She holds a degree in earth sciences from the University of Athens and a PhD in geochemistry from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne. Her research focuses on nanoscale processes in the environment and within biota. She has pioneered the development of traceable stable isotope-labeled nanomaterials and is currently working on the development of analytical solutions for the improvement in speed and quality of identification of nanoscale objects in complex matrices. She was the Mineralogical Society's Distinguished Lecturer for 2015 and the Distinguished Guest Lecturer and Medalist of the Royal Society of Chemistry for 2015. She is currently a Royal Society Wolfson Fellow. She is a member of the coordination team of the European Commission's Nano Safety Cluster and has participated in several EU-funded projects and coordinated projects ACE Nano, NanoMile, Mode Nanotox, and NanoRetox. May I request you, ma'am, to enlighten the audience with your address? Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mahima, for this lovely introduction. Thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And in fact, I enjoyed many earlier talks. Some of the student talks not only were well presented, very enlightening, but very relevant to my own work. So it was a pleasure attending them. And I was particularly excited to hear the previous speaker, who so beautifully introduced, of course, everything we possibly would want to know about COVID. And in fact, there are some nice connections with my own presentation. May I attempt to share my screen now? Let me.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Sufficient.
Okay. And is it shared? Okay. And let me see if I can. Oops. My apologies. I just need to put it in presentation mode, if possible. Okay. Okay. So let me say a few things about myself. First of all, so I'm Eva Walzami-Jones. I'm a professor of environmental nanoscience. You heard in the introduction about my background the word nano repeated lots of times, so that's definitely my area of interest and expertise. So today I will be talking about how nanotechnology can contribute to, in fact, in my field of expertise, it's really important to be not only sustainable, which has become such a target these days, but also safe. So I will be talking about safe and sustainable by design solutions. And I hope this aspect of by design will be something that I will be able to make a bit more clear to this audience today. Let me see. Okay, yes, it moved forward. All right. Please bear with me. Sometimes platforms, sharing platforms, can be a little bit confusing. But I am amazed to consider that you're actually watching my presentation live, and there's such a huge distance between us, and yet it is also all actual live and happening as I speak. I think earlier, as someone mentioned, that this conference has been very well attended because of the privilege we've acquired in recent years to actually share things remotely, so we don't all need to be in the same space, although of course we all miss being in the same space. Sustainability, of course, has become a new paradigm in the context of the pandemic that we have all experienced. And as a previous speaker very clearly explained, we have had previous pandemics, but perhaps not one that influenced society as much as this one, and certainly not one that influenced such a huge number of humans as this particular pandemic. I can see that my screen is coming on and off. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, madam, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you. I was just concerned in case I needed to switch my video. Okay, so have we actually come to change the scene completely through this pandemic? I would like to argue that certain things were already in place, but perhaps the pandemic pushed forward the things that were potentially due to happen, but perhaps a lot slower. Perhaps the focus was lacking. And I would like to start by reminding everyone the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, these have been around since 2015, so a good 7 years now. So sustainability was in our awareness for a little while, but perhaps although work was done both socially and scientifically towards the sustainable goals, I could perhaps argue that there wasn't earth-shattering changes taking place. Now, bringing things a little bit closer to my home, if you like, to Europe. Oh, I apologize. There's a bit of a lag, and I've jumped too many slides. Yes, okay, so bringing things to Europe. In 2019, actually, the European Commission released the concept of the European Green Deal, which was all about transforming Europe's economy and leading it to a more sustainable future. So again, sustainability was in the picture, and there was a clear link between sustainability and perhaps economy. There's obviously European focus here for the Green Deal, but as we know, the world is connected. So what happens in a large area of society like the European continent does affect the rest of the world. And there were nice words in this European Green Deal about, providing deadlines for solving climate crises. And we, of course, heard all that again very recently, just before this new year during the COP meeting in Glasgow. But again, some broad range concepts of going forward in a more sensitive way to the environment and to society. That was, in a nutshell, the concept of the European Green Deal. Going a little bit further into Europe's take of sustainability, then a year later in 2020, the European Commission released the Chemical Strategy for Sustainability, and that was very much focused in chemicals, materials, and technologies. And also, this is where, for the first time, this safe and sustainable by design concept was introduced. And I promised to explain what safe and sustainable by design actually is, but interestingly, there's a lot of discussion about the definition. In fact, tomorrow I will be participating in a Europe-wide workshop to come up with which, amongst other objectives, will have the discussion about what safe and sustainable by design means. I want to just add one word or emphasize one word in this definition, the design aspect. So in the area of technological research, in the area of technologies, and especially nanotechnologies, safety and sustainability, of course, applies as in the same way that it applies in other fields of research. However, the critical step here is that it's important that we contemplate whether we're using safe and sustainable approaches, not after we create a chemical or a material or a product, but at the design stage, so early on, so we don't reach all the way to actually fully developed product only to discover that actually it's not good for the environment, or it's not safe, or something else is wrong. It has to be integrated in the process right from the start. So that's what safe and sustainable by design is in a nutshell, in a simple way. So following that, the latest, literally imminently or immediately released, just released a few days ago, is the Materials 2030 Manifesto, where the European Commission hopes to actually implement the concepts of a chemical strategy of safety and sustainability in the materials and chemicals sector. So what can we conclude here? First of all, that perhaps some of these paradigms were already there. They did evolve with a pandemic in the background, but they pre-existed, if you like, the pandemic. The additional point I wanted to make, however, is that perhaps typical of the way we used to do things, these concepts were nice words and ideas without scientific underpinning. And the fact that, as I said earlier, this workshop is coming after all these, I could even call them political announcements of safety, sustainability, that were given as targets without us scientists having reached the point where we're able to deliver the technical aspects of safety and sustainability. In fact, before we even fully understand how we can implement or how we can define safety and sustainability, especially if we want it to be by design, never mind actually to implement it. So let's talk about pandemics and lessons, because that's the point I'm trying to now link what I just presented about policy for the environment and for safety into what happened in the past couple of years, which is, of course, a pandemic. And the pandemic, again, the previous speaker said so many beautiful things that helped me make my case now. There were many new paradigms that arrived in research thanks or because of the pandemic. And I would like to emphasize that we discovered science can move fast. In the first year of the pandemic, as all these amazing vaccines were being researched, the first words we heard when people were developing vaccines were, oh, normally a vaccine takes 5 years to develop. That's the way it works. That's how long it takes. And then a year later, we actually had not one, not two, but pretty much 3 roughly at the same time, and many more following vaccines that were up and running and saving people's lives already. So science can move fast if there is the impetus, if there is the will. I think there's a nice English expression: if there's a will, there's a way. So we see that science can be supported to move fast. Scientists have the tools; they just need the support. So that's my first point in the context of new paradigms in research. My second point is that open science delivers absolutely spectacularly amazing solutions. What am I trying to say here? Let's take the example again, inspired by COVID. The development or the discovery of this latest variant, or the Omicron variant. Again, the technology to actually deliver the genetic information that tells us this is a new variant was there, used to be slower. It certainly sped up a lot. So this is a theme of my presentation, the impact of analytical techniques and how this can speed things up and teach us and help us discover a lot more. But the critical step was that once this new Omicron variant was sequenced, within hours, it was available to everybody in the whole world. And that's what I mean by open science. So now we have the potential to share, and we have a paradigm to share, because scientists quite often, especially in the past, used to be very secretive about the work because perhaps there was an impending patent to a technology they developed and they didn't want to compromise it. There's always a bit of competition in scientific circles, so people are not so willing to share things until they secured their first in a discovery, so that they're not scooped. But partly because of the pandemic, partly because of technologies, now we can actually deliver solutions fast because we can share science and scientific data fast. And I think this is actually the common denominator, that it took a pandemic to actually teach us how much better we can work together, how much faster we can go together, and what science can achieve to solve problems. Okay, so moving very fast from one topic to another, I am also very conscious of your time. I would like to speak about my field of research. I would like to speak about nanotechnology. I realized from some of the earliest talks I attended, this is an extremely broad range audience, an extremely broad broad range conference that we are all attending today, and I fully appreciate not everybody's a nanotechnology expert, and I will try to keep it to the basics. So I think if anyone asked me in the street, how would you explain what's the difference of the nanoscale, I would give this lovely cube example that I have on the screen here. So if you take a 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter cube and you cut it and you keep cutting it and you keep producing smaller and smaller pieces until you produce nanoscale sized pieces, a lot of things change. One thing is that you inevitably create a lot more in numbers and in surface area cubes. But also, as you approach the very fundamental size of matter, so as you approach the atomic scale, we start seeing special scale related phenomena that enhance the properties of materials and sometimes completely change the properties of materials. And that's probably all we need to say about nanotechnology. That's the basic of the concept. I would also make the argument, and I think I already showed my cards when I mentioned about analytical innovation. A lot of progress in nanotechnology was thanks to the analytical revolution that actually allowed us to see things happening in the nanoscale. In fact, nanotech concepts or applications were already there in the 40s and 50s, and in fact, even in historical times, there were technologies that unknowingly used the properties of the nanoscale, but now we actually can do it because we can also see what we're doing, which is the innovation of maybe the last 10, no more than 20 years for sure. Okay, and where does nanotechnology connect with COVID-19? Well, it actually does connect with the COVID vaccines. And again, the previous presenter beautifully mentioned the RNA vaccines. Now, what else is special about them? And because it's nanotech, it's something that I felt I had to bring to this audience. These vaccines are actually encaged in a nano-sized carrier in a nanolipid. And my point here is that this carrier is not a passive transporter of the vaccine. It's actually the transporter that delivers the vaccine to where it needs to be delivered. And that's why it's needed for the vaccine to work. And therefore, here we see nanotechnology in its full positive impact to our society. But things can also go wrong with nanotechnology, and people like myself who have been studying nanosafety for many years actually always consider this as a problem. And what is the problem I'm talking about? It's always been that discovery takes precedence over safety, and we don't even need to say it over sustainability. In the early years of nanotechnology, nobody would think, oh, we developed this amazing material, is it safe? They would go, oh, we developed this amazing material, let's find applications. And once the applications were there, sometimes once the materials were already in production, then somebody came and said, oh, maybe, if it's a cadmium selenide, it could potentially be toxic. And cadmium selenide is the typical nanomaterial with two toxic substances in its chemical formula. So this is where things can go wrong in nanotechnology, and this is why we need to flip our paradigms and start with safe and sustainable by design. So how can we introduce safety and sustainability by design? I want to say some good words about the nanosafety cluster in the introduction to myself. It was mentioned that I'm actually chairing on the chairing committee of the nanosafety cluster, which is the European Commission's a body established by the European Commission. With the following roles. It's meant to represent the scientific community, bring scientists together in a common shared platform so that we all co-discover, and I mentioned co-discoveries earlier, and then we share data and we promote nanomaterial safety as a community rather than as individuals or as projects. It provides technical support to the Commission, so one of my jobs is to advise the Commission when they ask me for my advice, also to develop strategies, for example, contribute to this safe and sustainable by design concepts, strategies and developments. And of course, ultimately its job is to provide public confidence in nanotechnologies and to enable the public to feel that nanomaterial and nanotechnologies are safe. And hopefully sustainable, of course, I should always add. All this sustainability is new, but it's very important. And I just wanted to share with you this, in fact, I mentioned it also in my abstract, this paper we just published, because it sometimes feels that we're constantly chasing problems with in nanotechnology. There's always a new technology development. in fact, the other buzzword in Europe these days is that we've moved on from nanomaterials, and now we're talking about advanced materials, which could be not so. Nanomaterials could be advanced materials. Also, there is subdivision, if you like, of advanced materials, but the European research scene wants to see additional potential functionalities from advanced materials. So we see a new scene, if you like, on all these problems arising from these new materials. But my argument here is that we've done all this before by understanding the safety of nanomaterials. So we should explore and use the platform we have already developed to solve future problems rather than reinvent the wheel. So there is a precedent of solving problems that worked well. And in my article, I'm giving examples of successes and breakthroughs of the past. And the two other points I would like to emphasize. One is interdisciplinarity. So we could have never understood so well what it is that makes nanomaterials safe or otherwise if we were working in silos without crossing disciplines, so without toxicologists working with material scientists, working with modelers and etc. And the other point I would like to make, especially as a guest to such an international conference, is that internationalization is key to us progressing as a world's population to solutions, and not as individual countries or as individual regions. I am very aware of my time running out, so I have a few examples to present, but I'll keep them very simple. So a few examples of where nanotechnology can help providing solutions for agriculture. And why do we need solutions for agriculture? Is it not working well enough? In fact, it's not working well at all, and it's not fit for the population growth, excuse me, for the population growth that we are seeing and that we will carry on seeing on our planet. So a typical example, if I may share one with you now, is that we use tons and tons of fertilizers and yet soils are constantly being degraded more and more. So somehow these fertilizers are not doing the jobs. And in fact, at the same time, the leach out from fertilized soil creates pollution elsewhere. So this is a very open circle that somehow needs to be closed. And my argument is that nanotechnology could contribute there. Solutions for clean water, I think I do not need...
distribution पे water tanks पे जा सकते हैं, सब 5-10 हो गए.
Thank you. Yes, I will do that. And
you will not be tested to listen now.
I'm sorry? Excuse me, can you... Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Okay, I'll carry on. So solutions for clean water, again, I would argue that nanotechnology can provide such solutions. I will just give you an example of, in fact, I will not speak about it too much, but I would just say that we have been doing a lot of research based on analytical methods that help us, and you see a picture of an X-ray diffractometer here, that help us optimize fertilizers so that they contain all the additional components as plant requires. The science here that I will not go into the details, but the science here is that by using nanotech synthesis methods, we're able to control the release of the components of this fertilizer. So we're able to add all the ingredients, including, for example, nitrogen and phosphorus, and also control their release. By using also nanoscale particles, we minimize the contamination in the environment. So that's the story here. In terms of water treatment, I would very briefly mention the word or the term MaxScenes, and I will not go into the details of what MaxScenes are, but suffice to say that they're the new kids on the block of the 2D materials like graphene. They offer additional chemistry and additional functionality, and we are actually actively working in my lab to optimize them. why do we need to optimize them? Well, scientists always like to do things better, faster, smaller, and you can see a 500 nanometer scale bar in my slide, and I will not say anything more about those images other than that they help us improve the structure of these vaccines. And the optimization here needs to be about the resource and energy hungry synthesis methods that we currently, or that are currently being used, and which we are trying to change to more lower impact and more sustainable methods. I would have been really pleased to talk about plastics because some of the previous student speakers talked about plastics. I really have no time, but I will just mention that we have developed a new technology in my lab. This is the instrument we're using. In fact, it's 3 instruments married into just one technology. And the big story here, if you like, is that we are all used to using high-tech instrumentation individually, but this new kid on the block, if you like, here is hyphenation. So bringing 3 methods, detecting things simultaneously with 3 different methods. We're working on plastics. I'm showing you how the 3 different methods produce different types of data. Some are chemical, some are physical. And I just wanted to share this concept that we developed, this decision tree we developed and published just last year, that actually takes all the data from all these 3 techniques simultaneously. And although not each one of them can detect this particular type of plastic, all 3 combined can give us this unique information. Summarizing on this, and again, I don't want to go too much into details of what we have achieved and what we hope to do in the future. Just say that this technique works well for microplastics. So our next target is nanoplastic. So scaling things down, expanding our libraries, and really bringing some understanding of what are all these plastics in the environment that we know are there, what are they, how they degrade, how they change, what are their impacts. And again, I mentioned nanoplastics. There's just one last thing I would like to say about nanoplastics, and that's the fact that whereas microplastics can be found in the body of many organisms, nanoplastics have the additional problem that they can cross cellular barriers, so they can actually affect our cellular, our genetic material, if you like, directly, and hence that's the need to understand nanoplastics. So let me just summarize what I think my story today was, that learning from mistakes, learning also from success and following it, and then embracing this new opportunity, some of which, for better or worse, came from this pandemic. I would like to thank you all so much for listening to me, and please, if time and interest allows, I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your highly valuable thoughts. Talent and skills are the crops that are nurtured, groomed, and given all possible opportunities to grow and bloom. This one-day international e-conference is an attempt to brew new ideas, and we saw many thought-provoking deliberations and paper presentations by academicians, scholars, and researchers from all across the country and the world. Now is the time to acknowledge and recognize the best paper and poster presenters of the day. For the best paper presentation, the first position is secured by Harpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor from Department of Botany, Guru Nanak College, on the title COVID-19 Outbreak and its Positive Impact on Environment. The second prize is shared by 2 research scholars, Neha Badola from HNB, Garhwal University, Srinagar, Uttarakhand, for the paper entitled Quantification of Microplastics in the Fishes of the Haridwar region, and Lokesh Sharma from Department of Biotechnology, University of Allahabad, for the paper entitled Evaluation of Microbiota from Biological Soil Crust to Counter Desertification in arid region of Rajasthan.
In the next conference, she will be here at Gwalior to be in person. I'm thankful to Ulrich Berg, who is the German Association of Homotherapy president, Heldenhof, Germany, for his very insightful keynote on homotherapy. And it was at a very short notice that Ulrich Berg was contacted, and he agreed to deliver his keynote address. Thanks is due to Professor Dr. Debajit Bose, Head Department of Microbiology in Yobe State University, Nigeria, for delivering his keynote on bioeconomy and its diverse implications. I would like to express my thanks to Professor Santi Sundaram, Coordinator, Center of Biotechnology, University of Allahabad, for delivering invited talk in the first technical session on the topic COVID-19 alternative medicines to boost immunity and mental health. And not only she delivered her invited lecture, she even chaired the session, and she motivated students of her center to participate overwhelmingly in this conference. I thank her for her sincere participation and the time that she has given to us. I sincerely thank Professor Dr. B.P. Mishra, Professor and Head Department of Environmental Science, Mizoram Central University, Aizawl, for delivering an invited talk on environmental and socio-economic sustainability perspectives of COVID-19 pandemic, and also chairing the technical session. I thank Dr. S. Ganpati Venkat Subramaniam, Professor, Department of Environmental Law and Management, Anna University, for delivering the second invited talk in the first technical session on legal initiatives for effective environmental governance and for the sustenance of sustainable development in India. I thank Dr. Ram Sharma, who is Associate Professor and Head JVPG College and Department of English in Barod, Bagpat, for delivering the third invited talk in the first technical session. My gratitude to Abhishek Swami, Professor and Dean Faculty of Science, Motherhood University, Roorkee, Uttarakhand, for moderating the technical session third and delivering an invited talk in the same session on the topic evaluation of air pollution tolerance index of few plant species growing in automobile stress, Gurugram, Haryana, India. Dr. Avnish Chauhan, Associate Professor, Environmental Science, Graphic Era Hill University, Dehradun. My thanks to him for chairing the fourth technical session. And my special thanks to Professor Dr. Sujata Sharma, Department of Biophysics at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, for accepting our invitation to grace the validity function as the chief guest and delivering the validity address. And the insight that she gave in his lecture about the pandemic was something of a revelation to me as well as to the participants. My special thanks to Professor Dr. Eugenia Eva Walsami Jones, Professor, School of Geography, Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Birmingham at Baston, Birmingham, United Kingdom, for delivering the keynote address in the validity section on the topic of in the area of nanotechnology. And she has really widened our horizon as per the talks that she has delivered in this validity session. I would like to put on record my sincere gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma for his able guidance and mentorship and support that he gives, because it is his initiatives and his mentorship that we are able to organize such types of conferences and invite people from diverse fields and diverse areas. I am also grateful to the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik for his constant valuable advice, suggestions, and encouragement. He has been a pillar of strength and motivation for us all through. I'm thankful to Professor Anil Vasisht, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, for his support and cooperation all through. I'm thankful to all the academicians, research scholars, and students for their active participation. Actually, we received more than 100 research papers. And as I just told you at the beginning of the conference, the ratio of the papers received and the presentation was quite high in terms of the conferences that we witnessed in the offline mode. And thanks to the IT revolution that we are within it. I'm thankful to the IT team, Noida, for the timely support. And I will be failing in my duty if I don't express my gratitude to my team members, Dr. Sabdil Rai, Dr. Rita Brata Malik, Dr. Nidhi Shukla, Dr. Abhishek Bharadwaj, and Mr. Vijayendra, for the unflinching support and tireless effort without which organizing such a conference would not have been possible. Before I conclude, I extend my thanks to one and all who have joined us today and made this conference a memorable one. I once again thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. On this note, we conclude the highly enriching productive, fruitful, and wonderful day. This is Tulsi Chauhan signing off. With the kind permission of dignitaries, I request the IT team to kindly close the session.
Once again, thanks.
Provisy, sir, shall we close? So you are muted.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Close it. Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you,
sir.
so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Maqsood ji, sir, बंद करा दे, कुलदीप sir.
Yes, Professor Eugenia, thanks a lot. And Professor Sujata, thanks a lot. Yes.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank
Sir,
you.
can I close?
Yes.
Okay.